tetapi sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali gadget duit dan Albert di sana. Ternyata Arsia.
Fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang buhay!
Backline opening, and they're running for the lives, cutting it. David trying to drag the members of RZ right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu buah reward di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafannya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka. 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai hati tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. In
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. In
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, di situlah itulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang
kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a
I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
It's another Super Sunday right before the Hari Raya break. This is MPL MY Season 13, Week 2, Day number 3. We got 3 amazing best of 3s lined up for you all today. And with us, Husky alongside Kid and Q to bring you guys the action.
We've got a lot of interesting games here today, and more so a lot of questions that need to be answered here on the second week of the season. More so to actually get some kind of identity from some of these teams. It felt like everyone a little shaky on week 1. Week 2, the foundation almost feels like it's there. It's almost set.
Some teams have already found who they are. SRG so far, flawless streak, did not drop a single game. Bounty on the other end of the spectrum are still looking for their first win. KGE on the rise. The Empire seems like they have finally found the perfect formula for this army to perform.
Speaking of which, let's have a look at today's schedule in case you want to know what are the matches that are happening here at MPL MY. To kick things off, it's going to be Best Esports up against Niners. Bounty, as they are more well-known. Against the Niners, this one's going to be a little interesting because Niners, they've had their ups, they've had their downs, but it does take a little bit of time to warm up. After that, it's going to be Barracuda up against KGE, and finally, it's going to be MV versus Team Hawk.
And I think a lot of people are looking at MV versus Team Hawk as the match of the day, right? This is probably going to be the closest one, the one that is going to go the full distance. Niners, for a matter of fact, so far, you look at their score, they might have 2 points, but both points are from 1-2 results, right? They've won 1 games, but they have never closed out a series before. This could be their first. And then your Barracuda against KGE, we briefly touched on KGE on the rise, and it seems like this win streak might continue.
Yeah, and I think that Barracuda might be able to surprise a couple of people, right? That's what Barracuda fans are hoping here today. If we're going to take a big win against the team, KGE is probably in the top 3 on the list.
Yeah, and I mean, even for KGE, up to this point, sure, they've dropped games, but they have not lost series, right? When you watch KGE went up against Niners, that was quite an experience, and KG still pulled through at the very end, and they have been doing it ever since. Will that be the same? It really comes down to see if Barracuda is going to pull something out of the hat, because I think even for Barracuda, they are going through some changes.
Yeah, that's true, but a nice way of putting it for KGE, because again, it's either it looks good or it looks well, interesting. Let's just call it that. But we have to focus on the upcoming match at hand. This one is going to be Bounty versus the Niners. And obviously, the Niners have definitely showed what they are capable of. Their ceiling seems to be capped as of right now. And the next plateau is going to be being consistent. Speaking of consistent, have you heard about Hotlink? Because a secure, lightning-fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Hotlink is going to be something that you're going to be constantly thinking about. And with the 20% off MLBB in-game items, no time like now to get in on it.
Yeah, if you feel capped in terms of gameplay and internet speed, it's time to uncap that, break the ceiling, breach through the limits with Hotlink within your grabs. Games are no longer a problem. The only problem that you're going to run into is perhaps your mechanics, but nothing a good practice won't fix.
Teammates, that's usually the other way. the go-to answer of all time.
Very relatable.
Speaking of teammates, actually, looking at Bounty, and well, I mean, we know what the lineup is going to be looking like. A couple of changes have been made, and I think it's an interesting time to do so. And I think one of the other things I want to touch on is the transfer window. It's from week 2 all the way up to pretty much week 5, which is an extended period of time compared to last season.
Yeah, last season we have a transfer window during week 3, but right now you can do transfers almost whenever you want, right? Only the start at the end, you can't do it. But when we talk about Niners and Bounty, we have to also look at the topic of the day. Which team will move up from the bottom of the table? I mean, these two teams, they're not doing too well, but one of them is going to change that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of experience on either side, right? I'm surprised, with the team, and especially on paper, I was very excited for Bounty to maybe step up. They've had Panda. They also have taken Havas under their wing and is coming in as their IGL. I expected bigger things from Bounty's side. JP Niners, on the other hand, picking up Moonji was kind of a bit of a surprise, I'm not going to lie. But having Zavs as one of their, backup, well, I wouldn't even say backup, but basically a insurance policy for the late game, they looked like they should have a much better performance during week 1 compared to the rest of the teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think the series against KG was a very good litmus test for how JP functions under pressure. And I'd say so up to this so far, not that well, right? I mean, you have a pillar like Moonji holding it together, but you can see players like Zaf, they start to crack under these extended games, and hopefully that changes, right? Bounty Esports, this series could be a full reset, not just for Bounty, but for Niners themselves.
Yeah, I'm looking to see if players are able to push their own leads within their own roles in the earlier stages of the game, right? I'm expecting Havas to be trying to dominate the EXP with the help of Yuna in the jungle. And again, both of them can speak and talk a lot. They have clear communication if they want to take care of things like neutral objectives or maybe even pushing an advantage in the EXP side. That could be their draft strategy coming into game number 1.
And honestly, that has been a dynamic that I was looking forward to, right? Not only they don't have language barriers, but also they have almost the same play style. Like to play fast,
that's true,
like to dominate, and this coordination between jungle and XP lane should be the main focus, I believe, of Bounty, at least coming into the group stage. That's what I expected. So far, we haven't really seen that. Even Havas feels a bit neutered in the games that he has played.
I agree. I definitely think that, well, it could be an extension of what the meta is right now. Sometimes it feels like you get punished for, being that playmaker, and so you have to really coordinate your team and really plan out the timings for these plays to actually happen. But a lot of the time, it just feels one fight gets turned around, and now it doesn't matter anymore. They take the Lord, you get teamed wiped, and now it's just 5k goalie gone.
Yeah, it just happens so many times, right? This meta is so interesting, but it's time to welcome the teams into the battlefield and see what they have had prep for us in this first series.
Bounty Esports.
Yet to win a single game, the Hunters of East Malaysia are looking to bounce back with a vengeance. Can they regroup themselves in time to secure a win today? Representing Sarawak, let's go Bounty Esports!
Minor changes in that middle lane. So far, still finding momentum. Today might be it. Aziz is going to be the prime focus of this team.
Niners.
The Negeri Sembilan Riders also suffered defeat in 2 tightly contested matches. Guided by strong leadership of Moonji, the team is resolved to assert their dominance. They appear poised for action. Let's rally behind them, Niners!
And of course, those who make this happen behind the scenes, we also have the coach and analyst of both teams, alongside our head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. Of course, on stage we have antagonist and Aushki as the coach and analyst from the Niners.
Yep, Bounty, they will not be coming in with a coach this time round. Hopefully, it could be a make it or break it for either one of these teams. But at the end of it, hopefully it's going to be a 2-0 for one of them. They need the points desperately to rise up in the group stage.
Zav having to do 2 fist bumps at once. Quite an initial start because Aziz, he debuted yesterday in the mid lane. So far, looking so good, right? Individually, you can compare him to certain players who show up to the international, to the big stage for the first time, like Grace, for example, from Barracuda. They have very good first-time appearance in terms of their gameplay, but it's more like working with the team, right? Sometimes you feel like these players, although perform well, are left on an island.
Well, I mean, it's one of those questions of whether independence is a good or bad thing, right? Having independent goal laners, for an example, can be a very good thing. You're able to kind of manipulate the pressure on the opposite side of the map. You're able to kind of open things up a little bit more. But as a mid laner, you are very invested in kill participation as a stat. You need to make sure that you're having it higher than average even.
Yeah, even the meta now wants you to clear lanes fast, take Wilderness Blessing, you're moving around with your roamers, you're participating in objective fights, you're participating in these ganks with your side laners as well. So I agree, being independent is one thing, but you gotta be a team player, and that's something that Bounty Esports is looking for, not just in this mid laner Aziz, but also for the rest of the team. They gotta come together as a unit. You have Havos, you have Panda, you have Yuna, you have Yanlord. They just gotta find that secret sauce.
And what do you think about Yanlord specifically, right? I think definitely in his debut, you can definitely see that he has the mechanics to get the job done. But as we were talking about earlier, how do you activate these players? And I think there's no clear strategy just yet.
Yeah, I would say that from the qualifiers, he looked great, but in MPL so far, a bit trigger happy, right? When you give him heroes like Ruby, he can make those plays, but sometimes those plays come too early when the rest of Bounty are not ready to respond. That's where you run into a bit of a problem.
Yeah. Now, looking at their stats here, average assist as well as average GPM are in the green for me when it comes down to the Yanlord side. And even Havas has been doing a pretty good job, right? 4.5k damage coming out, and especially when he's playing something like CC, or technically shouldn't be happening as often as it should, as a hero who can't really target lock somebody and say, no, I don't want you to play the game specifically. It can be a little difficult.
Yeah, it definitely can. I mean, even when you look at Panda, for example, right, the Clint is not a hero that you expect to see often on the screen, or let alone kind of a signature hero for a team. I believe they did have that Clint, and that Clint game didn't exactly go the way Bounty wanted it to, but they're going up against the Niners, the Gentra Pejuang behind their back, led by Munji alongside Zaps, Yetri, Barbosa, and Maldives.
I think so far the team has been looking pretty solid. All in terms of like individuality, right? Yetri, definitely one of those players since his debut up until now, has been somebody that you can, I wouldn't even say reluctantly rely on, but somebody who really takes advantage when he has a lead in his lane. And I think that's when he feels the most activated.
Yeah, and he's willing to throw his life away. He's willing to give up what he has to ensure that people like Zavs or Munji get a lead for themselves. Even when you look at Niners, back then, back in Season 12, before they were known as Niners, they were known as MPX NC, Yetri has been fulfilling those roles, and the hero does tell that story. Tamus, for example, right? You reach that late game, you have to experience this fall-off, but Yetri, he just knows that his job, as long as he can keep the enemy backline occupied, that's all that he needs to do.
But it does feel like the Niners, they've been coming up with a couple of strategies where it's more in tune with what the international meta is starting to look like. Sometimes it doesn't, obviously. They try to go above and beyond, but at the same time, it doesn't really give them that identity just yet, right? It's pretty much that bell curve we expect to have every international team to have, and they can't emulate it just yet. I think they need to focus on certain phases of the game before we really start kind of putting it all together.
I think when you look at the international, the individual pieces of the side of Niners, you have Munji, a very experienced player, right? Kings of majors in the mid lane. You have Zabs, always reliable. Insurance policy of Niners. You have Maulus, he is the brick wall. When he plays Fedrin, and so far he mostly plays Fedrin, you know in that late game you have someone that can stand in the battlefront. But how does that come together? How does that gel together when Niners need to function as a unit? And I think against teams like KGE, for example, on their debut, that has shown every now and then, but not consistent enough.
I mean, yes, you have somebody who's in the front lines, but then as you mentioned before, KGE, when they kind of split that up, when they divide the front from the back, that's when it gets a little bit messy, right? People like Zops is someone, yes, you can rely on them, but even Moonjin as well as Barbosa, they play a little too close together sometimes.
Yes, they do. They make a good duo, but you would feel like every once in a while, they should have been there for the rest of the team. Just minor adjustments needs to be made. And again, I feel like this series against Bounty could be a great reset for Niners. Speaking about Niners, I want to look at the Kings of Majors, which is Moonji, because we did talk to him through WhatsApp, and we asked him as a leader, as an IGL for the team, are there any pressure? And for him, it doesn't feel too difficult, right? Because for him, if they are going through tough times, everyone goes through the tough times. And it doesn't feel as stressful as he was back in Todak, right? Because back in Todak, whenever there's an issue, everything goes to him. But with Niners, they split it together. They split it evenly.
I think it's understandable, and especially with, you know, the strong personalities on Todak side when he was playing with them. I think now this is going to be a little bit more responsive. People are going to be looking up to him as a leader and a more experienced person, so therefore he should be coming up with some better points, and most of them I would assume would listen as well. It helps with Barbosa being part of it all, right? His experience overseas, being from Indonesia itself, kind of brings a new perspective.
And I think it's also important for Barbosa as we hop into the draft for game 1 that last season he only played one game, right? One game alongside Anip. That game did not go well and they never fielded him ever again. So I think this could be kind of the chance for Barbosa to prove himself, not just to homeboys but to every other doubters out there, that he was picked up for a reason and he has found a home for himself.
I think that he's still got it. I definitely think that he's got the mechanics, of course. All the imports that we've seen coming into MPL MY, generally, minimum condition is having decent mechanics. The question is, how do you activate these players like SRG has done? And I think that formula has changed over time, and there's many different methods of achieving it. So much so that we're seeing Masha fanny bands coming out from the side of the Niners, and even for Bounty, they're getting rid of the traditional being on red side, the Nolans, and obviously the Matilda.
Thank you, Drian, for showing us the way of Masha. We're never seeing Masha. We're not going to see Masha for quite a long time. And this does put Red Side in a very, I would say, odd position, right? You still have the Joy on the table, which, you know, you might have to consider banning. I mean, we had this conversation on your podcast, right? Blue side or red side. Now that I think about it, now that I look back at all the games, even at the MAL, MDL level, I mean, blue side advantage is so much better than what you get from red side. Unless your response is some god tier responses, you generally do get outpaced in the first phase. But of course, here's a fun fact. Perfect Divine Justice, Barbosa boosts 100% win rate with Kaja.
For all 4 of these games. Interesting. I don't know whether that's going to be a priority lock-in for Barbosa this time around, but it's definitely something that he has in his back pocket. So Assassin players, well, Yuna, I'm looking at him specifically, he's got to be a little careful when he does decide to whip out an Assassin-style jungler.
That's the Joy ban. You don't really have much of a choice if you're a Bounty. Just to kind of go back to a point that you brought up early on, how do you activate these mechanical gods from overseas, right? I think I'm looking at Bounty right now. How do you do that for Yuna and her boss? I know Yuna, we've seen him for quite some time, and he has his moments, but like last season when he was with Lunatics, man was left on the island for majority of the season that he has been playing in, and now Havos, I think, is running into the same problem. You can chalk it up to the meta being different from when we last saw him, but still, he has that mechanics to make it work, but the team is not making it work for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe something a little bit more independent, right? I'm thinking whether or not he wants to go on something along the lines of Yuzong or maybe even Arla. But kind of interesting to see that Niners prioritizing the Angela this time round, something that Panda might have to worry about. Speaking of which, active since Season 7, Panda played 36 unique heroes as a gold laner, roamer, and EXP laner. And now back in his original role as a gold laner, I think there are moments where maybe he still has that roamer EXP in him.
And sometimes he has the XP mentality a bit too much, right? Even when he was with Team Hawk, sometimes you see this carry lose his mind and just jump into a fight. That's kind of a Panda signature. We joke around it now and then, but he has pulled off insane moments. We get the Paquito and Fredrin opener for the side of Bounty. You take that Fredrin away from Malthus, and also you give Havos a hero that he can function on. The response on the side of Niners would be the CC and the Barrage.
Okay, interesting. A good way to start activating, right? Because again, with some strong lockdown, and especially if Fredrin starts to get ahead, he feels almost indestructible even. But a good response from the Niners side. They do get the Barats and as well as the CC to dance around him a little bit more and to try and secure neutral objectives a little bit easier. Speaking of early game, it's a bit of a shift. If EXP side gets a lead from the side of Bounty, it looks like the game's going to go a lot smoother. From Niners, if their jungler gets that lead, then it's the complete opposite for Bounty.
And there is an insurance policy for the Niners. They have the Angela, right? From the moment Heart God is online, suddenly for the Niners, they feel a lot more durable in these fights, even though we are going up against a Fredrin. So Bounty respond with a Lilia. Perfect solution to this, to people who cannot move around. Even with the Barrage, and the Angela, Necklace of Durance solves the problem.
Yep, Necklace of Durance solves the problem. A great hero, especially when you decide to take Purify as well. So now you've got basically essentially 2 lives even to go into these fights. Great peel, a way to make sure that the rest of the Niners can't keep up with the Brats or maybe even splits the fight into 2. Now we move into the second part of the ban phase, right? What do you think Bounty Esports is leaning in towards?
Both teams have not revealed their gold laner yet. We might see the Harith, Carry, Claude get taken out. I'm looking at Niners as well. We could be alluding to a potential, Novaria ban because Moonji has been playing a lot of that hero, and I don't think they would want to put him on an Angela at any stage of the group stage.
I can agree with that. I can definitely agree. We've seen too many teams make that mistake where it's just like, oh, I'm going to give our mid laner who's really great mechanically, Angela.
Unless you're Izanami, because he would choose Angela.
Even so, there is going to be a point in the game where you start to lose relevance, right? The ultra late stages of the game where you are looking to play anywhere past the 18-minute mark. And at that point, being on Angela does kind of feel bad. I'm not going to lie. Now, we do see the Natan ban from Best. It might indicate that they want to play something a little bit more lane dominant. Whether it be Harith, Roger is still available. Not too sure whether Panda has gotten the full grasp of this hero just yet. But now, rising up in popularity here at MPL MY. We see the Minotaur banned out by the Niners.
With a very staple pick in that roamer, right? One of the 2 big tanks, Minotaur, Tigreals. Minotaur is the one that gets a lot more attention. But with the Natan ban out, I'm also looking at a potential Carry or Claw, right? Feels more like a Panda hero compared to a Roger. They do have the first pick anyway, so obviously I think if you really want to secure the lane for Panda, this next pick could be something like a Harith. I think you just ban it out and then you have a better time as Claude because you're taking away from Zaps.
Well, but coming in the last 6 seconds here, it looks like it's the Novaria, yeah.
Still go for the Novaria, a lot of respect.
Again, they're just looking to ban out signature picks at this point, right? I mean, Zaps, he was playing a lot of Natan in his previous match earlier this week, so I guess Best is leaning in towards what have they been playing more frequently? Let's get rid of it. Let's try to make them feel slightly uncomfortable. But at the end of the day, Claude is still available for Zaps, so regardless, he's got a hero pool to work with. Niners, on the other hand, 26 more seconds to decide.
We want to go in perhaps the Romero. I mean, they already locked in both the what do they call it? The XP and the mid lane, right?
Yeah.
Where's the Romer and gold lane? I mean, if you really want Zaps to get the claw, you actually don't really have that much of an advantage because you're on the second pick. So they ban out the Ruby because that is one of Yanlord's signature in that Romero.
Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, just target bans all across the board. The Grok gets locked in for the side of Best. Okay, I think that's totally fine, right? Because now you can very clearly zone out your opponents, or at the very least split the fight in 2. And if you find an option to pick and force out the heart guard early on, I think Grok is a great way of doing that, especially in duo with Aziz on this Lilia to kind of peel him out of some tight spots.
Yeah, and they decide to keep Panda's hero for last, which is understandable. I wouldn't mind if they just reveal Panda's hero in that 4th pick and keep that Grok for last as well. We already saw the Angela anyways, but now you kind of give that ball, you pass that ball back to Niners. Right now, Zaps gets to select whatever gold laner he wants, and BST still has the notion to counter that. If a Claude comes out, perhaps you might see a Harith if you want to play that lane-focused matchup. But Harith gets taken away. I like this from Niners.
Okay. So Niners show the Harith. They also lock in the Farmist. So now it's still more in tuned and more aligned to their bans so far, getting rid of things like the Ruby and as well as the Minotaur. If you're going to teamfight, if you're going to comp up, at least banning it out allows Farmist to really excel here. Now, coming back over to Bounty, the fact that they've already locked in the Lilia means that they cannot steal this away. They cannot take away the Netherrealm. They cannot go on something like a Valentina anymore, which means that it kind of deters Panda from actually going in towards something lane dominant like the Roger. I'm guessing they could go for something that has a little bit more AoE in this case. It's like Claude, but no, still just wants to win out the lane. Teamfights are going to be really hard for him, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Bounty as a squad, right? You're running into so much AoE, so much damage, and the Netherrealm. Sure, you have the Lilia, you have Fredrin, you can somehow manage the Netherrealm, but it's going to take a lot more resources than if you have a Valentina to solve the problem, or other big AoE spells like the Tigreal ult. But I think for Bounty, they really want to just dive head first into this.
I'm not saying that their plan is bad. I think they've got some very clear ideas here because with the Angela on Barbosa, it is going to mean that Niners will have to play over the cornerstone of Malvizder on the Barats. On the other hand, if we're talking about Bounty, if they win out on any side, whether EXP or even Gold, they have a win condition set in stone, and it has to be done within the first 3 turtles.
I think the best chance you have are probably in the side lane, right? Either you shut down the Harriet with the Roger, or you outpace the CC, which as a Paquito, you can start doing once you hit that Fury Hammer, your level 4, level 5 timing. Early on, she can keep you in check, but once you free yourself from the lane, you get to apply pressure elsewhere, and CC will have a lot of trouble catching up.
I'm super curious to see how this is going to play out as we get into this first game. It's the Niners up against Bounty Esports here on our very first match, day number 3 of week number 2. Now, early pushes are going to be very important here, but we'll see how this early game goes. As Moonji going to be taking a little bit of damage, hits level 2 first, and considering that both junglers starting on the bottom side of the map will make their way up to EXP.
Yeah, I believe that Yanro was checking for Malviz's start, and that's why he wasn't there to clear up that first wave. That's gonna free up Moonji a little bit more, right? Against Lilia, it's very annoying to push, and Dav's under a lot of pressure already. This is what you want as Bounty.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done by Panda. He needs to dominate this lane as hard as he can because eventually he's going to get outscaled. And without a snowball on this Roger, it can feel a little bit bad, especially if the Niners decide to droop early on.
Yeah, and Yan Lord, he has all this info. Tries to go for a steal. Good attempt. Didn't get it. Malviz hits 4. Now switching that attention to the top side of the map a little bit. That's where the turtle will spawn. But so far, we are seeing Yetri at least trying to freeze this lane, not wanting Havas to kind of get out of control.
I think that's definitely understandable for the side of the Niners. You can see the response from Bounty is to actually move towards the bottom side of the map. They do see one camp still available for Yuna here, but he's not going to take it. He's going to try and contest for this turtle. They understand their win conditions, which is good. He's not going to greed out for this farm.
Yeah, can't be late for the timing. Not against a Baraz. He's going to sit on that objective anyways, but you have to be there to respond. Because both roamers will be given this mid-wave to hit for themselves, and I think this is very crucial depending on how this Angela functions. Yetri, oh, the full combo from her boss to just absolutely execute him.
Oh, not even close there with Yetri out of the picture. Bounty guarantee take this turtle away from the Niners unless Malvizder, he does something crazier, maybe even gets a steal.
I don't think he can. Barbosa hasn't hit 4 yet. So no turtle for Niners. That is a lot of damage. I expected her boss to take a lot longer to hit that spike. I mean, Yetri still has the vengeance, but definitely a good start for Bounty. And now you're not only winning in the XP lane, but you're also crushing that goal lane.
Now, with 2 winning side lanes here, one that actually has a lead, the other is waiting for the opportunity. Zabs make a mistake. I just need you to make one mistake.
I jump onto and it'll be over, but Havas, it's gonna get punished a little bit. Yetri using that ultimate, but that wave is actually not in such a bad spot, and Havas actually deciding to stay. Let's have the quantum charge to heal back up.
Might be punished here. Angela is walking up into the side brush. If Havas walks up too far, there's nothing much he can do.
Yeah, it's gonna try again and a full combo. This time not enough to get rid of Yetri. Barbosa is gonna force that flicker out from Havas.
Nicely done by the Niners. Yetri knows for a fact he doesn't have enough damage to go for a full one-shot just yet, but at the very least I can bait out resources. Now, Havas, he's playing this so very well. So very, very well. And that first kill is allowing Havas to actually stay in the lane longer because of that Festival of Blood. He is just spell vamping off of the wave.
Yeah, and sure, he blew a flicker, but the fact that he doesn't have to return the base means that the tempo is in his favor. But bottom side, Zav forced to pop that Purify. And that's another crucial spell gone for the Harif.
This could be a potential dive setup here, but no, it looks like Panda has run out of mana. He is forced to recall here. Zabs going for the defensive build, decides to go for a Thunder Belt as his first item to protect himself against Panda.
Especially when you don't have Purify, you really need these spells. And as much as we say that Niners, they can team fight with the Faramis out, you still have to worry about the Grog. Oh my goodness, Yetri this time can't make the same mistake. Uses that Vengeance, tries to spell them up, does have the Angela to help him though. Her boss now getting stuck on, and this man does not have Flicker. There might be an opportunity to take her boss down. They're dancing around this Paquito, and the trade comes through. Barbosa takes it.
Oh man, Havas, if his jab was up, That would have been a kill. That would have been a kill. He'd been able to get that final charge, and now the next turtle falls into the hands of Bounty once more. This is actually going very well for Bounty.
And now Zavs, here comes the dive. Flicker, Wild Charge, Zavs, no chance of getting out. It's going to be collected, given over to Panda.
Right, that's nice to see. That's nice to see. Again, take full advantage of the missing resources, and Niner's not going to waste any time. Yes, you got dived underneath your turret, Zavs, but don't worry. We managed to crack open top tier 1.
In one fell swoop as well. You take down her boss once, then you take turret. You free up that XP lane. This might make the life of Zavs slightly easier if they consider the lane swap. You can say the same for her boss though. Now he has a lot more room to move around. You don't have to stick by there and just deal with year 3.
I don't think Zavs wants the lane swap just yet. I think the safety of that tier 1 turret down on the bot side, and also the possibility of actually cracking open a bot tier 1 is actually not bad, right? It forces both sides to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, and Lord, he should be able to walk away from this, but now the question is, where is Bounty going to look for an attack, right? They've kind of exhausted all their resources and now have to recreate these opportunities again.
I have a feeling that they would just stick to this top side for a while more, because that's where the turtle will spawn. In fact, all 3 turtles have been spawning on the top side. And contrary to what you said, they actually went for the lane swap, right? They gave Zavs the entire top wave, maybe because her boss was just actively shoving, so Zavs gets fed the resources.
I don't know. I don't think it's any better. I think if not for Havas, it might even be an opportunity to actually set up another gank on the top side of the map. I mean, yes, there is less space to actually run away from, but Turtle is also spawning on that side, and I don't think Harith wants to be part of this just yet. I mean, he does have one item, but at the same time, this could be difficult. Oh.
Yeah, 3 onto Panda, who just leaps away. They invest a hard guard into this, but Bounty, they can just wait it out. Yuna just got the Thunder Belt as well, so this Fredrin is going to start to hurt. You can see Havas, he's going to be moving to that mid lane to match Zavs, to make sure that Zavs doesn't get any extra tempo going. Turtle will be spawning, and Bounty, the first team to make their move towards that objective.
Yep, it looks like Yuna going for the disrespectful Fredrin build. First item, Thunder Belt. Again, this is on the assumption that he's going to maintain this lead. So if he falls down once and allows Malvisitor to actually start catching up, it could be a potential problem. But he's a full level ahead. I don't think it's the wrong decision. I just think that Niners, they've got a very strong team fight composition, and they want to actually contest for this very final turtle.
Oh, on into Wild Charge, and Year 3 gotta use the Vengeance to try and stay alive in this fight. Yanlord becomes the target, and Panda looking for the execute, finds the first. That means there's a reset. Munji's Netherrealm already ran out. Barbosa uses the hard guard in the bush and now tries to heal up his teammate as Malvis will get the turtle, but it's enough to get them out of this though. Panda already on a killing spree, and Havas jabbing his way into Munji's face, takes the Eye of the Cyclone. Havas now stuck. Flicker still gets the kill, the jab, giving him the shield to survive for a bit longer, and Zavs wants the collection. The exchange is made, but Panda rejoins the fight, and now Zavs has to back off. Barbosa ran out of the puppet on the string. No more kills from this Angela. Bounty Esports, I think they got a bit more out of this.
They did. They did get a little bit out of it. They didn't get the last turtle, of course, but at the end of the day, what did they get? They got a bunch of kills, and especially it's being funneled into Panda as well. He's walking away with 3 more kills than he had before. Sorry, 2 more kills than he had before, which is already good enough. Havas as well, again, able to get a trade on towards Munji's side is a great play.
We saw the endless battle now out for Panda. Oh, these 2-3 taps are going to hurt so much more, and when you're looking to execute targets in the back, it is going to be very nasty. And Panda, he's going to make that link swap to the top side. Havas clears out the wave, gives the rest over to Panda, and he has free reign of whatever resources he wants. He is now the kingpin of Bounty.
Yep. I mean, let's not forget. Wait, hold on. Yeah,
did they really get it? Don't think so. No. They do get the gobble out of Daytona's welcome onto Yuna, who just eats it all up, and now they gotta invest that hard guard and the Netherrealm both at once. Yanlord should go down finally, but at the cost of your Barats.
I don't know.
And Aziz,
no.
That's the second one. Yuna, he's still eating up the damage. I don't think you want to fight this. Zavs will try. Panda, he's gonna go for the leap with the ability, and Aziz with a triple kill. This is Lilia going berserk with the Gloom charges, and now Panda, he is in. Finding Munji, that's number 4 in Year 3, not to stand. Bounty with a team wipe.
This is starting to snowball out of control. I was about to mention that yes, they do have strong frontliners, but they have a linchpin, and that's going to be Aziz, right? He got the Ice Queen's wand, and now he can start peeling everybody from the side of the Niners. If they group too close together, that Netherrealm can easily get popped, considering that the lead they had even more so now than just now compared to that earlier fight. 3-0-7 coming in from Aziz. He basically has 100% KP as of right now, and I don't think the Niners are going to be able to stop this snowball. This might actually be a 12-minute game for Bounty if they take another fight of that same caliber.
Yeah, every single win condition achieved by Bounty.
Oh,
and Malvis, no, this is way too far. You step up near that brush, it is going to be your death, and Malvis punished with the verdict from Bounty, convicted to the grave. And this Lord is gone. No retribution from the Niners means no contest. You just have to take the loss.
Oh, man. I mean, Niners win conditions so far, it's starting to look pretty grim, right? Their team fights were supposed to be their strong point, but that's under the assumption that Bounty was not going to get such a lead, such a snowball on their side. It's still within reach, though. One good team fight can turn this 5K gold lead around, but at the same time, Niners, they need to start figuring a couple of things out. Number one, they cannot just walk up like that. Now, Visitor, he's got to be really, really careful because, again, if he walks up too far, it gets chunked, and especially when you have to deal, a flicker being popped out as well from Barbosa's side. He cannot walk up either. Looks like nobody can really face check from the side of the Niners.
They're chewing through Year 3's vengeance. So close. Oh, so close.
That would have been a clean fadeaway, though.
Oh yeah, it would have been. And as much as we say, oh, Niners, they can team fight, they are running into a bit of a problem. Damage. Where is the damage coming from?
It's lacking.
It is
really is lacking.
Especially when you're behind. This wall is a big threat, though. Yanlor, he knows it. Doesn't want to commit to it. This is tier 2 is still up. So Niners, they have some sort of a protection, but the side lanes, they are just out of control right now. Niners have to deal with it.
Yeah, the problem is that the Niners don't have the tempo, right? They cannot predetermine where they want to fight. It's always up to Bounty Esports at this point. With a 7K gold lead, they can even... Oh, here we go. Here we go. Conceal from Yanlord.
He's looking for it. Can't find it. Niners just slightly behind that turret.
And honestly, this should have been happening much earlier on into the game, right? There is no reason for them to actually be giving away free resources, and especially when we're talking about battle spell timers, I think Bounty Esports are really on top of it right now. They've really punished people who have used their battle spells early on, whether it be in lane or even in team fights. They're hyper aware of it right now, and they're looking as good as they've been, the best actually they've been in the season.
Finally can live up to that tricode a bit. BEST for a reason. Wow, can you imagine getting your first game win against Niners? This is not indicative of whether Bounty can win the series, but it is a good start.
Yeah, I think that this is really making it difficult, right, for Niners to actually get a good response. I do feel like Bounty are being hyper aggressive, of course, and yes, there are punishable moments, but Aziz, he's been keeping it together.
Yeah, and he's a big problem for Niners right now. Your Nether Realm is ineffective, and this Thunderbelt build, the disrespectful Fredrin, is paying off. Wouldn't be surprised if he has a brute force breastplate for the extra damage, and even stole the orange buff. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Kick him while they're down. A 3-level lead coming in from Yuna. Man, how else can they actually get on this fight? I mean, the only way I see Niners actually turning it around is if Bounty over-aggress and really start disrespecting their boundaries, maybe underneath a turret, for an example, off of the next incoming Lord push, and then we might see Zobs be able to turn things around when he drops down that Zaman Force, right? Bounty Esports, they very much have to push and pull against the Niners. They can't just keep moving forward like Thomas the Tank Engine.
You're looking at a 9K goal lead. It's gonna be in the 5 digits once this Lord goes down. I wonder what the communication is in the Niners camp, right? There has to be some sort of a contingency. This passive play could be a hint of what they are communicating within the team, but it's not going to stand for long. This second Lord is about to crack that base open.
I mean, I'm not too surprised, right? Niners always have a slow game number 1. I think they're only going to do better in the upcoming games, but so far, it's recovery mode for them, right? How do they make sure that they don't go bankrupt against Bounty?
How do we make sure they have enough damage to outlast Bounty in a fight?
Yeah.
I mean, your Barrage is not able to even survive despite having a Netherrealm and a Hot Guard.
Yeah, I mean, considering that their composition was all about tempo in the first place. Wait, oh boy. He's walled off. No opportunity. Yanlong doesn't want to go in just yet.
So wait for the Lord to arrive. Then you can pull the trigger.
Good choice. Good call coming in from Havas. Got to make sure to keep the team in check here. Even though you have a 10K goal lead, it can easily dissipate with a single bad team fight.
Now Aziz starting to really push them back with the Gloom, and this Barrage, I don't think he can even get the spit out. Well, suppose he can with the help of the Netherrealm and the Hard Guard, but still, Panda, he does what he wanted. Havas, he's soloing Zavs on the top side. Doesn't take care of Zavs, but Niners base in danger. Zavs has to return, but a bit too late. Bounty Esports with an opener that will shock and ripple through the Niners. It's game 1 for BEST.
GG, well played to Bounty Esports. Good game coming out from their side. Snowballing their leads, winning lanes. That's what you want to see coming in. No coach, no problem. This guy gets it.
If you look at the audience, obviously Niners, they have a bigger crowd, but sometimes it's, you know what they say, the faithful gets rewarded. We've seen that with Secret. The fans waited 2 seasons to even hold a card on cam. Bounty, they only gotta wait, what, 3 series?
3 series is all it takes. Man, I would say, whew, that game a little rough coming in from the Niners. I definitely think they're going to have to rethink their draft, especially for the Angela first pick. The early game, Angela is supposed to smother their opponents, really skew the lanes into their favor to not let the dominant laners really take advantage solo. And that's what I mean, right? When we are expecting to see that mid lane duo coming in from Barbosa as well. Previously, it used to be Warlord, and it makes sense, right? Warlord as well as Barbosa both being in-game leaders kind of have their own ideas. But with Moonji this time, I feel like he's sticking way too close. They need to be able to kind of dissipate, spread out that damage, and maybe not give first blood over to Havas in lane.
Yeah, not lose both your side lanes, right? That's step number 1. Let's head back to Bounty Esports camp. Of course, MVP for this game, Panda. This man finally getting a spotlight. I mean, he has had his moments, but this game, absolutely flawless on that Roger.
Yep, really good job. Winning out the lane comes in huge in these fights and collecting heads on a pike here. Panda, 10-0-3. Perfect KDA.
Uncontested from the get-go. We saw him at level 2, forcing Zavs to call Barbosa to the lane just to top him up. And then once that happens, her boss gets a solo kill. It's just like, wow, how does this happen? And the manipulation of the side waves, perfect for Bounty. They completely understood the assignment. They understood what is going to tip the skills in their favor, and they got it done even before the first hurdle.
I mean, on a micro level, it really just comes down. Micro equates to macro at the end of the day. They created an advantage in their lane saying, hey, I brought you below 50%. You got to be careful. And on the macro sense, it allows people like Kavas to say, hey, now I can take a trade actively against my opponents without being too worried about getting rotated on. And I think so far, so good for the side of Bounty, but let's see if they can keep things up. Niners only looking to warm up here. Worst yet, we look at Zavs, right? Goes for the defensive. I need to get a Thunderbelt right now. He was probably watching the AP Bread versus Echo matchup yesterday, and it was like, maybe this is the way. This one item is going to change it all. It kind of did, but it really doesn't help your overall damage. It's good in lane, and it's good at chasing people, but you're still going to need your traditional Starlium scythe. You're still going to need eventually a Holy Crystal at some point of time to really get you to a point where you actually have relevant damage in a teamfight setting.
Yeah, I saw the game and I was like, well, it is a good idea, but conditional, right? If your team has enough damage, for example, your XP laner could maybe a Lapu, a Benedetta, your mid laner is not a Theramis, then sure, right? You have other sources of damage, but in this case, just not the right time to do it, and not when you look at the side lanes of the side of BEST. And a Panda, man has Master Assassin. You lose that lane once, it's over.
Yep. The extra health is always going to be good, but with Master Assassin, and especially with a single kill, first, I mean, Windtalker first item, right? He's looking for that on-hit effect. He's looking to bring you down to 50% as quick as possible. And if you try to shove the wave, he can match you pretty well and at less of a cost once the Windtalker comes out.
Yeah, and every 5% missing health, he does a bit more damage in that werewolf form. So 20% is no longer the threshold, right? 30% is the new threshold. Even look at the damage dealt is just Panda and Aziz. That mid lane triple kill really broke Niners' momentum. I was saying I don't think Niners should continue fighting, just settle for what you have, but Niners perhaps feeling like they have a chance, completely neglected the Lilia Gloom damage.
It's such a fine balance, right? I mean, Niners could have honestly turned that around. I could see the angle of which it was happening, but when you look at that total damage, right, even Zavs, he's coming out big time. 72,000, 31,000 ahead of Panda, because Panda is the executioner. He's not the guy who's going to start peeling you away. Aziz usually is that person. And even, I mean, if we're looking at total damage taken as well, right? Yan Lord, 100,000 overall. Sorry, right? My dyslexia is kicking in big time here. But Yanlord is setting things up very nicely for Aziz to actually start peeling them away. And I think that no matter how aggressive the play comes in from the side of Bounty, they can always rely on Aziz to kind of bail them out of the situation.
Yeah. And usually when you have kind of a double utility lineup, you want to be juggling your cooldowns, but Niners forced into the position where they're using both the Hard Guard and the Nether Realm at the same time, and once those spells expire, I really do not think they have enough fuel to continue fighting against Bounty. Look at the turret damage. This one, it's very straightforward. Panda does whatever he wants this game.
Does whatever he wants indeed. And I mean, obviously there was a bit of a struggle coming in from Yethrian as well, and as well as Havas' side. A bit of a back and forth, a little bit more even, but I think, you know, Havas at the end of the day, with that big damage and especially full damage build, right? Going in for the Hunter Strike into, sorry, I was going to say Necklace of Durance, but
Sea Halberd.
Sea Halberd, right. Into the Sea Halberd. It definitely makes sense. He's looking for those big one-shots, and if Barbosa is caught with his pants down, he's basically gone.
Yeah. Even with the help of Barbosa, Yetri still barely wins fights, right? And he had to use Vengeance. That's a lot more resources compared to what Havas have to expand. You just gotta wait 4 or 5 seconds for that whole cycle, the combo cycle, to come back up again. Even in terms of healing, it's quite shocking that Yuna has recovered more health than Barbosa did.
Yeah. I mean, I can't really say much about this overall. I think at the end of the day, they got to start talking about game number 2, right? And I think, you know, the Niners, this is where they usually start to warm up. We see the better version of them during their game 2s most of the time. And hopefully it's still going to be according to the plan.
I think in terms of draft, they definitely have to make some changes. I think Moonji's role, sure, he usually plays a more utility role. At least that's what we have seen so far throughout the regular season. But I also feel like he might have to take on a slightly different role, right? If you lack damage, that's where it has to come from. You look at the key players, the rich guy, obviously Panda, the one who does the most damage and has the most assists is the Lilia from Bounty.
The carrying as well as best wingman. Oof, big numbers here in terms of damage dealt to heroes. 65,000 overall. I mean, Malvisdor, there's not much I can say, right? 142,000, the story of his life. I press alt, I am definitely going to die. I cannot get out of these situations. And it forces my team to actually expand resources to keep me alive to make this happen.
And even then, it's not enough, right? They just blow through all your shields. And it reached a point where Malvis can't even walk up. You overextend by 1 inch, that's it. Once the Lilia tags you with the Gloom, you're out of the fight.
I definitely think there needs to be consideration of using the Daytona's Welcome as an escape tool, more importantly, rather than always looking to find that target, right? And I think even Yanlord understood that as soon as he does try to do something, I might as well throw the wall a lot further back to make sure that he has no means of escape, or at the very least get in front of his face to make sure, hey, I'm going to purposely drop down my CC immunity and take it. I'm going to get eaten by the Daytona's Welcome if I have to.
I noticed, well, I found out an interesting mechanic yesterday, right? So if the Akai uses the heavy spin and is in heavy spin, you actually cannot gobble him up.
Nope. Yep, we can't gobble him up at all. And I mean,
mechanics, they're very strange.
They are strange and sometimes can be a little inconsistent. But at the same time, I think that in these types of situations, right, and especially in the case of Bounty, it's now not only about, yes, we have a game plan of we can actually outplay them in the lanes. It's going to be responding to the Niners, because now the Niners know, okay, you're going to be playing for your lanes, you're looking for these counter picks time and time again. That means they have to put their more resources onto one side of the map, whether that be gold or whether that be EXP.
I think traditionally it has been skewed more towards the XP side, right? And I know, Zafs, he is self-sufficient. You don't have to really help too much. You can say the same for Yetri, but Yetri benefits more from this assistance just because of the role he has, right, as an XP laner. And I would say, actually, certain teams, I've been noticing a lot of teams running into the same problem as Niners, whether it's the Malaysian region or other regions, Tier 1 or Tier 2, where you have a draft that is so focused on wanting to play a fast tempo game, and when that does not happen, you run out of gas very quickly. You don't have the damage to continue, and the game goes downhill from there. Something that I think Niners should consider or can consider for game 2.
Yeah, I think, again, they need to go on a traditional marksman and diversify their damage too, right?
Yes.
Because again, they were going on, Farmis on top of the Harith, well, it doesn't really look like I have to build that much armor to begin with, and even then, the most I'm gonna go is like a dominance ice. I don't even need an anti-cuirass. I don't need to go go above and beyond and go for an early immortality. Instead, radiant armor, Athena shield, call it a day.
Yeah, I mean, that's why Thunderbell was the first item for Yuna, right?
Yeah.
But of course, we also talked to Mali from the side of Niners, the bubble of joy from the team. Let's hear it.
Hari ni game dalam 38-39 minit. So, dia bukan nak dikatakan game yang paling lama lah. Season lepas 47 minit. Minggu depan kita orang nak try 1 jam kot. I predict versus Bounty, I think 2-0. Easy game. Dekat Bounty mungkin kita orang akan main siapa kill paling banyak. And maybe boleh capai sampai 100. Kita tak tahu kan.
Didn't really age well, did it? That's the dialogue of someone who does not have to play.
Yes.
1 hour? You're out of your mind, man.
I mean, not all. Look, he is a bundle of joy. He is a cheery guy. He is entertainment value at this. He is very much playing in for the memes, as they say. God, that hour game.
And our game would not only break the record for MPL MY, but the record overall throughout the entire ecosystem of competitive Mobile Legends. I think the longest we had was like 53, 55 minutes.
It got pretty close to an hour.
I can't imagine getting how many lores were slain.
Too many. A matter of fact, I wouldn't enjoy that at all. At the very least, we know that the majority of those statements are not true, including 2-0 against Bounty, and Bounty has already taken the first one. Gotta be careful on this one.
I mean, 100 total kills. That ain't true either.
I hope not. Dear God, I hope not.
They only got 5 kills in the first game, right? That's 95 more, Mali.
95 more.
Hit-to-hit between Panda and Zavs. You can see the average. Actually, it favors Zavs a bit more in terms of GPM and KDA. Panda, he participates more in these team fights, but statistically, Zavs is the more favored laner, at least in this matchup against Panda.
I think a majority of it is just a lot of these stats, again, majority is going to lean in towards Zavs' side because of the number of games they've played already. A majority going to all 3 games in their best of 3. Panda, on the other hand, when it's going well, as you saw in that previous game, it goes really, really well. But overall, considering that Bounty hasn't been able to get too many wins, his stats do kind of reflect that he is starting to become at least to his previous form where he was a lot more stable.
And I think for for the Niners, JP9 is actually the MALT, but for the Niners, it's also a bit tough to put in this position because last season, sure, they didn't make it too far in the playoffs, but you could say that for them, it was kind of a new high, right? And then they make some adjustments. This was supposed to be the upgrade. Antagonist shows up in Niners and everyone was losing their marbles because they're like, man, this guy, the genius mastermind behind Homeboys, now moves to Niners. Moonji joins the roster. It should be something that surprises everyone. So far, it has been a surprise, but not in the way that a lot of people would have wanted.
Well, I think people need to trust the process, right? And I think even the Niners understand that this is going to be a big adjustment period for their side, with the majority of that roster being shaken up, even, right? Now let's get into the picks and bans here and see what the adjustments are going to be, because the Niners have opted to actually go on towards the red side. Second pick against Bounty on the blue side, already banning Masha and as well as Angela.
The craziest thing was that we talked about blue side having a lot more innate advantage, and yet Bounty won in a dominant fashion on red side. And now they get to control the tempo. We take your Angela out, we take out your Masha. Now the onus is on you. Do you go for the Holy Trinity ban, right? Matilda, Joy, and Nolan. We've already seen 2 of them.
Yep. And I think if Bounty want to repeat, try to repeat. I think they're not going to go for that last pick, Roger. I think they might even consider first picking it, right? Again, get your lane dominant heroes early on, kind of set the tone towards the Niners. What are you going to counter pick? I've already kind of thrown my cards on the table, and I'm going to force you to kind of design your comp around me.
I also would not be surprised if they open up with a safer option like a Fredrin, right? You're still taking something away from the Niners, and let's say Niners, they pick that Roger, right? And Bounty will be like, sure, now you have the Roger, don't worry, right? We still can play the side lanes. And Niners even opens up the Joy
I mean, Bounty are the ones who banned it out this time around, actually, on their side. Kind of interesting. All right, so they go for the safe option here. They're going to, you know, probe a little bit more. Yuna has done a good job on Fredrin so far, so not going to change the plan up just yet. Let's see how the Niners actually respond. Are they going to fight fire with fire, look for lane-dominant heroes, or are they going to focus on their combinations? The Tan gets locked in. Zaps has been playing it all week.
He has been getting more and more popular. I think the first time we saw it was against Niners. Was picked by Sasa at the time in the series last week. This still could be a Roger angle for Bounty if they want to. You know, the Master Assassin always works well, but the Barrage gets picked up. When you ban the export out that early on, it can only mean one thing: tank junglers.
Tank jungler. Who's gonna hit that true damage? Hits the peel as well. We see the Grok, and we also see the Lilia for the side of Bounty. Havas, thumbs up, my guy.
Still the same picks on game one. If it ain't broken, don't change it.
Yep. Love having a seal of approval. Benedetta coming up from the Niners. I like this a lot.
At least your damage is not only diversified, but you actually have enough damage, right? And now you ban out the Paquito. Start targeting Havas.
Yep, make it difficult. Make it difficult for Havas on this side. Now, surprisingly enough, Arlott was not picked up by either one of these teams, considered to be, well, a dangerous pick to leave out in the open in some of the other regions. But now we're seeing that, oh, hold on.
Tina ban.
Valentina ban. But then what are they setting up for here? Is there like an ultimate that we don't know?
Arlott?
Yeah.
XP?
I see lots it could be. We see the Roger get banned out from the side of the Niners. Good response. There are different options here. Voss having a bit of a thought from his team, from him as well as his teammates discussing their final ban here. 38 more seconds. What is a deadly ultimate they want to not give over to the Niners? They've already got the Lilia in here.
I mean, there could be wild charge, you know. I'm offended. I don't know if you want to run Ruby XP.
I suppose.
But Arlott, supposedly Arlott is the one I can think of right now. They banned Novaria again, just targeting Munji, and here comes the Minotaur.
I like this. I like this. It's trying to be a deterrent here. Oh, Bounty. They got to finish off their draft. Man.
Hugo? I was thinking of Harif, but then you need physical damage, right? So I feel like Harif is off the table.
Yeah, and if you go for carry, it can get a little bit hairy very quickly here. You can get flickered on by the Minotaur. Yes, you're able to kind of shred through these big tanks in the first place, but that doesn't disinclude the problem of Benedetta being able to like jump in towards that backside. So I think it's probably a lane-dominant hero for the side of Havas. What else is still available?
Okay, we do see the CC and the Harif, so they still go for the Harif. Well, I would say one thing, they do have a slightly more damage compared to, you know, the same rendition of what Niners brought in game one, but majority of it is still magical.
It kind of feels like they flipped, like both sides kind of flipped their compositions to each other, right?
Yeah.
You know, copy and paste the homework, but change it up a little bit coming in from Bounty. But Niners, on the other hand, their adjustments make a lot more sense in comparison to Bounty. Not enough diversification in terms of overall damage, but I think their team fighting from the side of Bounty is going to be a lot stronger for now, unless this last pick changes my mind, and that's what I'm hoping to see here.
Vexana, Nana, I think these two are very juicy picks.
Yeah.
Good utility, good burst, great wave clear. You can match up with the Lilia as well, and you're always threatening the Harif. I believe this is going to be a Nana pick. Yep, for Munji. Has played it before, so doing it again. Especially into heroes like a Fredrin. Oh, such an annoying hero to go up against.
Yeah, and it guarantees an escape mechanic, right? I think that's going to be an important factor here, especially considering that on this CC, being too close together might actually be a little bit more punishing. Well, it's interesting to see because now it feels like the Niners have a lot more different win conditions and different outs rather than having a very straightforward composition. But at the end of the day, whether it be team fighting or split pushing, Niners hold the tools against Bounty, who generally want to find lane advantages, and more importantly so, actually getting into these team fights, it's all about priority, it's all about tempo. If they lose the tempo, you'll see them having to respond to Niners constantly.
The teams going up against each other are the same, but the roles have been swapped for game number 2. Let's head into the land of Dawn. Bounty Esports this time on blue side and Niners on red. We gotta see if Niners can push us to a game 3. That's what all the fans would want.
Let's jump right into it here. Game at number 2. might be an even 1-1 by the end of it, or it could be a clean 2-0 as Bounty might find their very first win in the league. They're going to be starting on the same side of the map. The question is it going to lead towards the gold or the EXP side? As we get into this, EXP is going to be on the top side of the map, and yep, looks like they're going to be making their way to try and affect this EXP. Havas taking a good trade, as expected from CC, against the Benedetta at level 1.
But your wave clear is it's going to suffer slightly a bit, so you let the turret do the job. While for the side of Niners, Yeatri, first one to move. Early on against CC, bit of an issue, but I think for Yeatri, just have to kind of weather the storm, right? Just wait it out a little bit. Once that game goes into the 5th, 6th minute mark, you will find yourself a lot more comfortable dealing with the CC.
I mean, he could try and outplay it, of course, but at the same time, CC has just natural sustain, which makes it difficult to consistently trade against her. Well, speaking of which, Lord.
Here comes Yeatri going for the chase. This should be first blood. Moonji. Oh, can body block in. The Molina polymorph is going to be there. And the boomerang to get first blood for Niners.
Nicely done, nicely done. At least this time the supports aren't taking the kills in their mid laner, especially Moonji should be able to hit level 4 first. Man, Aziz, he got chunked out pretty hard, right? But he is going to be slightly behind in EXP in comparison to Moonji at this point of time. And now, the first turtle coming back up in about 16 seconds. The gold laners taking it slow.
And I like what Malvis is doing. He zoned out Aziz, so Aziz is not going to hit 4. It will be Havas first. They gotta wait for that wave, and Yeatri more than ready to receive that alongside Moonji. And with that first blood, Moonji is hitting for very, very soon.
Turtle is up. Look at this fight on the top side.
Alright, Havas getting the ultimate Moonji as well. It did get resetted, this turtle. Havas instantly just popped the ultimate to push Malvis as far away as possible, but it didn't really do much. Malvis still very, very healthy.
They gotta drag this out. They gotta reset this turtle. Oh.
Okay, Electro final blow onto Yuna to force him away with the Petrify. Yuna didn't even get a chance to respond. They go for him out and still gets the turtle! How is this a thing, Bounty? Walking away with Grand Theft Auto, and they get out with a kill onto Barbosa.
Grand Theft Turtle achieved. I can't believe it. Why did he spit him in that direction of all places? Maybe he whiffed the wall? Maybe he was maybe the turtle was standing in the way, so he couldn't really have like a clear line of sight. But even so, the mid lane wall towards the mid lane wall itself should have been the closest target here. Rather surprising he got away with it. In the meantime, though, doesn't mean that Bounty that Niners lose too much off of this. Give the turtle, all right, not the biggest deal in the world, but when we look at the emblems and as well as the talents, right, it's all about maintaining pressure and rotations. We can see the Wilderness Blessing on both Moon as well as Barbosa to get across the map as quickly as possible. Down by the gold lane, we're seeing two bargain hunters being brought just to get a bit of a discount to scale faster.
Yeah, both on the gold lane as Harith and Natan. I mean, just now when we got a peek off that gold lane, clearly Panda was winning out against Dals, but thankfully didn't have to use any important resources. Niners amping up the pressure a little bit, bringing it to the bottom quadrant of the map. You see Yuna and Yanlo are ready to receive this.
Oh, they gotta take their time here. I think regardless, Bounty are taking a few exploits against the Niners, right? And I think most importantly, with the Harith into the Natan matchup, just the passive from Harith itself is going to make it real difficult for Zavs, right? Even towards the later stages of the game, right?
Wow, even using the entropy preemptively.
He can bait this out. It's totally fine. And once it times out, he drops the Zaman Force. Wait, no, go back to the bottom side and find. Is he going to find that first kill? Yes.
Just catching the timing so correctly. Panda, super aware. You can see the pop-off on the bottom left. The player cam. Panda knows that this lane is donezo. He has just won it.
Nicely done. And now this turn. Oh,
bigger wild charge. Actually dodged by the IO knife from Yeatri, but now he's got to use the Electro Final Blow. Yanlo just eating up all the damage, and Havas hops to the back onto Malvis, and again the turtle goes over to Yuna, and this time Havas, he's going to eat up everything from Niners, even the Molina Blitz, and walks out alive. And Yuna, he's like, my brother, I'm going to take over. Doesn't get the energy eruption onto Barbosa, and Niners walk out. Again, no turtle for them.
I definitely think Bounty could have actually pushed the advantage even more, right? Because again, keep in mind that we do see that Malvis, he is walking away. No ult, no retribution as well. Oh.
Gotta get out.
How did he lose the turn after all of that? How did he lose the turret? He was winning out the lane. He found that first initial solo kill, and then still loses his first turret despite being a level up. Kind of interesting.
Azavs is gonna have. Thankfully, he broke that bot tier 1, right? You can free up that lane a little bit. Get yourself some space. Make rotations to threaten Panda a lot easier. See the retribution onto Aziz. Gonna spit him out. Nope. Purify. Aziz doesn't have the ult. Gonna end up going down to Malvis, but now he's gonna be blocked off. Her boss on top of him with the yo-yo. But it's 4 of Niners against 2 of Bounty. Her boss doesn't care though. Here comes Panda to join the fight again. The Synchro Fission pick up the kill onto Malvis, and he's gonna pull out the Zaman Force. This time Barbosa, he's gonna be the next target. Flickers over the wall, but Havas chases him down. Plays the yo-yo in his face. It's a circus for Bounty Esports, and they are the performers. Zavs having to escape with the entropy, and Yetri desperately trying to clear out the wave. Not able to do so, but still, they lose the turret.
All right. Now Bounty, they're really starting to warm up here. They're heating up against the Niners. They know they have to lead, and they also smell blood in the waters. No real advantages for the side of the Niners other than that bottom side tier 1. But at the same time, if you look, the lane swaps have already started. And now Ye3 having to deal with Panda by himself.
Ye3 able to dodge the wild charge with the eye for an eye. But he's surrounded by members of Bounty. Electro Final Blow clears the wave. Has to buy space. Not the easiest target to chase down, and Yanlord traded back. That's what you want as Niners. Bait out these resources. Ye3 is still alive and kicking Aziz. Does have the black shoes, decides to not use it, but Ye3 has spot so much space. Her boss on the other hand, well, they can give up the turtle, but her boss about to get the bot tier 2.
Yep, they got pushed all the way back. I mean, I think it's totally fine for the side of Bounty. Give up a turtle, not the biggest deal in the world, but now you can see that the Niners really starting to scale up quick, right? Zavs as well, finding another turret on his side. Havas, he should be able to get the... Oh, no, actually, he's not going to be able to crack open this tier 2. Not enough damage just yet.
Yeah, Ye3 arrived. Benedetta things. Protects the bot tier 2. Has to recall, but did reset the minion wave. So Havas not getting that turret anytime soon.
Well, in terms of the gold distribution, we're seeing that the majority of it falls into the hands of the Harith here. I don't know if Yanlord wants to keep walking up like this, but Boss being a pain in the side.
They blocked Munji off, and Munji, had to use the flicker. Now Panda continuing to just threaten this top side of the map. Niners had to invest the entire team, whereas Havas and Ye3, they will be duking out in their own battle in the mid lane.
Yeah, I would have imagined that the Niners would have been able to abuse the fact that they've got some decent split pushing capabilities, but it feels like the tempo is on side with Bounty Esports, right? They're still playing to their win condition. They can give up what they want, but they have to predetermine where they can catch off the Niners in these fights.
I'd say Havas is constantly winning the trades against Ye3. That is good reason for Ye3 to not being able to function as that split pusher. Havas is gatekeeping him. DC really showing that value in these 1v1s. Of course, the weakness is that you are just really poor at pushing lanes.
It takes so long to crack that open. Ye3, he's got to at least make it down to that bottom side, but they will lose the tier 2 in time, just slowly chipping away and constantly applying pressure on 2 different sides of the map.
Was literally the brick wall, and Ye3 doesn't even want to go for the trade. Now the Ottoman has expired from the CC, and still Havas didn't even break a sweat in that 1v1.
Can't really do too much here because keep in mind that Ye3 is going for a full damage build, and Havas on the other hand, he's already completed his 2 items. He's got the War Axe and he has a Brute Force Breastplate, so he can kite for days and sustain for pretty much forever against Ye3.
Get rid of Havas, doesn't seem possible. Pull him back, gobble him up, instant purify. Havas continuing to be a menace. Electrify, but Petrify actually misses from Ye3, and now he has to completely fall back. Havas is just milking the resources of Niners. Now that Grog going to Wild Charge on a 2. Here comes Panda with the damage unleashed in this battlefield. Malvis instantly drops, and sure you get a knockup from Barbosa, but is it enough though? Ye3 says, yes, I find Panda. And Hazabs also walks away with 1 of his own, but Bounty still comes out on top.
2 for 3 trade in favor of Bounty. They should be able to secure this lore without any issues whatsoever. Unit did not use his retribution in that fight, being mindful of the time. Right now, if we're talking about Aziz specifically, it looks like he's going to have a repeat performance of game number 1. He is just making sure that it's so difficult for the Niners to actually gain any ground against Bounty.
Definitely a closer match compared to game 1. At this point of time, last game, Bounty have a 9,000 goal advantage. Now it's just a measly 2,000, right? Primarily from that team fight into a Lord. And we'll see if Niners can hold this back. Should be able to defend that inhibitor. But these team fights, they are getting a bit dicey. Her boss is taking a lot out of the wins of Niners still.
Yep. And looking at the items, nothing. Ooh, Oracle already finished as well.
Yeah, 3. I mean, you don't survive this. There's no chance. Barbosa, ultimate, just forced out so early on, and Yellow finds a wild charge at the back. This is the time to pounce. Munji second to fall, and Bounty just getting all the opportunities. Where's the Daytona Vice gonna go? Completely negated by the force of nature, the power of nature that is Yanlord.
It's difficult. It's difficult because now Bounty Esports win tempo is on their side. They can force plays on towards the Niners consistently. And Yanlord, now his trigger happy fingers, his eye for opportunity, really, now he looks activated. He looks like he is part of this team.
Niners, they did take care of the Lord, so these inhibitor turrets, they will still stand. Year 3 will just clear out the wave. That gold lead went up by another 2,000. Bounty now sitting at a 4.2k advantage.
But keep in mind, this is 11 minutes into the game. It's 36k to 32k. Niners are 10k away from actually making this a very close game against Bounty's side. People like Zops, for an example, are ramping up quicker than Bounty would like. They need to end it as soon as possible before he gets to that point, right? Keep in mind that all of their damage from the side of Bounty Esports, the big heavy hitters, all require to use magic specifically. And at least for the Niners side, Ye3 will get to a point where he has enough damage to force out ultimates or force out resources out of people like Aziz, for an example. Unless he's really out of position, then, well, there's nothing much you can do.
Oh, speaking of out of position, Yanlord this time, they're gonna gobble him up. Mini barrage, just enough. They even invest the Minoan's Fury, but no, better be safe than sorry this time.
Yep. They find this one kill, and now from 5k, down to 3.9, down back to 4. And I think Yanlord, it's good that he didn't use any of his resources, right? He didn't bother wild charging, he didn't bother, especially did not bother flickering. If he had flickered there, that would have been a mistake.
It is some info for Bounty. You know, it's a death that they're willing to give away. And they're still taking out a lot of space on the map. Havas is keeping Ye3 in check. This guy,
he can't move.
So rough.
Actually can't play the game right now. Ye3, every time he wants to come up for farm, he gets chunked out instantaneously. Havas doesn't hesitate to just drop the ult and start chunking you out.
Yeah. Now second Lord up. Yeah, Lord back in time. Niners have the full team right now. We saw Bounty turn against them before the Lord in the previous fight, but it seems like this time Bounty is just going to full commit because Malbase, he's not even going to get a chance to get close to the Lord page. You get the gobble up, but only onto, I believe, Yanlord. Yanlord does end up dropping alongside Panda, but Bounty, they will walk away with the Lord.
2 for 1. Lord in the hands of Bounty's side. I mean, 10 more seconds still. Oh, wait, hold on.
Okay, Flicker, Minoan Fury, that's enough to get rid of a boss. Zav's damage showing up, Petrify. Ye3 looking for Aziz, and that's Aziz down 4 in a row. And Ye3 not able to get out of that. The motivational roar not enough, but Bounty held together by Yuna.
Nicely done. Honestly, Niners are in position now. Zavs, he's got the items. He's dealing some real damage here, and it helps that Munji has Molina to make it really difficult for Harith to actually approach these fights, or more so, dash around consistently in his own Zaman Force. And now the Niners have brought the goal lead back down to only 1.5 at this stage. Niners are in full position to actually start taking the gold lead for themselves.
Finally back at an even stage of the game, and the shot calling is going to shift a little bit for Bounty. Wondering what Havas is telling the team right now. They are so used to putting on the pressure, and suddenly they're not able to achieve the same result. But Munji takes that wild charge, that's a passive gone, and a Minoan's Fury. A lot of resources expended. And Zavs gotta use the entropy to just force Havas away.
Okay, they're getting aggressive here. I don't know if this is worthwhile, though.
Actually did get his recall cancelled. He has to walk all the way back to the base. I would say the side lanes are actually in favor of Bounty. At least the top and mid lane are.
Yeah, we do see the Blood Wings being purchased by Zavs. He is a dangerous man when he drops down that entropy. And if his team gets him enough space and Bounty unable to back away from that fight, they're pretty much going to lose that, right? Especially if they're in a choke point, right? I think that right now, that at least for the Niners, they need to start utilizing Benedetta. They need to be able to set up these pushes on the opposite side of the map, establish some foothold, establish a foothold on that top side of the map before they start even considering making their way down bot.
Especially when you're up against a CCS, your matchup opponent, right? It shouldn't be that hard. Well, they did get the Athena out from her Voss, but no follow-up. Niners giving away their position a little bit. Look at Yanlord. Here's the conceal. He sees Zav. What is going to be the call? Munji instantly takes a watch out to the face, and even Barbosa gets hit. Munji flickers to safety. Barbosa now joins the fight with the Minoan Fury, but they already lost Malvis. Zav is going to put out the numbers. Yeatri to the back, looking for Panda. Takes him out. The assassination from Yeatri paying off dividends. But her Voss replies with 2 of his own, and Bounty and Niners, they trade even.
Man, I'm surprised that the Niners didn't continue walking up forward. It kind of felt like they were ready to sacrifice Yeatri before he was done, or maybe didn't even expect him to actually find that initial kill to even out the trades 2-2. With 8 seconds left, though, Turtle gonna be spawning, and I think the Niners are making the smart decision here. Let them have first position on it. We're gonna start a push on the top side of the map, and even, better yet, building up on those 2 waves. Havas has to respond to this.
Brock and Lillian, not enough. But not enough to take the Lord, of course. Zavs is just going to commit the entropy. What you going to do about it, Yan Lord? Nothing much.
Good footsies coming in from the side of Zavs, making sure that he's dodging the gloom consistently. Aziz, on the other hand, I think he should only be on 1 charge for the Shadow Balls right now, because he did whiff a couple. He's got the cooldowns to get it back up, but now the Lord dance begins.
Barbosa, he's just gonna eat this up as much as he needs.
Oh, they're rushing.
He even used the Electro Final Blow to try and force Yuna away, but Yuna still within range. He's gonna get it, not this time, Zav. With the secure on the Lord, Panda from the back, Zav takes the entropy and now puts himself far away from Panda, but the damage is still there. Present for Bounty, 2 on the list. Munji loses the passive, gets blocked by the wall, and the slam from Yuna to assassinate and execute Zav. 3 dead for Niners, about to be 4 as Malvis in no man's land as this, leaving him out to dry, and Bounty Esports, despite not getting a Lord, are about to take the series at their best ever performance in the regular season, and is only Yeatri in their way.
He's got to buy a little bit more time. He used the Electro Final Blow on a singular Siege minion. They don't have a wave to work with just yet, but it's about to start moving in. Barbosa should be able to make it back in that time. Munji slightly later. Yeatri, he's got to make something happen here.
And the Lord is doing the work in the top lane, but it might not be enough. Panda sights on the Crystal. It is Bounty to claim 1 for their own. 2-0 over Niners.
Well played, coming in from Bounty Esports, taking it 2-0 against the Niners. A huge turnaround for Bounty.
The upset of the regular season, first of its kind. A team that had a shift in that mid lane, does not have a coaching staff. All the burdens laid on her boss. His first debut in a region outside of MPL Philippines, MDL Philippines. And yet here it is, leading the team to victory. The calls, the tempo, everything falling into place. Niners left to wonder what just happened.
Yep. They're probably thinking, man, really no coach, no problem. Difficult to handle. And now Bounty walking over to give their respects here. Man, what a turnaround here. When you thought it was about to crumble, Yan Lord finds the play, and Yuna is able to peel perfectly for the team. Really nicely done all around. It feels like they've come together. With that being said, though, I am curious because this time we are going to our host, Rose, to have an interview, our very first interview with Bounty.
Kemenangan pertama untuk Bounty Esports. 2 pebalas kosong, 3 mata penuh. Hello guys, congratulations on ending your lose streak. So, are you guys okay? Everyone's okay? Everyone's good? Okay, let's start with Aziz dulu. Sebab Aziz, this is your first game playing, kan? Tak silap?
Second.
Oh, second game. Okay, Aziz, sebagai seorang Sarawakian in a Sarawak-based team, and now that you're playing and lose streak has been ended, how are you feeling? And do you feel proud as a Sarawakian up on the MPL stage?
I don't know, bro. I feel proud and sad also.
Why are you sad?
Because we lose 1 week.
losing is a part of the game. Betul tak, guys? Kalah tu biasa. Like later on, you guys can bounce back, and you guys played a very, very good game this series. Okay, how about can we pass it to Panda?
Panda.
Yeah, Panda. Okay, Panda, you good?
Yeah, good.
Alright, orang kata no coach, no problem. So, sebenarnya siapa yang tengah draft untuk pasukan Bounty sekarang ni?
Kalau draft, kita orang draft sama-sama. Macam kalau rasa hero ni bagus, kita plan lah sama-sama.
I see. So, so technically tak ada yang paling leader lah. Semua orang kerjasama macam tu.
Betul.
Betul. I see. Okay. So, untuk pendapat Panda kan, first game you guys pick Roger, betul tak? So, adakah you rasa hero ni sesuai dengan Panda dan juga playstyle Bounty?
Hero tu sesuai untuk saya sebab hero tu boleh main seorang.
You suka main seorang, tak suka main dengan team?
Hero tu landing dia kuat.
I see. Okay, so sekarang dengar cerita MVP dah ready. So, mari kita tengok MVP. In 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk pasukan ni adalah Panda. Okay, gameplay dia memang sangat baik hari ni. Memang sangat bagus. Dia main Roger dan juga Harith. Okay, nak tanya. Sekarang technically transfer window dah buka. Adakah you guys ada plan nak ambil player baru ataupun coaching staff baru untuk start minggu ketiga?
Sebenarnya kita orang ada coach online.
Oh, ada coach online?
Ada.
Oh, I see. So dia banyak tolong lah, tapi sebab dia tak boleh naik pentas, so you guys take apa like details dengan benda dia bagi, lepas tu you guys just apply it to your team, is it?
Dia akan tolong review je. Draft kita orang draft sendiri.
I see. So week 3 onwards pun dia takkan turun atas pentas. Masih online lagi.
Itu tak sure lagi.
I see. Alright. Okay. Can we please pass it to Yuna? Okay, Yuna. This is your second season in MPL Malaysia, right? Previously, you were with the former team and now you're in Bounty. How is it like? Is it good? Is everything good? How's the comms like?
Overall, it's still processing, but now we get the first win. It's good, feeling good. I hope we get win on our next match also.
All right. Okay. Final words for the Bounty fans before I send you guys off.
Shoutout sa mga tropa ko dyan. Mahal ko kayo lahat.
Cakap. Shoutout kepada semua-semua kawan saya. I sayang korang. Okay? Any words for your fans?
Your mother, your family, go.
Ala, come on guys. Quick one.
Thank you for all to our fans and also for our manager, our staffs. Thank you very much for supporting us, and also to the Sarawak, and also to Yanner's mother that he don't want to shout out.
All right. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You guys may now celebrate your well-deserved win. All right, mantap. Whew. First game of the day. Sangat-sangat sengit. And it's a very one-sided clean sweep by pasukan Bounty Esports. Adakah perlawanan kedua dengan ketiga akan jadi benda sama ataupun it's gonna be super duper different and much more competitive? And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game clean sweep ni. Casters, silakan.
Well, thank you, Rose. Shout out to Yanlor's mom. Woo! Your kid is doing well this game.
Doing wonders.
Shout out to Panda's mom as well. MVP of the match.
Coming up big time, especially with the perfect KDA on that Roger. But then, still on that Harith, we saw a lot more resistance from the Niners to make sure that he doesn't have that space. But at the end of the day, when you have a team that's playing around that hard tempo, they feel activated, and we could see the difference today.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest contributions in terms, instead of just carrying, is also how Panda in both matches shut down Zaps in the early game. Super hard.
I think they've taken a lot of notes here.
Yeah.
A lot of notes from the earlier games, from the Niners. And I think more importantly so, kind of found a strategy that kind of suits their overall personality, right? Lane dominant heroes, and more importantly, they've got a clear strategy that plays around very much their tempo. We set the timings of those fights. We are able to turn things around. And I think now that we have a little bit more of an idea of what Yan Lord is capable of, man, he is quite the playmaker.
He is. This definitely brings back some memories from when they played the qualifiers, right? This was the Yan Lord that completely shattered Team Secret in that finals. And here it is again. You look at his positioning on the map, it's actually absurd. They don't have a wave, and Yellow was like, I am confident, I can take the space, cuts the wave, cuts the lane anyways to go for a full wraparound. And it's these opportunities that's giving Bounty the information that they need to work with. And Niners, despite actively trying to look for openings, could never find them.
Yep, and I think, they had Niners, it's on them because they had all the tools to turn this around. They have disengage mechanics, they have ways to kind of slow down Bounty, and more importantly, they should have been playing towards choke points, right? Places of which it really limits Panda's capabilities of using that Chrono Dash, and when they found that opportunity, it's already too late. Yanlorn fights a 3-man wild charge, and especially on their main target, Zabs, he just did not have the time to get away.
Even for Yetri on this Benedetta, he has to be controlling the sideways, right? Split pushing, just creating pressure points around the map. But Havos keeps this man in check. Yetri does not get to play the Benedetta side lane at all.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a little bit more communication with Yetri and the rest of the team to really activate him. And more importantly, so if he wants to be able to, oh no, you're already at the wave first, start considering proxying waves, right? You need to be able to have people to help you do that. And that's where we didn't see much of, because again, the main strategy is centered around Zabs. And I think that for the Niners, they have to start diversifying here. When we look at the total damage, like Zabs, yes, he is going to be that machine gun mage type marksman man who sits there, drops the entropy, and now you've got a hail of bullets to deal with. And again, it's difficult for Bounty to actually get in on them unless he gets locked down. If he loses that Purify, he is very susceptible to people like Havas, people like Yuna, and as well as Yanlord.
Yeah, I'm going to look at the damage taken statistics though, because I think this gives us a very clear idea of how Bounty has been able to keep Zabs at bay. Sure, he's dealing almost the same amount of damage as Panda, but look at the damage tanked by Bounty. They are just making sure that Zabs, you're putting out the damage, but not on our cores. Panda and Aziz took lesser damage than Zabs, despite Zabs doing the same damage as Panda overall. This is crazy.
It really is crazy. And I think that, man, the one person I feel extremely bad for is Malvizor, because every time he sits on this Barat, he has this space, he sits on top of that space. Niners can't do anything about it. He's just left to die in these types of situations, and I think that Malvizor, he is stubborn. He refuses to use the Daytona's Welcome to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, I feel like, it's such a good spell. We've seen other players use it, right? Sometimes you can use it to make yourself immune to crowd control, right? Get out of sticky situations. And I truly believe that this Fredrin pick from Bounty is basically negation towards Malvis. Because he's been playing Fredrin a lot, and these Fredrins are great. And now you take it away from him, it feels a bit uncomfortable for the Niners.
I think in addition to that point, it's also because of this Grok, right? It's like, oh, even if I do want to escape, if Yanlord just wild charges behind me, immediately there's nothing I can do. I have to eat Yanlord at that point. And even then, he can still negate it with anti-CC with the power of nature. So it's really difficult when you have two of these tanks that are able to kind of get behind you and have multiple ways of actually locking you down, or at least having the CC to do so.
I am noticing a trend though, at least for this series. Notice that Niners, at least in game 1, right, they were getting dominated in the side lanes. They were starting to play not to lose because they realized we don't have enough damage. Second game, things didn't go as poorly, but once it did, Niners fall back to that same exact mindset again. We're just playing to not lose. We're not actively looking for opportunities enough, and when we do, Bounty counters us and it's back to square one. Play safe, and Malvis just hung out to dry.
I see where you're coming from, but I also think that Niners they could be playing a even if you are playing passive, where's the man-to-man defense, right? It feels like they're always having to play in their own world, and they're like, you know what, I don't want to play your game, so therefore we're going to keep to our strategy. We're always going to be playing around Zav's side, but I think there needs to be a correct response to the information being revealed across the map, especially from Year 3 side. It's like, oh, it's not just of us that I have to deal with, who by the way, I wanted to bring this up later, the carry of the game. He is making sure that it's like, okay, you can push waves, but I'll kill you if you try walking up. I'll kill you, man.
Final blow. All right, taste my yo-yo.
Yep.
Double pain.
It's frustrating. It's frustrating to deal with, right? You would have expected Niners to come to a point where they stabilized. They just could not find that footing.
You look at this. Zavs has the highest GPM. This man is eating well, right? And then Malvis is tanking well. But the support system, like what we kind of pointed out prior to the series, it's still lacking a little bit. It seems like sometimes they're on their own island. Moonji had his moment, Zavs had his moment. Everyone on the side of Niners have had highlights. But now we need a compilation of all of them, and we're not finding it.
Let's look at the goal graph here, because this kind of really tells us where Bounty is coming from. They developed a pretty good lead, but it never overextended to a 5,000, right? It was pretty close overall. Even when we look at the total goal, 54, the ending, usually you would expect a sudden surge coming up from one side. No. The longer this game went, especially as we were approaching towards the 17th to 18th minute, we're already seeing that it doesn't extend that far, and it really just came down to one good fight against the Niners to really crack open the crystal.
You can see where the first surge came, right? It was the first Lord at 10 minutes. Where Bounty won the fight, I think they lost like 2-3 members, got the Lord. Didn't crack any inhibitors, no problem. Second Lord, they got it, but they lost the fight. And then you see the dip in the graph. And then the final Lord, Niners got it, but they lost 4 members. And that was off the pretenses where Bounty, Panda joins the fight, and even Zavs, he swapped position with the Entropy, putting him far away from Panda, only to get executed by Yuna.
Yep, there's nothing much that they could really have done there, right? I mean, obviously certain situations they could have played better, but I think the biggest weakness here, if we were to just nitpick it, from the side of Bounty Esports, right? It's just the way that they Lord Dance is exploitable. And I think that's the dangerous part, because in a lot of these fights, you are seeing people walk away with slivers of HP, right? Not much. If something doesn't land or something doesn't hit, or Niners just played a couple of these fights better, it probably would have been a much better time. But just notice their positionings, right? They're fighting right inside the Riverside. They're not looking for these choke points to really make sure that Yanlord has these big wild charges, and then they focus all of their pressure onto that one target rather than having that zoning effect that we were expected to see from Bounty.
I think you also have to give credits to Bounty, right? They make sure that these fights happen where it's beneficial for them. And Aziz, most of the time, he's just ignored this.
He just eats it.
This slam from Yuna, literally the Kingslayer of this game. But Aziz got the same amount of room that he got in game number 1. This man was just zoning everyone now. You are watching Malvis eating Max Gloom stacks the entire fight, and he just had to take it.
Yep. Once again, with this newfound energy, Bounty Esports rise up to 7th place in the standings of the regular season with 3 points, overtaking Torak and just below Team Hawk.
I would not have expected this result, right? But of course, we are going to have a break starting next week, and Bounty's next series is going to be interesting because they're going to be fighting against Todak. That is something to look forward to as well. But for the Niners, it's back to the drawing board. We looked at week 1, we were like, okay, certain rooms to patch up. We look at the second series. All right, still need to patch up the same things. This series, oh boy, there's a lot more problems than just what we saw.
I mean, it's not even just their macro, right? Clearly, this one was definitely macro. We saw in that very last highlight as well. Definitely, he had the Purify available. He could have entropied out of there. Either or, mistakes have been made, and that's something that they're going to have to work over after the holiday season of Raya. Man, I was hoping to see more from the Niners, I'm not going to lie, but it's great to see the newfound energy that Bounty have.
Yeah, and it's good to see that teams regarded as underdog, especially for Bounty, right? Coming in from the qualifiers. We said the same about MV, and MV, they are performing well so far. I mean, the aggressive gameplay, albeit sometimes a bit erratic, pays off for them. That's their style, and Bounty soul searching for week number 1, and I think they finally found that shard of identity.
I think it's a good idea, but it is exploitable. And I think that's the scariest part, right? Adaptations can be made to actually deal with it rather well, in a matter of fact. Because again, I feel like these drafts could be expanded upon a little bit more, but I'm going to hold my thoughts on that because maybe we just haven't seen enough of Bounty to really tell. Speaking of which, our next upcoming matchup, the next best of 3 to happen here on the final day of Super Sunday, it's going to be Barracuda up against KGE.
And one team on the rise, and that's the King Empire, and Barracuda are still trying to breathe in the ocean that they've been bred in. So they've been, like fish out of water, right? Even against Todak, there was a 1-2 loss, unfortunately. And now having to take on KGE, who have momentum on their side. This is going to be challenging, but just like what we're expecting from the series just now, we want Barracuda to show us something like how Bounty did to Niners.
Well, I mean, the transfer window is still open. If they're not happy and they need another shuffle up, they can absolutely do so. But here is the proving grounds, and especially against KGE, we're hoping to see that new type of energy that Bounty showed today in that matchup. And maybe, I don't know, I'm also hoping to a certain extent that KGE come up with some clean gameplay. Because you either get one, either or. Polar opposites of each other.
Yeah, that I completely agree. We've seen both sides of that in the same series. But I would say, I want to see how, apparently, Barracuda has a new roamer. I want to see how he matches up against X-Win, because X-Win has been phenomenal on the side of KGE.
He's been doing such a good job. You got to give it to him, man. I mean, even then, I would like to see I would like to see Sutsujin go on something a little crazy, of course. But then again, it is KGE. We know that they take a lot of antics from previously SMG. The slow, methodical, clean, precise gameplay.
The most you get is Penetera Jungle. That's what they allow Saksa to play.
That's fair.
And that's the most you get. Although, if they allow Sutsujin to play something like a Hayabusa, I wouldn't mind, right? But, I mean, with them being such result-driven, like you pointed out, KG, they're going to give us textbook gameplay, but textbook gameplay is good because it gets them wins. We're going to go for a short break, and when we return later on, it is going to be King Empire Esports taking on Barracuda. We'll see you guys in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Angela ulti, guys. Go. Bantai. Ulti arit.
I can run.
Hari. They'll go for it.
Back.
It's okay, they can burst.
Go. Hey, wait, die, bro, if they come to me. Go.
Focus.
Nice.
Okay. Chichi going mid.
Guys, can
Chichi.
Nice one. I'm strong, bro, relax. I can try me. I'm coming, yeah. Relax.
I got no ulti Nana, guys.
Nice yan.
Nice.
Okay, chill. Okay,
mid. Tal.
Rombos lah.
Ulti aku 8.
Serius. Habis dia cium aku dah.
Set Malfish, guys. Purify. Mati aritnya. Fight guys kalau boleh.
Menang infect. Cici nolti. Santai. Kalem. Menang infect. Cici nolti.
Tengok.
Boleh cici.
Dia udah skill 2 sih.
Menang infect ya. Purify. Nice one.
Nice banget, Comon.
Siapa?
Buat menang perang mid. Nice. Mid lagi.
Ambil atas. Dia main cooldown kan? Dia main
cooldown. Just vision first. Hold the bush. Hedge bush. This.
Ya.
Alert. Ben is there.
Careful lah. They might go. This is GG.
Puri 20 seconds.
They will go.
I'm coming. They'll burst the Lord. I'm coming, guys. They'll force start.
Let's go. Hero.
Hero.
Si Nathan.
Yeah, coming. Hero. Front.
Still can.
Front.
They will die.
I'll chase the Nana, guys.
I will chase Barracuda.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda.
2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah. Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Itu agak sedikit merisaukan. Sekarang ini nyawa Malvis terus sahaja ditumpangkan. Barbosa menjadi mangsa kedua. Lihat daripada Zaf. Zaf di atas sana. Mengapa Zaf 1 lawan 1? Mereka meninggalkan triple kill untuk Panda mencari pendek. Dan triple kill bersama dengan Malvis menggunakan data suaikan. Panda dicari siapa dekat sana. Panda perlu untuk masuk ke dalam team fight. Cuba cuba ditumbangkan. Seorang sudah pun terkubur. Satu lagi kehilangan immortality. Bersama dengan Sembilan. Lord berhasil dapatkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali Kenjut Duim dan Alvar di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives. Cutting it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu buah reward point Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, ready, kalah, Hentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta. Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog,
Kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. Keep my
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. Keep my
guys. Go.
Bantai.
Mantai.
Ulti Arit.
I can run.
Hari.
They'll go for it.
Pak siap.
It's okay, they can burst.
Go.
They will die, bro, if they come to me.
Go.
Focus.
Nice.
Okay. Chichi going mid.
Guys, can try mid.
Chi.
Nice one. I'm strong, bro. Relax. Can try mid.
I'm coming. Harit dead.
Harit's dead.
Oh, no.
Nice. Can try. Go.
Go. Still can.
Okay, let's go. I'm coming, yeah. Relax.
I got no ulti Nana guys.
Nice yan.
Nah.
Okay, chill.
Okay,
Objective.
mid. Tal, andap.
Dorang berselah.
Ulti aku 8.
Masuk dari Hish. Habis dia cium aku dah.
Set Malfish guys. Purify. Mati Haritnya. Fight guys kalau boleh.
Menang infect. Cici nolti.
Santai. Kalem. Menang infect.
Cici nolti.
Jangan takut guys.
Boleh Cici.
Dia udah skill 2 sih.
Menang infect ya. Purify. Nice one.
Nice banget Comon.
Jangan
Buat menang perang mid.
Mati.
Mid lagi.
Takut.
Ambil atas.
Dia main cooldown kan? Dia main cooldown.
Vision first. Hold the bush. Hedge bush. This.
Ya.
Ben is there.
Careful lah. They might go. This is GG. Puri 20 seconds.
They will go. I'm coming. They'll burst the Lord. I'm coming, guys. They'll force start.
Let's go. Hero.
Hero.
Si Nathan.
Yeah, coming. Hero. Front.
Still can.
Front.
They will die.
I'll chase the Nana, guys.
I will chase Barracuda.
Mid. Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Itu agak sedikit merisaukan. Sekarang ini nyawa Malvis terus sahaja ditumbangkan. Barbosa menjadi mangsa kedua. Lihat daripada Zaf. Zaf di atas sana. Mengapa Zaf 1 lawan 1? Mereka meninggalkan triple kill untuk Panda mencari Maniac. Dan triple kill bersama dengan Malvis. Menggunakan data suarakan Panda. Dia cari siapa dekat sana. Panda perlu untuk masuk ke dalam team fight. Cuba untuk memberikan damage. Malvis akan cuba tertumbangkan. Seorang sudah pun terkubur. Satu lagi kehilangan immortality. Dengan Zabilang. Lord berhasil didapatkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 Esports League for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Lagi kita ada satu buah riwa pun Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, stay, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka. 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog,
Kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you.
Angela Nolty guys. Go.
Bantai.
Mantai. Nolty Arit.
I can run.
Hari. They'll go for it.
Siap.
It's okay, they can first.
Go. They will die, bro, if they come to me. Go.
Focus.
Nice.
Okay. Chichi going mid.
Guys, can try mid.
Chi.
Nice one. I'm strong, bro. Relax. I can try mid.
I'm coming. Harit dead.
Harit's dead.
Oh, no.
Nice. Can try. Go.
Still can.
Okay, let's go. I'm coming, yeah. Relax.
I got no ulti Nana guys.
Nice yan.
Nah.
Okay, cheer. Okay, tip.
Mid tal. Andap.
Dorong besar.
Faham. Ulti aku 8.
Sorry, Hish. Abi dia cium aku dah.
Set Malphis guys. Purify. Mati Haritnya. Fight guys kalau boleh.
Menang infect. Cici nolti.
Santai. Kalem. Menang infect.
Cici nolti.
Ternyata aku
guys. Boleh Cici.
Dia udah skill 2 sih.
Menang infect ya. Purify. Nice one.
Nice banget Comon.
Siapa?
Buat menang perang mid.
Mati.
Mid lagi yuk.
Ambil atas.
Dia main cooldown kan? Dia main cooldown.
Vision first. Hold the hedge bush. This.
Ya.
I'll clear it. Ben is there.
Careful lah. They might go. This is GG. Puri 20 seconds. They will go.
I'm coming. They'll burst the Lord. I'm coming guys. They'll force start.
Let's go. Hero.
Hero.
Si Nathan.
Yeah, coming. Hero. Front.
Still can.
Front.
They will die.
I'll chase the Nana guys.
I will chase. Para.
Mid.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Itu agak sedikit merisaukan. Sekarang ini nyawa Malvis terus sahaja ditumpangkan. Barbosa menjadi mangsa kedua. Lihat daripada Zaf. Zaf di atas sana. Mengapa Zaf 1 lawan 1? Mereka meninggalkan triple kill untuk Panda mencari Maniac. Dan triple kill bersama dengan Malvis menggunakan data suarakan. Panda dia cari siapa dekat sana. Panda perlu untuk masuk ke dalam team fight. Cuba untuk memberikan damage. Malvis akan cuba tertumbangkan. Seorang sudah pun terkubur. Satu lagi kehilangan immortality. Dengan Zabilang. Lord berhasil dapatkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Scalar can you do it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu buah reward point points yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga ke langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, stay, ready, kalah. Hentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga. diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua hari ini. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Barracuda Esports yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. So guys, korang kat sini, korang rasa siapa akan menang perlawanan ini? Adakah King Empire Esports ataupun Barracuda? So, untuk semua orang yang tak tahu lagi actually, King Empire Esports mengekalkan rekod tanpa kalah lagi untuk regular season kita. Dan sekarang berada di tempat kedua regular season standing. Manakala Barracuda pula, dorang dah start actually buat roster changes dalam transfer window untuk musim ini. So, untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok, agak-agak player mana yang akan masuk dan player mana yang akan keluar. Ataupun adakah dorang ada coaching staff baru? Tapi I rasa semua players dah ready untuk mulakan perlawanan ini. And with that, marilah kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, King Empire Esports and Barracuda Esports.
Barracuda Esports.
With some changes made to the starting lineup and coaching staff, Barracuda is making swift moves to hopefully improve their performance. Are these changes effective though? One way to tell, but now let's cheer for Barracuda Esports!
They swim against the currents and defy the Empire that is currently having an uprising in this tournament.
King Empire Esports.
Maintaining their unbeaten winning record, the team successfully expanded their empire further after conquering Bounty Esports yesterday. Will they continue their winning ways? Make some noise for King Empire!
The conquest of King Empire continues to triumph. The expansion of territory in this MPL regular
jurulatih
season.
dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, sebelum kita mulakan kita punya perlawanan ni, jangan lupa untuk semua orang dekat rumah, kita pun ada join the fight code untuk korang. So you guys boleh gunakan kod yang kat bawah ni untuk dapatkan freebies and of course feel like you guys are a part of the arena. And with that, saya rasa I dah ready untuk mulakan perlawanan ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you, Rose. Welcome back to the MPL Malaysia Season 13. It's the end of week number 2. And coming up, we have Barracuda up against King Empire Esports. You're here up with us. My name is Husky alongside Gideon Q to bring you guys the action.
Now, this match is going to be interesting because Barracuda have shaken up their lineup and made sure that maybe this could be the way that they can spring a win against KGE. Currently, they haven't been unbeaten in the best of 3 series just yet, but these are hard-fought victories.
Hard-fought victories. They played 3 series. 2 of them were 2-1 scores, right? The only recent clean sweep was against Bounty. Whereas for Barracuda, the result is completely different. 1-2 losses, 0-2 losses. It doesn't feel that good, but perhaps one way to help these players elevate their gameplay, or at least help you elevate your gameplay, is with the ROG Phone 8. You can dominate with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone.
Big shout outs to ROG Phone 8 because they're the official gaming phone for keeping our pros at the top of their game. With a screen with too many hertz, so many things that you can react to. And with these professional players being on their tip-top shape, I'm hoping that they are on their tip-top shape today. maybe it could make the difference here. Because when I'm looking at KGE, I'm thinking of bipolar syndrome. It's either one extreme or the other. It could be good or it could be really bad.
Yeah, it's like a coin flip, right? Which KG are we gonna get today? We just have to find out in a little bit. But for something for you guys out there, we actually have a regular season PCU milestone. Right now, we're currently at 228,679. And yes, and this record was set by Homeboys versus Team Huck yesterday, breaking the regular season peak viewer record. And the previous one was what? MPL MY Season 11, also Homeboys, but against Lunatics, featuring Solo's comeback. And that time it was just 165,420. We're making headways already. Last season, we broke the highest PCU during the grand finals, and Homeboys was featured. Perhaps they are the recipe.
They could be, or it could be up to you guys. You are going to be the sixth player to make that difference. Remember, that redemption code can easily be taken into account. Maybe a little bit of incentive for you guys. Who knows? There might be even more later on if we break the next PCU. Just saying, just throwing that out there.
Every single record brings upon rewards, and all you have to do, share this out to you, your family, make your pets watch it. I don't care.
Make new content. Make new accounts if you have to.
Yeah, I mean, that is what the love and passion for this is for. But let's talk about the King Empire Esports, the road to conquest. 2-1 against Niners, 2-1 against RSG MY, 2-0 against Bounty, and today the fourth series against Barracuda.
They're looking to be one of the top 3 teams here by the end of that league. And we don't know whether they're going to take that top spot or not, but they've got a lot of veterans on their side, taking the key players and pillars from the side of SMG and pairing it up with some imports to take this team to a new level. Now, a lot of people have been questioning, specifically Detto. He's been on many different teams before, and it feels like either he just doesn't fit well with the team, other times it's like, oh, maybe he's underperforming. I think he's really found his place here.
Yeah, I think he is a very solid player. You don't have to be super flashy, right? I'll give a good example. Izanami. Not the flashiest of player, but a pillar essential for the team. Zaim Senpoi, not the flashiest, but also a pillar for the team. Could be a theme for the mid laners in MPL MY, but calling Detto the jersey collector is just half of the story, right? And he has really, like you mentioned, truly found his place. And in fact, KGE are the 1 out of 2 only teams in the regular season who have not lost a single series. The second one being SRG, just that SRG has not even lost a single game.
The problem with them is their consistency, right? You don't see them being super explosive. They're very tactical with the way, precision strike drones all the time. Whenever you think you're going to be able to regroup, it's never too late for KGE to turn things around.
Yeah, and a big trendsetter, a big game setter for that is Xwin in that roam role. Even in games where KG didn't get a victory, Xwin has always had the eye for opportunity. It always feels like he can find those openings to take advantage of and allow his teams to overcome obstacles. But we got to talk about the opponents first. It's Barracuda, the lineup right in front of your eyes in a bit.
We're playing for Barracuda now. I'm kidding. Now here's the lineup here for you guys out there. It's AJ, Hesu, Trap, Ema, and as well as Evie. In-game leader going to be given over to AJ, which is rather interesting because previously he wasn't the in-game leader. Evie was the one doing it, but now Evie switching over previously from EXP now into Rome.
Yeah, crazy, right? We had to see the departure of Grace, and you know, Grace feel like he needed a bit of more screen time, but Barracuda taking drastic measures to secure a potential victory. Up against them, King Empire Esports, Detto, Sasa, Smooth, Xwin, and Sutsujin, and of course the Kage leading his own Konoha village.
Making sure that this team is going to be in their tip-top shape. Sasa is the one who keeps them in check. You're being over-aggressive. Hey, guys, chill, calm down. We've heard many of their mic checks before, but the real question is whether Xwin as well as Sutsujin are going to kind of find their own pacing despite the slow, methodical play.
It definitely is a bit of shift in paradigms how Xwin and Sutsujin likes to play, especially they come from the Indonesian region, right? When you play with a team with like KGE, you gotta be able to slow down your horses a little bit. We have a bit of insider news from AJ. We asked him how is Barracuda right now. How do you feel right in the season, and how do you take all the feedback from the netizens? And he's like, it's fine. We will fight until the very end and prove to the netizens that we are better.
Yep, keeping those TikTok haters, well, they can stay on TikTok. We're going to win it regardless. Big words coming in from AJ, especially considering the past history and the previous teams that they played on, right? As we jump into that draft, hopefully they look to rewrite those past wrongdoings and now to make a name for themselves here in our very first game in this best of 3 series. KGE on the blue side up against Barracuda on the red. And the bans are already through. The Angela, the Masha, man. Masha has been a hot ban since Friday.
Even Angela is so far sporting a 0% win rate, but still a hot commodity. At least we are moving away from that Arlot perma ban. That is a shift, but I don't know. We're still seeing. Well, the bans have shifted a little bit, but you know it doesn't change too much, right? Arlot still not favored, not picked at all. Same as Ruby. Valentina being the 3rd ban coming out from KGE.
Look, the numbers don't lie, right? Not a high win rate on Claude, and same goes for Arlette as well. Both of which, maybe they should start applying it to the Angela too. Barracuda, on the other hand, they're on the red side. You always got to get rid of the usuals. Get rid of the Joy, get rid of the Nolan, either or. It's kind of up to you. But mainly the Matilda needs to go.
And Novara first pick, sort of seeing this coming from a mile away, right? Player like Detto, some almost similar like Muji, loves that Novara opening, gives you a solid foundation in that mid lane. And speaking of the Devil, Ruby is out for Barracuda, and they also get the Frederick.
Pretty standard opening coming in for the side of Barracuda. The fact that they that KGE specifically wanted to ban out that Valentina gives me a rough idea that maybe they want to go for a Minotaur, maybe even a Grok this time around for the side of KGE, both of which X-Win has done a phenomenal job already thus far. The question is whether or not they're going to build a team fight composition, or maybe are they looking for some form of lane dominance, because I want to see that side of KGE. We've seen Smooth do a pretty good job in the EXP lane when he has a winning matchup. Other times, well, it's like, guys, please, my Faraga armor can only hold on for so long.
And in extreme conditions, they will just first face that Benedetta. We've seen that last week. Judging by the fact that there's a Ruby and a Fredrin, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a potential Grok. They're going to just throw it out there with the Roger opening.
Oh, bold. They're going to go blind Roger. I'm going to win the lane, even though you have a Ruby on your side. That's going to make it a little awkward during these team fights. But if you're low enough, it doesn't matter.
No, doesn't matter at all. We've seen Roger with the Master Assassin. Doesn't matter which matchup he's up against. The moment he gets a slight advantage, it's going to start snowballing. Well, for Barracuda, they see the Barats. It's Lilia time.
Okay, Lilia time. Good peel all across the board. Pretty standard draft. Now, this is the usual norm. We're seeing a majority of the players actually falling in these roles to pick up. And now we go into the second ban phase, right? Barracuda will hold priority. Where else do we start looking for punishes?
I was thinking about the Grok as well, right? I think KGE, they love that Grok, and you don't want the tempo breaker, so take Grok out first. You could leave the Minotaur open because you have ways to deal with it, and if that's the case, you might be looking at the gold lane as well. Oh, not the gold lane, sorry, the XP lane in this matter.
I think they're both holding it up for now. Harith gets banned out, and now KGE really leaning into getting rid of some of these matchups that could potentially turn things around, and like looking for those big re-engagers. Harith, just common denominator of that.
Could pivot towards the carry or the Claude, or if they feel like we can leave that to the Roger, you can now look into the side lanes yourself. The chip getting banned out by Barracuda.
I mean,
after we saw that debut by Zorn, you know, has left a mark.
I feel like Barracuda has some insider information if they're willing to ban it out, because not every team picks up chip, like we saw previously in our recent matchup, in a matter of fact. Now KG will hold priority here. Are they going to lean into just saying we're going to make sure that you have no strong picks for the gold lane, or maybe they might want to consider people who can actually start peeling these frontline tanks that potential, or at the very least just peel the Barats in the first place, maybe even export ban.
It could be a possibility. There we go. Export taken out. Good call. Even if they don't ban it, they're not going to be able to take it, unfortunately. So it's kind of the safer route. But priority now goes back to Barracuda for this fourth pick. You've already seen the Roger, so you could keep that gold laner pick until the end, and you reveal where this Ruby is going to go first.
I think no matter what you pick in the gold lane, it's going to struggle against this Roger, right? I think that Barracuda could look to lock in their gold lane early and hold their last pick for their EXP just to maybe get some kind of pressure across the map.
There are a couple picks left. Don't remember last time I see this Ruby in the XP. I'm going to take the carry, I believe. Yeah, carry picked up by Barracuda, which means this Ruby left up in the air for KG to guess.
All right, KG, what's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? You're gonna have to blind pick it. This could be a Swiss Army knife moment for Smooth. Give me the Benedetta. It's not gonna do that bad, but Paquito is still open. Overall lane dominant. It might be a Paquito versus Yuzong matchup. It could be Guinevere gets locked in for the
Benedetta.
Spanish.
Yep. I think Benedetta, to a certain extent, is slightly safer or more versatile than a Paquito, right? You get to do, even though they kind of fulfill the same role, but Benedetta has a slightly easier time in the right hands. And Smooth, he has shown that you give him Benedetta, he's going to be the one that really dices the opponents up. But this Guinevere roam for X-Win, oh, this one is interesting. Haven't seen it for a long time.
Haven't seen it in quite a while here. I guess it could bait out certain resources from the side of Barracuda against, specifically against the Ruby. It can get a little bit annoying, so they could split up the map. And here we go.
All right.
Fanny lock in. Hesu's like, don't worry, I'm gonna sandbag Smooth.
Only picked once in the entire regular season, banned 12 times, and one time Fanny was let loose. It was a resounding victory. So this is going to be the second time. We'll see if that statistic changes in any manner. Nonetheless, for Barracuda, if they want to go off to a strong start, I believe this is the way. Play that tempo.
This is going to be really interesting here because, again, from the side of KGE, they have many different ways to actually chunk out their opponent, but a lot of it is just leaning on Detto, landing the Star Shadows, landing those important shots on key targets against Barracuda's side, who, again, have to defend their goal lane with their life. That's one of their forms of scaling here. So let's see how much of a lead Amal can actually develop as we move into the Land of Dawn.
Game number 1 in the second best of 3 series, King Empire Esports against Barracuda. One looking to expand the empire and one still struggling against the currents. You see Barracuda can overcome that challenge in this game number 1 with a Fanny pickup. And the jungle is going to matter a lot for BRD.
Now, here's the scary part, right? One of the few vulnerabilities is if we do see Barracuda's side lanes losing out, Amal, he might not have access to his purple buff as often as he would like to. And we know that Fanny, as an assassin-style jungler, is very dependent on that purple buff to have influence over the map.
And we've seen the impact of this Roger in the side lane, right? You give him an inch, he takes it a mile, and through and beyond. And also, this Ruby roam serves as a very important tempo breaker for his team. In the skirmishes, and to a certain extent, when we get to those team fights.
Oh, interesting. We do see X-Win actually helping out with the leash, pulling the orange buff low, so that Sutsujin has a full level ahead before Amal even is able to finish that purple buff. A small movement here just to make sure that King Empire is going to have the tempo.
Kind of the same thing you could do with a Masha, right? You have damage as a roamer and it allows you to leash easier and even sometimes steal the camps, right? Especially the small beetle on that, bottom quadrant of the blue side and top side for red. It does give you that extra boost. So I like this start from the side of KGE, but Fanny, Amal shouldn't have too much of a problem. You are going to still hit 4.
Good decision by Sasa. Try to freeze the lane closer to that turret. And now Eevee is here to try and break that tempo. Trap going to take advantage of the situation and try to trade against Sasa, knowing that he's got the extra bit of help to crash this wave underneath that turret. Good choices, good micro, and good decisions from both sides.
By the way, we didn't get to talk about this, but this Fredrin, because of the Fanny pick, is now in that XP lane, right? So XP lane against Benedetta, you are only a sandbag. In terms of resources, you're mostly relying on eating the wave, but you also have to just keep that pressure at bay. Sasa receiving some pressure from Amal, but again, no assassination this early on.
They're just rationing the pressure overall. I think Barracuda understand we're not going to be able to get the turtle. It's going to be a little difficult to do so, and since they've shown on bottom side, it's basically guaranteed for Sutsujin, who is now going for the big invade.
Going to take away that orange buff as Smooth. He's going to try to force some resources from AJ. Hesu trying to go for the taunt and Smooth outmaneuvering 2 members of BRD and the orange buff taken away by Sutsujin.
Okay, thank goodness. We are getting the good side of KGE right now. The good side. They're coming up with some really good plays. Overall, no forced mistakes just yet against Barracuda. And Sasa, he knows he's getting pressure, but he's also running out of mana here. So it's good that X-Win does decide to show up in case we do see Eevee walk up and say, hey, cancel your recalls. And now you absolutely cannot trade against Trap. By the way, he did take Master Assassin.
Sasa's gonna get this recall, and Eevee actually puts himself in a safer position, right? You don't really want to get caught by the Guinevere. Not in this spot. The Guinevere now has access to that ultimate. Might not take you down on her own, but if Sasa is nearby, that is an instant kill. Amao also trying to recover. He's 2 levels behind Sutsujin.
Yeah, can't really do much about it. I think, you know, just making sure he has that early tempo, and especially with the help of the leash as well. Sutsujin now in full control here. The question is, where do they start, again, dividing and conquering? And it looks like they're going towards the gold side to even things up. Amao, on the other hand, he's not going to find this as easily as he would like to.
Oh, he's going to take some damage. Ooh, the actual final blow almost slices him to bits. As Hesu sticks on Smooth, here comes the ultimate. First blood going over to Barracuda.
Smooth unable. He might have thought of using that Petrify to try and cancel out that ult to buy him that extra bit of time to create some distance. But no, it's not worth his time just yet. Regardless of how many kills he gives over to Hesu, he is just a sandbag. As long as I clear the waves quick and I'm able to make an impact during team fights, that's all that matters.
Here comes the invade from KGE. That purple buff coming back in 5 seconds. BRD, you got to protect it with your life. Aim out needs it.
Go. Going to Turtle. Oh.
Turtle also around. This should be just an easy collection for the side of Sasa. And with Hesu gone, that is your sandbag. Sutsujin now walks into the purple buff. AJ keeping them at bay. Sutsujin all alone. AJ is though, moves from the back, trapped with the ultimate already. Smooth instantly engages with that final blow. Amao forced away from his purple buff. Can at least Trap gets it. He does secure it. At least for the side of his team, but KGE will get a free turtle.
I guess they just don't want to give it over to KGE, right? Again, I thought maybe they could have like reset it and maybe allow Amao to try and pick it up later on, but no, it's just not worth their time because King Empire could have easily walked back into enemy jungle territory right after the turtle. So good decision coming in from Barracuda's side. It's just sad to see Amao on this Fanny. This is the vulnerabilities we were talking about.
Behind and not able to get any snowballs going, right? You ideally want to cash in a couple of kills, but right now that's not possible. And you also see a bit of that small issue start to surface when you have a Fredrin XP lane. If you are getting shredded this early on, who knows how much you can tank up in the late game. But for the flicker, ultimate misses. Eevee can't pull X-Win back. Now Sasa, he's confidently going to join the fight. AJ forced away, but takes out X-Win in the process. Eevee though can't really stay here as he gets out.
Both sides whiffing abilities, missing the Amafendit and as well as the Daytona's welcome. But now, this could be a setup here for a potential dive onto Trap side. They do allow him to get out of here. Ooh, even Hesu joins the fight.
Eevee, he's gone. Sasa sees the opportunity and goes for it. And this Fredrin is already in a very, very rough spot. Can't deal with Smooth, can't tank up too much damage, and you feel just so helpless.
Interesting. I'm surprised that he actually made the call. It's a different side of Barracuda because this is a hard read coming in from their team, right? And now Sutsujin, he will be able to hit level 10 with no problems, but look at this.
By the Requiem into that Electo final blow. Just public decimation.
Ooh, Barracuda on the back foot, all because they don't have tempo. And King Empire, they can split up their forces, they can group up together, both of which very, very dangerous at this stage of the game, especially since turtles are available. Barracuda, they're going to need some time to scale, and especially until AJ is able to get the Ice Queen's wand to almost guarantee and become that insurance policy.
Even if you look at the emblems that Trap has, it is the Brave Smite. You're going up against Sasa as the who is the Roger. So I do slightly worry about Trap's damage. If you go for the full tank build, obviously you're tankier, but you need slightly more time in these fights to shred the members of KGE. This third turtle also going over to KGE. 100% turtle security.
So far, so good for the side of King Empire, and that's going to be a Sky Guardian's helmet on Sutsujin. He is going to be so big, so beefy. He can tank so much right now until the rest of Barracuda actually scales. A 4.2 lead seems like a good idea, but the question is, how do teams look to close out? I think that's where it gets really scary. Esu, on the other hand, despite having that flicker, has not been able to find these opportunities to really punish King Empire just yet.
And also one of the first big challenges is for AJ to figure out how to direct his team, right? He's now given a role off an IGL as well as the mid laner. And you're put on the back foot against a team that is solid as KGE. AJ needs to steer them in the right direction. Sasa though is going to bring him low. AJ slightly out of position, but the black shoes will bring him back to a safe spot. X-Win gets pulled back, misses the knock-up, but the purple buff, I believe, secured by Amao.
Can't go any further than that. Even the energy eruption basically trying to pull away that purple buff towards that side. Unable to get it. Sutsujin doing a very good job at just oppressing this Fanny right now.
Did he get it? Yeah, I think he did.
He did.
Both of them have the purple buff, at least for now. Amo. No.
Smooth wins this.
And
He tried
Wow.
to flicker it. He tried to flicker in to catch him off. He's not gonna have his flicker. No big deal for the side of KGE. They're the ones who are ahead in this matchup. They're even giving Sasa the orange buff. They're willing to sacrifice it.
Yeah.
They have a hard read about this bottom side.
That was a TikTok reel about to happen. Almost.
I could hear the Silver Scrapes about to play at that point. Now we do see...
Caught again this time.
Oh.
Wow, interception. This time, this one's going on TikTok.
God damn, that was a good one. That was a good one. He's making up for the previous miss.
Yeah. X-Men misses, no problem. Susujin does it. Don't even need that flicker. AJ also chunked down very low by Detto.
I think at this point, KGE just want to crack open that tier 1, right? At any means necessary. Even if they do, they are going to start rushing down this lore, but Barracuda starts to show presence. They are more than willing to fight at this point.
Barracuda can't even defend their own jungle because of how much pressure KGE is putting, and now this lord is going to balloon that gold lead up to almost 6,000, and they're not done just yet. Back into the jungle they go. Amao 3 levels behind Susujin. Susujin gonna use that retribution to get rid of that resource. It's just a poor game for this fan. There's nothing much that she could do.
Yep, 3 levels down. And worse yet, if you try to make a surprise play, you make a call. Imagine yourself in AJ's position. You have the right opportunity. You have the right information. You're about to make the execution, and Detto is just like, oh, they're over here, guys. Just ratting them out.
Oh, look. That's BRD. It is tough.
I don't know.
Even in AJ's position, every Star Shadow that you take to the face completely calls off any move you want to make, right? This Astro Echo, again, a 4-man ping. Like you say, Gideon, KGE, they want that mid-tier 1, but this side lane is also under threat. Amao can't even show up in the lane as a Fanny.
Oh, man. He's got no pressure whatsoever. He's got laners that aren't able to force priority. Wait.
Okay,
hold
has
on.
to. Now if it keeps moving in place, this Lord at least will crack that top tier 2 and maybe even more. Eevee does have that flicker ultimate, but where's the angle?
If they crack open an inhibitor here, I think it's pretty much over for Barracuda, right? Because now, with the help of the Benedetta, on top of everything else, they already have to worry about potential split pushing later in the game, but worse yet, obviously pushing lane on the opposite side of the next time we expect to see the Lord spawn would have been a disaster. But Barracuda, they hold on to their high ground, which is great. The question is, what does the play actually look like to turn this around, right? And I think a lot of it comes down to if Sasa is standing too close to Detto. I would argue Smooth as well, but he's got eye for an eye, so he shouldn't be caught and usually shouldn't be in a back position. I'm expecting an I'm offended flicker play on towards either Sasa or maybe even Detto. Detto would be primary target because he's got no escape mechanics other than the flicker.
That would be the ideal scenario. Now the ball is given to Eevee. Can you find these engages? And if you do you have the damage, right? It cannot just be the Lilia. Even in the damage dealt ranking, Lilia so far behind Smooth and Detto, and we can't even mention Trap right now because he is not even in the 5-digit range.
He can't even walk up to a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
Right? He's waiting for X-Men to use the Magic Thumb first, and then the second problem is like, is somebody able to kind of body block the Daytona's welcome? And then where's Smooth? Does he have Petrify? And if I get too low, Sasa's gonna run me down. There's just way too many things to worry about here. And now Detto is in his prime position where he's just sieging Barracuda and just farming the stats underneath their turret.
And look at all the waves. KG, they're just gonna freeze them. Here comes Eevee. Can you find a pull? Do on the Susujin. The hardest target to take down is Susujin. He's out of there. Barely a scratch.
Barely a scratch indeed. Where's he at? I mean, that could have been an opportunity, but at the very least, they got rid of the black shoes, and most importantly, they got rid of the Purify. Considering the amount of damage that they have, if AJ gets a little too low and goes for the black shoes, I don't think it will really matter too much to KGE.
I think BRD, they want to break the freeze because I think it costed them at least a full wave in all lanes. And this Lord has to be given away. Eevee will babysit Trap to get some resources up top. But for the next minute or two, I don't think Trap will get anything.
Amal has not been able to touch his purple buff after the 3rd minute of the game. After this very first purple buff, never got to touch it ever again. And Susujin is guaranteeing that he will never get another one after this. Now, the biggest problem we've seen a lot of teams have is breaking high ground, right? Closing out the game. And for the side of Barracuda, it looks like they want to try and punish Smooth, but Detto here to cover.
Yep.
Some out again.
Found him. Don't even need the ultimate.
Ooh, interesting. Looks like Sasa is actually going for the crit build this time round. Windtalker, Hazclaw, Berserker's Fury, and as well as Malefic Roar. Looks like he's going to go for the Immortality as a last item. I mean, he's so far ahead. Why not, right?
Why not? Hey, the only time that they can take him down is if they crowd control him. But that requires him to be out of position, and he has a very solid front line to keep him safe. Ball crashes up top. That's the first inhibitor down. Mid one. Will only survive for a bit longer, but BRD preoccupied with the Lord. And Amao, he's just constantly resetting the steel cables and getting energy back. AJ also, they're just putting bodies to keep KG away, but with this mid winning wave crashing in, that mid inhibitor is also going to go down. EV can't really do much. The I'm Offended already used, and Sasa to the back! Just assassinates Jesus! And that's one of your frontliners down for BRD. King Empire now sees an opening to go in for the kill. It's AJ, the second to fall, but Smooth does end up going down, collected by Amao.
Okay, Amao, he's got relevant damage here, and Smooth is also building full damage as well.
Oh,
he
no.
tried.
Good attempt, but now he's gonna pay with his life. Eevee, his best efforts, insufficient. And now they gotta wait for 8 seconds for his to come back. The damage from Trap has to be enough, but it's just not there. King Empire sights on the crystal, and it's the first game locked in for KGE.
Clean coming in from KGE. Nonchalant high fives from all sides. Good job. Well played. Let's keep it going. Man, the reaction times from these players, very well experienced. Detto flickering out of some tough situations, and Sasa nearly getting pulled underneath spawn.
Good attempt from Eevee. Two crucial I'm Offended in this game that he was not able to get, especially that last one. Could have been a game changer, or at least extend the lifespan of BRD in game one. But even then, judging by the circumstances, it looked close to impossible with the lead that KG had.
Absolutely, and I think, man, a lot of it just came boiled down. Would I even say it boiled down to a draft? I would say a couple of things went in the way of KGE. Number one, a very good game plan, especially with that leash to make sure that he has tempo over pretty much every single neutral objective. All the river crabs, every lethal wanderer, second and beyond purple buffs.
Yes. And all the turtles, right?
Every single turtle, every single lord, yeah.
Nothing that Barracuda could do. Even in the side lane, Roger into carry. I'd say that it didn't go that poorly for BRD. They did well in the gold lane, but every single other aspect just found no avenues. Fanny was not able to gain any momentum. Let's check the camp of KG. Of course, Sasa, our MVP for game number 1.
Man doesn't smile very often. Take it in, boys. Take it in. Because he came out huge this game. Well, I wouldn't even say. The whole team came out huge. And this is the first time we are actually going to see the Roger crit build this time round. Significant advantage. Made sure that, well, he didn't really dominate his lane against the carry. He was trying to set up for those moments, but each and every time it got broken by Eevee just walking up and disrupting. It's like, hey, man, my freeze!
But he didn't need it at the end because he was given so much space. He even reached a point where he was diving into the base.
Into Hesu as well,
yeah,
on a Frederick.
Of all the people, right, he went for Hesu and he got it anyways. That's the lead. That is the game that people like Sasa love. Just slow, methodical. He gets to farm up, be rich, and gets the MVP title, I guess.
Yep, really tactical this time around. They're looking very, very good this game, but at the same time, a lot of it is going to boil down to draft here. When we start looking at the in-game builds, let's see if there's anything out of the ordinary. Nope, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Even I would argue that Sutsujin probably could have gotten away with War Axe on this one.
That is true. I mean, I don't think BRD even has enough damage to go through Sutsujin. Like, even look at Trap. He went for the Holy Trinity build, realizing that they need some extra injection of numbers, but even then, insufficient. Can't walk up because your range is so short. Aim out, 3 core items, later have to see Sea Halberd, Malefic Roar, and barely makes a dent in KG's lineup.
I think unfortunately for the side of Barracuda, I don't think it was the right call to throw Fredrin into this type of position. Like, yes, it might not necessarily be the best against something like a Barat who's going to continuously pressure you, but if you're going to have a an assassin-style jungler that's very dependent on that purple buff, maybe there should have been other considerations.
Perhaps the idea is to use the Fredrin to kind of be the anchor so that Amel can get something done, right? Either in side lanes or you get some pickoffs. But Frederick's biggest weakness is that if he falls behind early, X and XP laner, there's nothing much you can do. I mean, the same applies when Frederick's in the jungle, let alone in a lane where you're up against a Benedetta.
I would make an argument that they probably could have gone for the Paquito in the EXP lane, right? At least then he could somewhat match up, maybe even some other MPL MOI players like to do. Take a sprint to keep up with Benedetta in terms of movement speed.
I was thinking it's either that or a Lapu Lapu, right? Someone that has damage output, does well in lane, and can actually free yourself from the lane when needed.
Thinking if there's any other...
Yuzong, I guess.
I mean... Sure, yeah. I mean, it's a yes and no for me on this one because again, it is a little difficult to kind of like close the distance specifically on Sasa because you want to, in combination with your Black Dragon, with your Furious Dive, you want to be able to petrify somebody on top of that. And Sasa very much can easily either use the iframes or just transform in and out. Usually not going to show himself anyways. Worse yet, getting hit by the Magic Clump, it becomes a volatile lane. So I think sandbagging is important, but I don't think there's any sandbags that can actually clear waves as effectively. Maybe Uranus, but then that's on the condition of proxy.
Yeah, or semi-tank Dairoth, right? But
yeah, semi-tank Dairoth. It's like, okay.
It sort of works, but not the most popular build. Of course, in this match, both teams, turret damage-wise, enough said, Sasa gets to do basically a free man in this game. Taking turrets, taking farm. When he participates in fights, he's not really threatened by BRD. And I think it's just the tempo setup. You pointed out very well from from minute 1. From the moment X-Win leashed that orange buff for Sutsujin, it's already setting up for KG to win the rest of the game.
Fun fact about it, it's so good with Guinevere specifically, because with her super magic, she actually gets spell vamped. So she's barely losing any health, leashing this orange buff for Sutsujin by the time he gets there. And then he can start on a different camp. He starts on his Golem camp and then decides, you know what, I can take both of this. Walks up to Lethal Wanderer, level 3. What you gonna do about it?
Better than Masha.
Right.
To a certain extent, right? Even Masha has to give some health up, but Guinevere doesn't need to. Perhaps we might see more of this hero because she was popular, very popular at one point and suddenly kind of forgotten.
Well, I think that in the meta currently, I still think Guinevere is still very, very good. I think it's how you utilize it because I felt like Barracuda fell into the hands of KGE here, forgetting that there was somebody who can, a support who could actually force out battle spells pretty early on, from minute 1 in a matter of fact, right? Because again, that's what you want to see, an ability that you can reuse time and time again. And when we look at that Hall of Fame, I mean, Rich Guy, the carry, the sandbag, every single one of these categories just taken over by KGE.
I know we changed the title of our Hall of Fame a little bit, but Detto, once again, seems like the forgotten one, but he is doing a lot of work behind the scene, revealing where BRD are at, making sure that the Astro Echo is pinging BRD heroes, and just getting these snipes, right, forcing the resets from the members of BRD, and that keeping them away from crucial objectives.
4 members of KGE are playing MLBB, and then there's Detto who's playing battleships. It's like, E5, there, got him, hit!
It is a fun game though. He probably plays Battleship behind the scenes.
That's his pastime.
Yeah, that's his pastime. If you play Novara, you better be dang good at sniping people. Maybe he plays Sniper Elite, who knows?
Oh, could be. That could be the way he actually goes. But man, this was rough, right? This was the one mechanical, the overall mistake coming in from Smooth's side. But he's experienced. He's like, I am not going to use any of my resources to get out of this one because I know what my purpose is. And I know that Hesu, even if I had given too much of a gold lead, does it really matter?
Honestly, I think the game result shows us it doesn't. And this one, what a catch. The fact that he predicted the center point of the cables, where they connect, is insane.
Hey man, we're talking about Sutsujin here. If we're talking about Fanny, Sutsujin knows a thing or two about it. And it's rough. It's a rough game coming out from the side of Barracuda, but it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's definitely one of those like draft things that you gotta fix. Can't really do too much in lane, can't really do too much from the early interactions. Therefore, it's a GG go next. Let's start thinking about what they can do to adapt.
Yeah, and I mean, coming into this series, I think even for BRD or BRD fans, you know that it's going to be a tough one, right? KGE on the upward rise in terms of momentum. Sure, they have sloppy games, and sometimes I still feel like you see a bit of the husk left behind by SMG. But nevertheless, when they have a good day, they have a good day. And you know what can make your day, or maybe my day, better? Is the new Vexana skin, the one of its kind Zenith skin, the new high rarity first ever Zenith skin Twisted Fairy Tale is now available from the 25th of March till the 30th of April. Participate in the Twisted Fairy Tale draw event and enjoy 30% off in your first 10 times draw and 50% off your daily first one-time draw. You may even stand a chance to win the Vexana's the Battle Emote, I Am the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. So come and join in the draw now. I've collected both the emote and the elimination effect.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. You know who else has it and the skin?
I know. We saw her draw 120 today.
Rose. She could have gone for the Moskov one, and then we suggested, you know what? The Zenith is one of its kind. It's a one-of-a-kind skin, and better yet, has a much better idle animation.
Yeah, and she went for it.
She went for it, and she hit it after 120 rolls. A little bit sad, of course. Luck may not be on her side, but maybe it could be for you guys for the rest of the month. Speaking of which, I would say that if we were to see a bit of an adjustment at the very least from the side of a Barracuda, maybe switch on over to blue. I think going into blue might be the way to go here, right? It really felt from the draft to the game, from the very couple of messages, KG were just in control.
Now, speaking about in control, let's look at what Sasa has to say, because AJ threw some words at KGE and Sasa was like, I don't know what he's saying. Don't care either.
Man.
Such a Sasa thing though.
I know production and as well as our content team tell us that this particular is actually taken straight from WhatsApp. They don't edit it whatsoever.
No, they don't.
But I feel like it is. I feel like there's something a little bit missing.
I feel like Sasa probably had like one more sentence. We just could not put it there. You know?
We could not show a part of it. But it does feel very much like him. It sounds stoic. He probably isn't smiling. He probably had a slight chuckle to himself mentally, not physically.
I think the last time he properly was happy and had more expression was when he won with Onyx a few years ago.
Ooh.
The Kage era, right?
Ooh, that was a long time ago.
Did he smile when he won the Legend Award last season? He probably did, right?
He probably did, yeah. I think the only other time we've actually seen him smile is when he was hanging out with Stormy and both of them decided to drop the F-bomb at some point.
Ah, yes. Good old times.
Good old
times. Good record. I'm pretty sure they are very happy. DPM high score rankings on your screens right now. Moonji with the highest damage dealt with Novaria, followed by Detto and Detto. Obviously, throughout different occasions, Ruff and Fakes also on that list. But clearly, the Novaria is now a staple namesake in that mid lane.
Dude, that's crazy. Ruff played Novaria too.
The top 3 at least.
I mean, this is Novaria. There is no comparison from this artillery mage. She is shooting projectiles 2 screens away, 2 mobile phones, 2 literal ROG phone 8s away.
Even with the high refresh rate, you only see it hit juice faster.
Yeah, you blink and then half your HP is gone. You're like, what just happened?
Which brings me to this question, Gideon. So, mid lane, where did Vexana go?
Where did Vexana go? Well, I think that Vexana in this type of situation probably wouldn't have been the best pick. I think Lilia was still okay for the side of Barracuda specifically because you want to be able to peel and you want to have some kind of defense for yourself. Naturally taking the Purify rather than taking the Flicker in comparison to Vexana, where you're super susceptible to everybody, even if you do take Purify, right? As soon as you throw out that fear, you're enemy number 1.
I suppose if you want someone with utility, there's always Novaria, right? I would argue Nana isn't that bad of a choice as well. Good to see that vibes on KG, definitely feeling really good, very calm. But for BRD, well, at least they're smiling a little bit about this. As you know, game 2, the adjustments have to be made.
I feel like Hesu has taken it on the nose. He's like, hey, I got screwed over in the draft and sacrificed it. Game 2, I'm actually going to play what I want this time.
Yeah. If you pick Fredrin, I'm not doing it. No more flex picks. Who do you think I am? Iris?
Oh boy. He's giving the bombastic side eye to his jungler. He's just like, hey, Amal, you better not. We're not going to see that Fanny this time around. You better be sticking to your tank junglers.
If you pick Fanny, you better be super sure that I play the Fanny.
I will do it.
I will personally bring it to XP lane. I don't care. No more Fredrin. I do agree though. I think putting Fredrin as a flex pick is, compared to a lot of other flex picks, is a lot more underwhelming. If you want a flex pick, why not take the Baraz?
Well, personally for me, I don't think it was that bad of an idea. I just think that it was probably a big vulnerability, an exploit even some might say, to play an assassin jungler that is dependent on the purple buff, something of which like KGE clearly had dominant lanes and they want to be able to manipulate priority from the side of Barracuda with the help of the Lilia as well as the Ruby. Didn't exactly go the way they wanted it to.
Oh. KG, and actually on the blue side again, so BRE decided that they want red side, this time going specifically for the Novaria ban.
Ooh, they open up Nolan this time. KGE.
I mean, you see Sutsujin, you see Nolan, it's a given.
I mean, Sutsujin at that point, you should get the Nolan tattoo, the under eye tattoo. Be a real gangster if you did.
That's a Raya gift for it.
That's the Raya gift! Dude.
No, not the tattoo, I mean the Nolan.
Crazy enough, if KGE makes it to either MSC or even M6, I'm pretty sure this org is gonna stick around for the entire year, right? I am down to fund that tattoo for him if they make it out of groups.
For Sutsujin?
Yeah, for Sutsujin. If he's down to get the tattoo underneath his eye, which I think kind of crazy if he says yes to it.
Well, fans call Sutsujin, fans of Sutsujin call him Jungler 9K because his highest rank is 9,000?
Man.
That is Goku. How do you get 9,000 points?
When you have...
Wait, 9,000 points in the hero, on the hero, or in terms of stars? I'm pretty sure it's the hero. Right?
I'm pretty... Ooh, the wording's a little tough here. I would say stars?
9,000 stars?
Because because MMR 9,000 is not that big of a deal. We've seen people who've had 100,000 breaking into 110,000. Speaking of which, let's have a look at this game. We do see the lock-ins coming up pretty quick. We do see the Vixana this time, a Ruby once again. I think Eevee's roam pool probably not as wide as we would hope for, but we do see the Grok, and we are going to see the Harith this side from KGE. Rather interesting.
Yeah. Trip down memory lane. Quick one, 7 seasons ago, AJ was the best rookie in MPL Malaysia season 7. And I mean, he's definitely gone through a promotion, right? Best rookie back then, now in-game leader for Barracuda. He's definitely taken on an extra role. But again, I mean, those calls are going to be very important when you are under pressure, especially when our transfer window is a lot more flexible this season. From week 2 until week number 5, BRD went straight for those drastic changes in terms of roles, in terms of players, and even in the coaching staff. We have to kind of see that in effect, but I agree with you. This Ruby pick, I don't know. I don't think it's a bad pick for the side of BRD. I just think you gotta be a bit more accurate. And now the Tan gets picked up.
That's crazy. That's crazy. You're walking into the... not only are you walking into the Harith, and I understand that yes, it can be pretty decent in the lane, but the fact is, when we are coming into these fights, keep in mind that Harith is stealing away ability power, magic damage overall from Barracuda's side. So if you see him, I'm chrono dashing forward into the Vixana and Natan, he's going to be doing a significant amount of damage at his first item in comparison to if it was just a traditional or arguably Roger this time for the side of Barracuda's gold lane.
I was thinking the Roger as well, honestly. They saw the last series between Niners and the Bounty, and they're like, don't worry, I can do this. Even though the Harith beat Nathan. You see the export and the Tigro ban coming out. Now that does leave the minute Tigro ban. So that means that KGE is still suspecting that this Ruby might be an XP laner.
Maybe I've underestimated Eevee. What has he been practicing on the side? Traditionally, he is an EXP laner, so I'm already thinking of EXP lane matchups. Sorry, EXP heroes that can actually be flexed in towards the roam position.
Arlott, there's Ruby.
But we know the stats though. The stats are not looking good for Arlott.
Not at all. Only in this region.
Only in this region. Honestly, it wouldn't be too bad in this game specifically because then you could really start harassing this Nolan in his own jungle. But then again, it is KGE and they're probably, now that they have that Nolan, have to have, well, not only dominant, but very independent laners. Because again, he is a purple buff dependent jungler.
And we haven't seen the mid laner for KGE yet. The Phobius banned out. How could you forget about that? This does narrow down the pool that BRE can go for. And in extreme cases, this Ruby might just have to go back into the roam role. You might need someone stronger in the XP lane. Sure, Ruby, you can't really take her down. She does decent damage. But do you want to play a faster tempo game? I think that's something Barracuda needs to answer. Well, Arlo does come out. I mean, it has a 10% win rate at least, not like 0.
It's not good. It's really not good in comparison to the rest of the world for now. But hey, you know, it's our style. That's why we have the tagline, Ini Gaya Kita. This is our style. 10% win rate on Arlet. Now, KGE, on the other hand, this, I don't know. It feels like Barracuda want to go for an assassin-style jungler again. But we do see the Thamos as well as the Nana. Very early game-oriented composition. A very different side of KGE.
That is the true sandbag. Does damage, does not care, takes vengeance, and the Amao Fanny gets shown for a second time. So BRD doing a bit of a run it back, but with adjustments to the side lanes.
Yeah, it feels very telegraphed here. At KGE, they've got independent laners. They're going to be playing towards the gold side of the map. More importantly so, we look at Barracuda. I feel like the Fanny was very telegraphed. That's why we're seeing the Nana as a safe pick. They don't want to be susceptible to any type of attack coming in from Barracuda.
It's going to be interesting though, because Barracuda, despite making some adjustment to the draft, the core gameplay is still the same. Want to be able to play fast, but can they at least prevent KGE from starting off with a strong tempo and then just shutting them off from all the resources on the map?
Yep, and I think, you know, KGE, they've thought through this really, really well. Well done to their coaching staff. Their draft looks very nice, very good. But the question is, will they be able to scale? Will they be able to take on this fight as we go into the land of Dawn and have to face up against Barracuda? Now with an adjusted draft, it's looking a little bit better, but at the same time, Amao still very volatile. Both junglers very volatile.
Tice, assassin against assassin matchup. Haven't seen this for a while. A rare treat. This game brings us the best of both worlds. But BRD, they're still swimming against the current and they're getting dragged away further and further down to the depths of the ocean. KGE looking at this Nolan to play that fast game, smooth, proxying the wave at level 1. Such a smart move.
So dirty, proxying the wave. They start leashing the orange buff, and they're trying to get this reset in. Oh no!
Oh, X-Win, watch out!
I mean, he tried to go for the reset, could not make it happen. They maintained aggro, and now X-Win getting chunked out for a majority of his health. Speaking of which, Little Wonder falls into the hands of Sutsujin. Bottom side, though, as expected, we are seeing Sasa wide stance right in the middle of wave. Come get me, Natan.
He's doing the point guard thing.
Oh my goodness. Trap is, he's already lost his lane. He's level 1, he's gonna miss out the end. Wait, no, it got shoved out.
Did he? Oh.
Okay, he didn't achieve the freeze just yet, but man, he is making Trap work for every bit of pressure.
I thought he was gonna lose out at least half the wave, and that would have been so much worse for him. But right now with Amao down on the bottom side, at least BRD, they feel a bit safer to let Trap walk up, especially when this guy runs the quantum charge. Here comes Amao though. X-Ray is the target, utilizes the Grot Wall. Flicker already forced out. Amao done just enough.
Can't do much here. Not going to be able to find it, and he also used that Retribution. It will, I mean, as long as he uses pretty early on, that's not too bad, because 10 more seconds until we see the next turtle actually spawn, 12 seconds until his purple buff is back up. Let's have a look at the emblems and talents. Anything out of the ordinary here? Nope. Don't see too many Master Assassins this time around, but at the very least, they are showing respect to each other.
Turtle fight. Of course, KG takes priority. Barracuda not even there to contest. They're putting a lot more focus on getting Amao his purple buff. They've seen what happened in the previous game. This time, they don't want the same thing to happen, especially when you're up against Sutsujin on this Nolan. Amao gets the purple buff, his third purple buff in the entire series.
Amao still looking,
still
looking for X-Win, man. He is furious. He's like, this guy tried to reset my orange buff so early on. Wait.
Oh, Hesu, okay, final slash to Sutsujin. Let's get the flicker out of him. Here comes Amao. Can he find an opening? Well, goes on to Smooth instead, and Smooth takes it.
Funnily enough, both... Wait, hold on.
Oh, it's a wild charge. Okay, flicker, Eevee. Nah, he's out.
Good flicker, good flicker. It was necessary. If not, he was going to die there. He's only level 3 right now. He hasn't achieved level 4, just like X-Win, but so far, so good. Funnily enough, both junglers, they just ran out of energy. They looked at each other menacingly. I was like, let's back off here, okay? We both know we can't do this.
I will beat you, but you have to wait for me.
Wait until I get...
if you are here when I get back, then I'll beat you. For real.
We'll have a problem if you're here after my purple buff. For now, Smooth is going to be able to keep control over this lane, but for only how long? Because Hesu is going to be more relevant in these team fights in comparison to the Stamos. For now, Smooth just doing his job, proxying the wave, making it difficult, and now that Sutsujin actually has his first item, let's see if they find an opportunity.
Yeah, wild charge, EV, this polymorph transform, this time no flicker, first blood, given over to X-Win. Sutsujin in a bit of a danger. Ama tried to catch up on him, AJ could not connect his abilities, and Sutsujin gets out.
Oh, man. Man. And this is what I'm talking about, right? They're able to get pressure from EXP's side. You see that the Arla is super late to this fight because he has to clear these waves, and he's getting manhandled by Smooth for the time being. That's why Amal can't necessarily just jump in and try and trade off a kill.
Yeah. As much as, you know, Smooth is going to fall off in terms of effectiveness against Hesu, at least every time he cuts the wave, he prevents Arla from rotating. At least this time, Sutsujin gets caught by Amal. But I believe it's Hesu that picks up the kill. Worth it nonetheless.
Yep. I mean, Sutsujin really pushing his luck there. Really pushing his luck, especially with the turtle timing as well being that low. Eevee does not hit the I'm offended. Here comes
Trap. A good entropy. Oh, the smokes and mirrors from Trap allows Amal to pick up his first.
Oh boy, it's not looking good now.
It might not be good.
Another, this should be,
the wild charge.
Doesn't get the pick up, but this is good enough for Barracuda, right?
Yeah, you get the high rift, you get one on the Nolan. I would say Hesu is one full level behind Smooth.
A little sad, but it's not the end of the world for him. Hesu knows his role.
Turtle gone on by BRD Sutsujin. He's gonna arrive with help with either Cyclone. I think they might be able to get there in time, but Amal rushes it down, so Sutsujin not able to contest this. No problem, Barracuda walks away with the turtle. Still an even game in terms of net worth. KG, they're not losing out on much.
I think more importantly, after those picks, continuous picks in a matter of fact, and the fact that they're able to secure the turtle, this allows Barracuda to really even up in the EXP economy specifically, right? If we're looking at the levels, pretty even all across the board now. No major leads just yet, except for Smooth and as well as Hesu, but we've already mentioned that.
It's going to be like this. And because of that proxy, now the waves will start threatening the tier 1 top. Nothing much that Hesu can do about it. You don't really want to pull resources to deal with Smooth. At least Amal now gets his purple. No steals this time. The tempo from KG, a bit different from previous games. Smooth also able to avoid the Fanny.
Minimizing their interactions. Barracuda understand their win conditions. They have to scale. They have to just take their time with this, right? It's up to King Empire to look for this lead.
Oh, backup coming in from KG though. Hesu, no more final slash. X-Men shows up. Wild charge, Smooth picks it up.
So good. He knows the angles. He knows the distancing. Well done coming in from the side of KGE to find that pick up. But now, Barracuda attacking the bottom side of the map.
Free up trap. Actually, Smooth does end up going down as Amal picks him off. Sutsujin, you want to try? The attempt was good, but damage insufficient.
Yep, Sutsujin just limit testing just to see how much damage he actually has. We should be able to take away this turret, but no, actually, he doesn't know where the Arla is just yet, and Amal's going to be able to catch and soak the EXP and gold on the top side.
I think that's after a recall, so Hesu is coming down mid. They did force the flicker out of Detto already. I believe he still has his passive, so there is that minor layer of cushion that he could fall back onto. But BRD clear objective of wanting not just a turtle, but to somehow break this mid tier 1.
Yeah, they've already got the lane swap going for them. Sasa shows up here, and that could have been a potential punish. But then again, you don't want to get counter-engaged on by an X-Win specifically. This is probably another turtle into the hands of King Empire, but I think Barracuda just chunked down. You can start entropying that top side, right?
The trap is not committing to it. They want to make sure that Amal gets the purple. KG, a free turtle for them. Sutsujin doesn't even need to be there for this.
Yeah, and the fact that he's not showing himself on the map is even scarier. That top tier 1 should have fallen way sooner, but even so, Trap, he's very careful.
Good attempt from X-Win, but Amal not the easiest to catch. Now Sutsujin playing footsies around with this Fanny. The cables does miss, but Amal recovers in time. Top side though, this time they get the Terrify. There is Smooth with the Vengeance trying to soak up the damage, but it's overwhelming. Smooth ends up falling. Medina Blitz connects onto AJ, but no follow-up from Detto.
Okay. Barracuda taking their time with this, now getting more proactive across the map.
Final slash, Sutsujin brought back Amal with the assassination. Killing spree for the Fanny already.
Barracuda now really taking the initiative. They know that they have power spikes coming in. 22,000 evened up the score. KGE has lost their timing here. And now, it's now Barracuda who's coming and taking control of this game.
Yeah, even Trap, he's being really good about himself, right? Bottom tier 1 goes down, and now he takes the top tier 1, gets assistance, and almost take the top tier 2, but this, look at wild charge. Is it enough to take Amao down? No, it is not! Despite the collective effort of Detto and X-Win.
It's not enough damage here. Entropy coming out. Mid-tier 1 looks like it's going to fall.
Yeah, and with no wild charge, nothing that Trap needs to be concerned about. Mid-tier 1 cracks, and you think that KGE is going to be the first one to get something, at least any outer tier turrets, but Barracuda, they have cracked the first line of defense of KGE.
Oh, let's see for how long. When we look at the items, we're seeing second items being completed by both Harrington as well as Nana so far. A Malefic Roar second buy for Sutsujin. I'm not seeing enough defensive items just yet, but they're starting to roll in. Arlet opted to go for Dominance Ice first item. Doesn't even go for the Fury Hammer, just Fury Hammer for an extra bit of damage to be a legitimate threat to the back line.
Oh, Amao, X-Win, nope, can't catch him. But that's gonna force a full reset from Sasa. Might not be given that luxury though. Molina Bliss out, catches 2, that is good. X-Win with a follow-up wall charge. An opening for KGE, and they pick up 2.
Nicely done, and this should be the Lord for the side of King Empire. Now, I'm thinking, how does Barracuda actually start opening the map effectively, right? Because, right, even Eevee isn't the tankiest in the world.
Trap, the entropy in, Trap is gonna try!
The steal!
What? The Madman! Attempt to steal, but whew, not successful. Ama at least gets Sasa on the way out, but Trap is certified insane with that play.
Yep, that was almost so very close for the side of Barracuda. And even for AJ, he loses his flicker, but at least he trades it against Detto's flicker.
Well, the tie shifting back to KG's favor, not by too much, just a Lord and 1,000 net worth advantage. See how much they can get out of this. Sutsujin in the bush does not see a viable target just yet. Purple buff coming back up. Amao here to collect it.
Yeah, I thought that maybe Sutsujin was able to get some form of snowball, but Barracuda, they're playing much better here in game number 2 in comparison with game number 1. It feels like not only do they have the tools, but they are looking sharp.
Detto, it was a bait X-Win. They still couldn't get Amao, but at least X-Win gets away. Trap will take care of the Lord, the bottom side, and Smooth rewards himself with a top tier 2. Sutsujin in that brush. This could be an opportunity. Both Trap and AJ very exposed. Amao doesn't check there.
Doesn't see anything. Barracuda sitting underneath turrets, trying to play it as safe as they can. So far, these purple buffs, and especially when we're talking about turrets, right? Both sides have exposed ways, but Barracuda have a much better position because of that mid-tier 1.
The entropy used by Trap. Defensive means X-Win. Oh, too much damage. Gets the wild charge all, but there's the Purify. The jungler does go down. Sutsujin able to assassinate Amao.
Take their time here. They can't afford to start throwing just yet. KGE, they don't have much of a lead. 2.6, it feels like a lot, but at the same time, a single bad skirmish could really set them apart. And I think Barracuda are doing a fine job, right? As long as it's within 4,000, arguably even 5,000 gold difference, I think Barracuda can easily make it to the later stage of the game where you will see them really start stepping up in a lot of these fights.
Even when you look at the turrets on the map, KGE only managed to get 3. 2 on the top side, 1 on the bottom. Still not cracking the mid-tier 1 just yet. I'm a Bender to move back. Here comes a full barrage of damage. X-Win with the Conceal to lead his team there, but misses the wild charge. They at least will try to get trapped, and that is the target. Prime for the picking. KGE finds him. AJ wants to run away, but Sasa will come in for the collection, and Ama will not be able to get onto Detto. Forced to escape, and KGE finds 2.
And with that escape, Sasa walks away with a Holy Crystal in hand. And the same can be said about Detto as they go for the full reset. Top up some health. They found those 2 kills. Now Barracuda, they're looking for the 42k mark. They want to make sure that a lot of their gold and a majority of their gold goes into Trap. Final Slash not connecting.
Don't think they have damage to kill X-Win, or at least it's going to take a lot of effort. KGE, they're going to manage the top wave first. Just gather around this bush, waiting for Ama to show up, and that it is. They found him again. This time they will not miss. Sasa to get the kill.
Oh, this is starting to look rough. with a slow push on the bottom side as well. Tier 2s start to fall. And now, it's going to be, once this lore comes through, they're guaranteed to get mid-tier tier 2, and then the question comes back down to, can they crack open an inhibitor?
It's a big possibility for KG to finally find an opening. You mentioned if Barracuda keeps it under 5k, it's doable, but now we're looking at a 7.5k advantage that's only going to keep on increasing for KGE. And they are definitely taking advantage of Amal's tendencies. You see all this trap set up, they tried it multiple times, and the one time it worked was when the Lord spawned.
How long can they hold on to this? Because right now, Barracuda, they probably... Oh!
Entropy, tap to get out. EB, can he find as well? Good man offended under the tier 2. That is the opening. And Amal also shows up, but dies Sasa anyways. At least they found Eto.
Yep, can't do much about that. They trade 1 for 1, and Amal, not exactly the best high ground defender. So being able to trade like that, especially against a priority target like a mage, I think it is worthwhile.
Yeah, and get to get rid of the Lord, perhaps keep that inhibitor turret up still, which is the best case scenario. With that being said, the gold lead remains at around that 7.5k range for KGE. Barracuda did not let KGE push it any further.
Now they're taking it slow once again. Nothing to fight over, nothing to really do here for either side. Barracuda going to be struggling to walk out of their base, and I think King Empire is more than happy to just soak gold at EXP. Let's have a look and have a look at this play right here, right? Because as they were going in, catches all three, really good direction. I'm surprised it didn't clip Sasa or even Sutsujin there.
I think Sasa used the Purify. Not really sure what the timing was though. It is on cooldown now. But this is where we fall into the very methodical state of the game. When KG is involved. It's slow, but nothing is going on the map. You're waiting for major objectives. Now the tier turrets have all fallen, at least for Barracuda.
Taking their time here. It's going to be a slow game. Slow and steady winning the race.
Low burn. And now KG finally gets initiative on this purple buff. To starve up Amal. I think that BRD could do. X-Win is a constant threat in the front as this Grok. This time this purple buff goes over to Sasa as well.
Yeah, we do see the rose gold meteor purchase coming in from the side of Amal. He wants some item with MR to protect him against Ditto, because so far his damage is quite large. Genius Wand already complete Lightning Trunch into the Holy Crystal. Now all he's looking for is a Divine Glaive, and he can more likely, pretty much 80% of the time, one-shot the squishier targets on the side of Barracuda. Speaking of which, we're seeing that Hesu going for full tank Arlet build.
Trying to provide the utility for his team, and at this stage of the game, the final slash cooldown, I believe, is either 20 seconds or around 18 seconds. Very, very quick cooldown, so you might be able to use it twice in an extended team fight. Rose Gold Media for Sutsujin already, third Lord on the board. Of course, KG, they get initiative on that objective. It's not going to be an easy one for BRD to contest.
I mean, they're going to push BRD out of there, right? They're just playing it so macroly well that Barracuda are forced to respond. Now, here's the big moment that we're waiting for. We need Barracuda to go for a Lord Steal to guarantee that KGE are going to get slowed down and Barracuda can hit their power spikes. Because now at the 42k mark, people like Trap getting that 4th item. He is going to be a monumental damage dealer in this upcoming fight.
EB actually used the I'm Offended already. This could be a timing that KGE can exploit. And indeed, no Ruby ult means that we can just go on the Lord. The wall to block off Hesu from the rest of his team. Not even a contest. Amal was not even close, and EB struggles to get out and away from Smooth. The rest of King Empire showing out. Hesu with the final slash. They found a terrified. That is the burst of Sujin. Caught with his pants down. But Hesu is split from the rest of his team. Can he make some sort of an opening? Dashes onto X-Win. X-Win pull back, but the I'm Offended, and now Trap gets the damage out. Amal to show up. X-Win with the immortality will not survive. 2 for Barracuda.
Nicely done. Barracuda now slowly pulling it back. The gold lead's about to not matter anymore. Only for item swaps, and that's about it. That's all you want your economy for. Smooth purchasing the Antique Cuirass, and boy, I mean, they've defended this successfully, right? These waves aren't really going to matter here unless they leave one unattended too.
And aside from the I'm Offended, now Final Slash becomes such an integral part of BRD's teamfight kit. We saw that big combo And it's not just trap, right? AJ's damage to a certain extent. You have the Guardian, the Eternal Guardian, it also hurts. And taking out Susujin is not an easy task at its core, but if you can get those controls in, Susujin gets no way out of it. The ultimate no longer gains you the Purify effect.
Big nerf. Big nerf. And I think at this point of time, it's just going to be mundane gameplay, right? The question is, what is your prediction at home about the timing of when this match is going to end? Because I think that this could easily extend all the way up to 24 minutes. It could easily extend all the way up to 28 minutes if Barracuda keep playing the way that they are, right? They're just waiting for King Empire to make that mistake first.
You can say the same about KGE, just waiting for Barracuda to make an error. But KGE a bit more active, proactive, is in how X-Win is trying to gather info on this Grok. See the wall, Amal getting tagged by Susujin. If we want to see Mali's prediction of when 1 hour game comes to fruition, this could be it. Okay, wild charge. That could be immortality gone for Amal, but he's able to get away in time with the cables. The pullback, and now Flicker final slash. Oh, Hesu with a golden ultimate to make Susujin a vulnerable target. Hesu continues to chase, but Susujin gets away in time. X window, he does fall. And Amal, no overextension, please.
No, he's good. He is good. He makes it out of there, and there's still 43 seconds left on that turtle. Top side is going to need a little bit of maintenance, but Amal is going to be there to change things up. Speaking of which, look at the way that they divide and conquer from the side of Barracuda, right? They're covering all their different exits, all their different jungle routes to get in towards this turtle site just with how they are standing.
So you can actually check the orange buff, knows that someone from BRD is there. BRD, for the first time in this game, assumes control over the Lord Pit. But Amal, you might have to be careful because a lot of AG players are on the top side. Smooth trying to bait him, but Amal this time, control aggression, tampers his tendency. Regroup with his team, the recall to reset. No purple buff yet, at least not on the map.
Not yet, but they can still start this Lord Dance, right? Just want to make sure that King Empire are constantly thinking about it. And now that they're not playing Benedetta and Smooth is on something like Thamus, being able to split push can be kind of difficult here.
So he's just pulling the Lord, making sure that Barracuda gains an advantage. AJ though, that's not a good position to be in, even with the flicker. Smooth, chunked out, Entropy out already, Trap, brings him down to less than half. Susujin on the top bush. EV might get caught, has to flicker to safety. Eternal Guardian caught out. EV now with ammo fended onto X-Twin. The assassination comes in from Amal. An attempt, but Smooth is going to eat up the damage. Hezu on top of him. The push and pull from both teams, and seems like Barracuda able to force KGE away for now.
Yeah, and it only looks like the most that they got out of it is supports trading flickers for each other. But this Lord Dance does continue. And now we are seeing that Amal on the opposite side of the map, looking to get a slow push going, or at the very least, a push enough to threaten King Empire to deal with it to turn into a 5v4.
Trap is going to keep working on this Lord. So if Susujin is not in the picture, this is very, very doable. With Amal showing up, could be the rush. Lord Knock already gone, and become Polymorph, Molina, AJ drops the Eternal Guardian. Susujin shows up. Can he be there in time to steal? Datto, the hero of the Empire, as Amal tries to cut through the members of KGE, but it's EB the first to fall, and KGE walks away with daylight robbery.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Probably should not have happened in that fashion, but what can Barracuda really say? All right, you get the next Lord. Looks like I have to high ground one more time. Try and turn this game back into our favor, or more so, just keep the fans in check.
A bit rough, not the position, right? Barracuda wrestled the game back, only to have it seemingly taken away. This time it's a guaranteed inhibitor. Susujin escorting the Lord. Hesu forced to do the final slash, doesn't have a flicker, completely trapped behind the wall. X-Win making sure he's a prisoner of his own volition. Sasa with the shutdown, and now Barracuda are down 2 men. Eevee will be back in less than 10 seconds, but Amal, he's far from home, has to recall. Lord in the base of Barracuda, AJ and Trap working on it, and he's getting rid of it.
They still don't get enough here. Second wave is about to crash. And Amal, he tried to do the proxy earlier. A little bit more successful, but the second time won't work. And that's 2 inhibitors falling into the hands of King Empire.
All 3 is back. Smooth gets pulled underneath the crystal. Isn't enough though? Amal tries to get him away. Smooth still alive. Even with the Eternal Guardian drop on top of him, it's only just the immortality with the Truncheon used by AJ. This could be the jugular, but Amal keeps it intact. X-Win falls. Smooth falls. This is the opportunity for Barracuda. Detto misses his abilities. Amal on the chase, but not enough energy for the cables. The last one, Detto once again gets away. But Barracuda keeps the game alive.
Oof. Barracuda, I mean, this is exactly what we were expecting to see, right? And now, with another defense, I mean, the cards have kind of been set for King Empire to really start abusing the rest of the map, but the question is whether or not that Thamos... I mean, if Thamos and Amal show up in the lane, nothing really is going to happen, right? They're just going to sustain each other till the ends of the earth, and unless Amal... sorry, not Amal, but Eevee is pushed up super far ahead, I think that's the only time they can actually do so.
They're going to try and end this in one fell swoop. Susujin, you have an important role right now. Eternal Guardian's already dropped to take the aggro. Aim out to the back to push that away. Susujin comes in from behind. The backstab, not successful, but there's no minimum wave for Barracuda to end the game. So KGE able to find themselves a lifeline.
All right. How many lifelines are they going to have at this point? And I think with 20 more seconds, they got to test something out. They got to somehow find Trap in the back, even though he has that entropy, which is a little sad. But at the same time, it becomes a little bit more telegraphed if you know exactly where the shadow is going to show up.
There's the Lord Dance again, but this time KG will definitely have an advantage with all 3 lanes in their favor. Well, except for the middle one, but they did take the entire BRD base out. X-Win again, this time all just misses, has to want a dash, and now a flicker onto Smooth, able to get away. Molina Bliss actually misses. Now BRD, they sense it. Crucial resources expended, but the base still threatened.
Oh. Taking their time with this. Mid-tier 1 is cracked open, but that's very manageable for the side of KGE. Barracuda, they do find that stun on towards Sasa's side, or at least the fear. Not necessarily the stun coming in from Arlet or even the final flash. I think that should be enough to one-shot him at this point. Oh, is that a... Did he just buy a Skyguard? He might have. He might have. We'll see in a little bit. Wait, where is Sasa? No, wait, he didn't, right? Yeah, he didn't.
They have to deal with the top wave though. What is Barracuda's move right now? It has to be instant. It has to be decisive. They're thinking of staying. Amal, he's hesitating, but that top wave a bit too overwhelming. Amal has to deal with it, and that means no Lord for them, no contest. Eevee will try to pull though on the Susujin to get him away, but AJ is already lost. Susujin gets the Lord. A good attempt from Barracuda, but without the resources, this is about a losing fight. KGE, man advantage already. Aim out to the back, can't find Susujin. And once more, Barracuda will have to defend.
Oh boy! It's gonna be a long one. 26 minutes already, and Barracuda refusing to die, refusing to go down.
45 seconds without Vexana. Another advantageous defense. AJ, well, Hesu and Eevee needs to pull out the big plays. The plays of the lifetime. X-Wins conceal, cancel. Eevee trying to drag everyone away. Trap. A lot of things he needs to take care of. But the team has fallen. King Empire, divide and conquer. And the Empire continues its expansion. This time taking out Barracuda with a 2-0.
And this is why. Precision and tactical, the best way I can describe KGE. They're always looking for that one right moment. If it doesn't go well, we back off. You can see the phase shift continuously from KGE's side. So GG, well played for King Empire.
Is it slow? Yes. Is it borderline boring sometimes? Perhaps. But is it effective? Absolutely.
It's about the win at the end of the day, and this is going to be a 2-0. So those are very valuable points for the side of KGE. Oh my goodness. They've done so well and they've gone so far. With that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to Rose for an interview with KGE up on stage. Take it away, Rose.
sekali lagi King Empire Esports tunjukkan dekat semua orang diorang adalah empire baru dekat MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Sekali lagi 2-0-3 mata penuh. Guys, before we kickstart our interview, please give them a round of applause. Hello boys, how are you all feeling?
Okay lah.
Okay, Smooth. I nak tanya, ini adalah fourth time you guys are actually winning untuk musim ni. Very amazing start, tapi as a new team, you guys expect korang punya win streak akan menjadi macam ni ke awal sangat?
Kalau ikut jadual MPL, kita tengok KGA kita lawan 1 dari atas, 3 dari bawah kan?
Yes.
Kalau nak tengok KGA yang sebenar, kita tengok minggu depan.
Oh, okay. Kenapa minggu depan?
Sebab kita lawan bukan yang biasa-biasa. Abang-abang.
Wow, abang-abang. So sekarang adik-adik lagi ya?
Ni adik-adik je.
Alright. Can we please pass the mic to X-Win? Hai. Okay, minggu pertama, minggu 1 X-Win cakap masih nervous lagi main kan? Sekarang dah minggu kedua, dah menang banyak. Adakah you rasa lagi nervous? Ataupun dah calm down, dah biasa main atas stage?
Jujur masih sih, belum bisa kontrol emosi.
Oh, so bila menang tu still rasa overwhelmed sikit lah?
Ya.
I see, okay. Alright guys, do you guys nak tahu tak MVP siapa? Oh, jap. Sebelum producer bagi I MVP, korang rasa siapa MVP? I'm hearing a lot of names. Okay guys, mari kita tengok the MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ini adalah... Wow! Teto. Alright, Teto. First game, you got your Novaria. Second game, you did not get your Novaria. Is it true that people say no Nova, no party, or whatever they give you also still can win?
Actually Novaria is just it's just a waistband for them if they want to ban Novaria. So yeah, I still can play other heroes but I still can play better than what I did today.
I see. Tengok guys, dia cakap you guys are just wasting bans kalau you guys ban Novaria sebab dia bukan hanya bisa satu hero sahaja, dia banyak hero yang ada. Okay, can we get Sujin please? Okay, yeah. Sujin, minggu depan adalah Raya sudah. So how about Sujin bagi ucapan Raya dekat semua fans KGE? Jangan drop mic
Buat umat muslim yang merayakan, selamat Hari Raya.
Baiklah Sujin. Smooth, nak tambah apa-apa tak?
Belum Pargoy.
Nak tambah apa-apa tak? Ucapan Raya? Tak ada. Hide? Okay, bagi hide lah. Sini. Alright, bagi hide. Ucapan Raya.
Kepada semua orang yang merayakan Hari Raya, hati-hati yang nak balik kampung semua. Semoga korang semua selamat. Baik Raya.
Baiklah, alright. Congratulations once again. You guys may now go celebrate your well-deserved victory. Perlawanan kedua, 2-0 sekali lagi. And another 3 mata penuh untuk pasukan King Empire Esports. It's getting hot in MPL, it's getting spicy. Minggu depan kita akan saksikan perlawanan yang lagi panas. Tapi sebelum tu, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game kedua in our best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Thank you, Rose. I guess we need a new moniker for this man. He is the win collector for his team. This time, the MVP of this best of 3 is Detto.
He's done a very good job. He's good at his role. And if they want to waste the ban on Novaria, go ahead. He still will find these opportunities. Man, playing that Nana and seeing him just one-shot people off of a single combination, any kind of CC, no problem. Just give me an opportunity, I'll blow him up.
By the way, for our viewers out there, this is not a graphical error, right? His total KDA from both games, it's actually 4-1 and 15.
Total, which is crazy when you think about it, right? Because again, he is, man, I mean, we know it. He's going to be expert wingman. He's going to be the expert wingman.
I 100%, no, without a shadow of doubt. In fact, this really solidifies his role as more of a backstage operator, but still gets the job done, right? Novaria, whether it's Novaria or Nana, even Nana, this man was a pivotal reason why they won Game 2, stealing the Lord when it all seemed hopeless.
Hey man, that full magic build comes with a lot of perks, and one is 3 instances of damage, and they overlap each other. Boy, was it difficult for Barracuda, because again, that was their moment to be like, yes, finally, Jesus, he's playing on this Arla. He can make and set up plays for his entire team, even though he is going to go with a full tank build. But at the same time, Barracuda unable to get that final piece of the puzzle to close it out on KGE.
You can see BRD, they were entering flow state. Eevee, he's catching the targets. Hesu, big final slashes. And even Amao, he's able to assassinate crucial targets. But again, you need the Lord. The Lord is what's going to tip the scales. And this time, unfortunately for BRD, another 0-2 loss. They remain winless in terms of series in the regular season.
It's going to be a little upsetting, of course, but I think, at least we are seeing the potential of what this lineup is capable of doing. I think they just need to be armed, have a little bit more time to kind of work with each other a little bit more so that they can come off hot off their first game rather than having a little bit of a warm-up and, well, I mean, a decent draft.
At least they are willing to try the Fanny again, right?
Yeah.
The conditions were more well met, and even when you look at KG, it's not like Susujin had the best of games. They, BRD found certain ways to shut him down, and really came down to the rest of KGE to pull the team back up. In terms of damage dealt, of course, Deto with the most damage output on his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's outputting quite a lot here, but if we look on the side of Barracuda, this was definitely their moment. Trap was dishing out so much damage, and despite that, Amal and as well as AJ being very relevant in this game, helping out the team as much as they could, but unfortunately, they just could not find that one moment to forcefully make KGE fall into their hands. And surprisingly enough, when we were looking at Sutsujin, I thought he would really snowball out of control. But unfortunately, getting shut down pretty early on really stopped their momentum.
And that's how the game got dragged out a bit longer, but also props to KG, right? Controlling the map a bit better. Smooth was also a big part of it, constantly proxying waves, making sure that Hesu never gets to leave the lane early and help his team out. And even though Smooth doesn't join fights, preventing Hesu from being a part of it also contributes to KG being able to open up the rest of the map.
And that's why Barracuda in the early game, they knew that it was going to be difficult. They knew unless Amal makes a super play and manages to assassinate a couple of targets, that would be great. But that's not the story that we heard this time around. It was KGE on the upper hand early on, and unfortunately gets stubbed midway in terms of momentum consistently, right? Every time you see them, oh, this looks good. Sasa is now in a position where he can actually do a lot of stuff. Even he gets caught out by these big fights when it gets really, really messy.
And I think a big part of it also comes down to BRD and their resources, right? There are a lot of times where Eevee or Hesu, they're able to set things up for AJ and Amal using their ultimate, right? Those I'm offended or final slash into Eternal Guardian, it was an instant kill. We even saw the same effect onto X-Win, and at one point, Trap was just cutting through Smooth and X-Win's health bar. But unfortunately, if any of these abilities miss, then KG, they go in. X-Win, I think, deserves extra credit as well. The ability to constantly find these space, and sure, there were some sick escapes from BRD. X-Win don't necessarily land every single wild charge, but being able to push BRD away from their territory is a good enough reason for KG to push on forward.
A lot can be said about this, but I think at the end of the day, it really shows like KG, they can go the distance in these marathons, even if their draft doesn't necessarily support the ultra late stages of the game. And I think that Barracuda, there's potential, but the question is whether or not it's worth keeping all of the players in as well as the staff, right? Do they see that same potential? Are we going to see, players start switching out? I feel like it's up in the air with Barracuda for now.
I mean, some of the players are now free, well, ex-players are now currently free agents, right? I personally wanted to see more of, for example, Grace, who had a fantastic debut on the stage, but maybe in Barracuda's eye, that is not the key to victory, and that's why Eevee is in this spot. Do I think Eevee is better than Grace? Not really, but at least he's able to put out the same level of performance. Now is to hope that BRD keeps this lineup and the performance keeps on getting better.
Yep. Rich Guy, the carry even. Interesting. Rich Guy coming up from trap this time with 831 gold per minute and dishing out the most damage throughout this game. But the sandbagging as well as the best wingman surprisingly falling to X-Win.
What the heck? What is 254,000 damage tanked?
To be fair, Amal was not happy with him. he was looking for him a majority of the time. Just take him away, get him out, use that wall charge, and maybe we can get a punish.
I mean, if there's anything we learned is that the steel blades can't cut through rocks.
Can't indeed. Chip and shatter, as some may say. Man, tough game, tough loss for the side of Barracuda, especially when they were like right there, when they really got the engine going.
Yeah, bit of a flashback to when they went up against Todak as well.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of situations where it seemed so doable for Barracuda, the supports. At that time, before EV, it was Grace, finding good opportunities. But once again, Barracuda losing because the opponents that they went up against just had the experience to keep their cool when the game goes late.
Speaking of keeping their cool, let's have a look at these highlights here. And I mean, the story is already set in stone. We could see so many good plays coming out from KGE, but even Barracuda, they're not backing down from these fights, which is good to see. Even after having a dominating victory in game number 1 for the side of KGE, Barracuda are still able to find openings and holes in the play of KGE to kind of maintain the gold lead not too far from each other. But this was one big moment here. Finding 3 off of that I'm offended really kind of stopped the momentum coming in from KGE, losing 2,000 gold in that process, and then Deto just luckily able to take away that Lord, especially since Barracuda, this is the ultra late stages, 23 minutes into the game, right?
Yeah.
So close. One Lord could have turned it around for Barracuda.
And even then, Barracuda managed a defense, but they did lose all of the inhibitor turrets, and KGE played around that and eventually ended the game. So at the end of the day, the macro from KGE allowed them to gain a lot more advantages overall. Let's take a look at the standings after that. KGE right now perched on top of the leaderboard with 10 points. No series loss, but 2 match losses. SRG, they're not playing today, so they will have to sit in second for a while. Whereas for Barracuda, they sank all the way to the bottom.
Barracuda has a lot of work here, and especially when we're looking at that bottom 4. The bottom 4 will not be able to make it into playoffs by the end of the regular season. So it's going to be a lot of work for them, but we'll see. There's a lot of hope for this team to try and catch up, but a -5, that's where it gets rough.
Barracuda and Niners, to say the least, right? I think no one's, at least most of the fans watching MPL who did power rankings would not expect these two to be at the bottom.
Yeah, they definitely. I mean, these are teams that on paper looked good. On paper, maybe have a chance to shake things up here in the MPL MY meta. And I think, you know, there is a glimmer of that. But at the same time, experience goes a long, long way. And you can see that the more experience a team has, it is a valuable resource overall.
And this is where I think is time, and right before the Riot break, I want to validate a statement, right? Before the season started, I had doubts about KG. Is this superstar lineup going to be enough? Week 1 coming in, they beat Niners, but I was still skeptical. Right now, I can say KGE, they're looking solid, right? They're looking to repeat what SMG might have done in the previous season, just a strong group stage. But we'll see what happens, because when we come back from the break, I expect a lot more shifts, and if KG can keep this up, they're gonna have my vote.
I mean, I've got to agree with that, right? Especially with the lineup that they have. I'm more worried that they are going to plateau at a certain point and we don't get to see them reach that next level, that all-star level.
Yeah, speaking of all-star, the event is still ongoing. You can get ready for a plethora of all-star exclusive skins, a new special skin, Mega Sale, with discounts up to 50% off, and a variety of deluxe rewards and bonuses. Here's what in store for you. For example, 9th of April until 24th of April is the All-Star Cosmic Wanderer. Complete task to obtain the special skin Lolita Astro Mallet for free.
Guys, again, I've been collecting these promo diamonds for a while now, and it's a good thing because now with that 50% off, I mean, I wish, if only there was more to be had. There's so much for the All-Star event, and there's more to come. I thought it was over with the Esmeralda, but no, it feels like this is an event that keeps on giving.
It's sensory overload. They gave us Sparkle, then they gave us All-Star event, then they gave us Vexana, then they gave us the new World Lord Moskov, and then Edith gets a new collector skin, and then there's Bellman. It's just too much, all right?
There's too many things to click. You know how I've mentioned that every single time I open up the game, the one thing that I hate the most is those notification red dots.
Red dots.
There's just so many of them now.
The one that annoys me the most is the one that asks you to redeem your stuff. I don't want to redeem. I don't want to redeem emblems. Like, they turn into dust. I don't want that. And get notified. But for those who are not aware of our last best of 3, coming up, this one, Monster Vicious against Team Hawk. I would say the most exciting one of the day.
It's the big one to finish off week number 2. Is it going to be MV or is it going to be Team Hawk? Both of which are finding their identity, but at the same time, haven't had that level of polish that we're looking for just yet.
I would say Envy has been a big surprise, a pleasant surprise, right? Tier 2 Slayers, and I believe, was it Sasa? Someone along the line said that, oh, they're just good in Tier 2. I believe that was RSG, right? Oh, they're just good in Tier 2, they're not nothing in Tier 1. Rippo said that. And here they are, in contention for the top spot. Are they SRG level? Not really, but they're getting close.
Yeah, they're interesting at the very least, so you don't want to miss out that showdown, especially up against Team Hawk.
Yeah, bring out the Granger jungle, right? Do it again. Subway has been introducing us to a lot of technology that you would not have expected. Not on the Tier 1 stage, and yet here they are in a very good position in that standing. And if they beat Team Hawk, they're going to go up even more.
Yep, and I mean, it can only go up from here, right? Team Hawk, on the other hand, hopefully they're going to be able to kind of have like a very clear identity with the way that they actually want to play. Because again, a lot of these names, they've been working together for a while, and even boot camping. We need to see that progress.
Absolutely. Now we're going to go for a break first, but remember, when we come back later on, it's going to be Monster Vicious against Team Hawk. We'll just see who gets the win and move on the leaderboard. We'll see you in a bit.
Dapat. Funny guys. Nice. Biru dia dapat, biru dia. Nice. Balik. Sini, let go. Let go. Ya. Dilihat OT guys.
Miss guys, sorry guys.
Apa. Tawa. Nice.
Ini udah save ini. Backup. Sasa kuat.
Funny
nak ulti kan?
Ulti aku 20.
Starting Lord dah. Starting Lord.
Dia push saja. Arik dulu kat Lord. Boleh Amal.
Nice Mal. Easy. Lihat.
Nice.
Mati enggak?
Mati boy. Lot.
Dia flank. Wait. Ini dapat tiga.
Dia puri.
Mati. Nana mati. Nice Mal.
Slot guys. Okay Mal.
Oh, nice try.
Sakit. Guys, on AB. Tengok aku ah.
Ya.
Here. Sini. DV, grow EV, hati.
Mati. Nolan mati. Backup.
Jam. Guys,
Tak gerak. Drop flick. Nice guys. Give me.
Tarik minions.
Aku dapat 4.
Gerak flicker ulti.
Boleh defend lah. Tak ada minion. Santai. Download. Nice guys. Nice trap.
Aku 15 second.
Tenang. 2 mati 3. Minum.
Lamain tunggu ulti gua.
Santai. Dia gak ada puri.
Ya. Lamain tunggu ulti gua ya.
Satu guys.
Alright, Fanny gak ada ulti ya.
Guys, lihat gua guys.
Gua ulti 7 balas. Ruby no flick.
Tolongnya lihat gua ya,
ada minion. Ada minion.
Tolong lihat gua.
Ruby no flick guys.
Gas gua ya, please.
Ya,
Ruby dulu.
Gua Ruby.
Aman. Gas aja. Nice, lihat gua guys, please guys. Kena guys, Nathan guys.
Nathan. Bunuh.
Nice boy.
Bunuh dulu. Nah.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL-MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL-MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL-MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah untuk dengan.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Bertahan daripada gerakan cutthroat yang dilakukan oleh Ima. Satu hentakan Jesus cuba dilakukan tetapi Lycan Pos bersasar sangat-sangat kemas untuk mendapatkan kill yang seterusnya buat pasukan King Empire Esports. Malah Engine juga bakal ditumbangkan. Smoke akan ditumbangkan. Biasa membazirkan pelbagai skill. Tapi lihat dalam waktu yang sama Eevee. Cantik Eevee dapat ketiga. Dito berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Imal masih lagi bertahan oleh pasukan Barracuda. Nampak eksplosif di permainan akan ditelan dengan lebih lama lagi, akan ditahan dengan lebih panjang lagi. Pemain-pemain pasukan Barracuda berjaya untuk bergerak ke depan dengan 2 kill yang sudah berjaya untuk didapatkan. Emat jemput dapatkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Torak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way out. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu body weapon di polisi membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, ready.
dihentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami, mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you.
Hotlink Prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback. Hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you.
Funny guys. Nice. Biru dia dapat, biru dia.
Nice.
Balik.
Sini, let go. Let go.
Ya. Dilihat OT guys.
Miss guys, sorry guys.
Apa? Tawa. Nice.
Ini udah selesai. Ini udah aktif ini. Backup. Sasa kuat.
Funny.
Funny nak ulti kan? Aku 20.
Starting Lord dah. Starting Lord.
Dia push aja. Arik dulu kat lot. Boleh Amal.
Nice Mal. Easy.
Dia telat.
Nice.
Mati enggak?
Mati boy. Lot.
Dia flank. Wait. Dia puri. Mati. Nana mati. Nice Mal. Slot guys.
Okay Mal.
Oh, nice try.
Sakit. Dapat lebih guys on AB. Tengok aku ah.
Ya.
Here. Sini.
DV, grow EV, hati. Mati. Nolan mati. Backup. Jam.
Jom guys,
Tak gerak. Grow flick. Nice guys. Mi.
Tarik minions.
Aku dapat 4.
Gerak flick ulti.
Boleh defend lah, tak ada minion. Santai. Tak ada minion. Don't low. Nice guys. Nice trap.
Aku 15 second.
Tenang. 2 mati 3. Minum. Backhand.
Puri.
Lamain tunggu ulti gua.
Santai.
Dia gak ada puri.
Ya.
Lamain tunggu ulti gua ya.
Satu guys.
Alright, Fanny gak ada ulti ya.
Guys, lihat gua guys.
Gua Audi 7 balas. Ruby no flick.
Tolongnya lihat gua ya.
Ada minion. Ada minion.
Tolong lihat gua.
Ruby no flick guys.
Gas gua ya, please.
Ya, lihat. Ruby dulu.
Gua Ruby.
Aman. Gas aja. Nice, lihat gua guys, please guys. Kena guys, Nathan guys.
Nathan.
Bunuh.
Nice boy.
Bunuh dulu. Nice.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, mari nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Bertahan daripada gerakan katrol yang dilakukan oleh Ima. Satu hentakan Jesus cuba terlakukan tetapi Lycan Pos bersasar sangat-sangat kemas untuk mendapatkan kill yang seterusnya buat pasukan King Empire Esports. Malah ini juga bakal ditumbangkan. Smoke akan ditumbangkan.
Biasa membazirkan pelbagai skill.
Tapi lihat dalam waktu yang sama Eevee. Cantik Eevee dapat ketiga. Deto berjaya untuk ditumbangkan. Imal masih lagi bertahan. Pasukan Barracuda nampak sudah bermain akan ditelan dengan lebih lama lagi, akan ditahan dengan lebih panjang lagi. Pemain-pemain pasukan Barracuda berjaya untuk bergerak ke depan dengan 2 kill yang sudah berjaya untuk didapatkan. Imal cuba terdapatkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi Liga E-Sukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Satu sekali kejutuin dan Albert di sana ternyata Arsia.
Ledge fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga ke Alpha benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk pembinaan.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara. Kembali merampas tahta.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog,
Kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai hati tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you. Hotlink
prepaid 5G serba baharu. Nikmati jago 5G untukmu. Dengan kelajuan internet 5G tanpa batas. Layan gaming sepantas kilat. Dan stream video paling lancar. Nikmati juga lebih nilai dengan 20% cashback hanya RM32 sebulan. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with the poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Curse it! Taste my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
I know sadly to hear because it is. Well, I know that I can be stronger with you.
Dapat. Funny guys. Nice. Biru dia dapat.
Nice.
Balik.
Sini, let go.
Dilihat
Let go.
Ya. Dilihat OT guys.
Miss guys, sorry guys.
Apa? Tawa. Tawa. Nice.
Ini udah
Nice.
ini udah save ini. Backup. Sasa kuat.
Funny.
Funny nak ulti kan? Aku ulti aku 20.
Starting Lord dah. Starting Lord.
Dia pun saja. Harik dulu kat lot. Boleh Aman. Nice man.
Easy.
Lihat.
Nice.
Mati enggak?
Mati boy. Lo.
Deflang. Wait.
Ini dapat juga. Dia puri. Mati. Nana mati. Nice man.
Slot guys.
Okay man. Oh, nice try man.
Sakit. Dapat lebih guys on AB. Tengok aku ah.
Ya.
Here. Sini.
DV, grow EV, hati. Mati. Nolan mati. Backup. Jam.
Jom guys.
Tak gerak. Grow flick. Nice guys. Mi.
Tarik minions.
Aku dapat 4.
Gerak flicker ulti.
Boleh defend lah. Tak ada minion. Don't low. Nice guys. Nice trap.
Aku 15 second.
Tenang. 2 mati 3.
Minum. We can.
Puri.
Lamain tunggu ulti gua.
Santai.
Dia enggak ada puri.
Ya. Lamain tunggu ulti gua ya.
Satu guys.
Alright, Fanny enggak ada ulti ya.
Guys, lihat gua guys.
Gua Audi 7 balas.
Ruby no flick.
Tolongnya lihat gua ya.
Ada minion.
Boleh.
Ada minion.
Tolong lihat gua.
Ruby no flick guys.
Gas gua ya, please.
Ya, lihat.
Ruby dulu. Gua Ruby.
Aman. Gas aja. Nice, lihat gua guys, please guys. Kena guys, Nathan guys.
Nathan.
Bunuh.
Nice boy.
Bunuh dulu.
Nice.
pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejak
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. To my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntar. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English stream for MPL Malaysia Season 13. One last best of 3 before we head off for the Raya break, and this time it's between Team Hak and also
their opponents here, MV
Yes.
Monster. They are vicious, man. I was reading the script just now, and I'm just like, man, you cannot leave this team out, especially with the way that they play, especially with the way that they are, well, willing to really test science, really test the facts.
They have defied some of the societal norms in competitive FL. Ranger was one of the biggest litmus tests, and that one came out with a win. But we'll see if that continues, because if these players want to be a bit more creative, a bit extra energized, they gotta have Nescafe as the option. They can recharge themselves, and you can recharge yourself with superior taste and quality Arabica beans. Grind on with Nescafe.
If there's anything that you want to relate to the players, is the fact that they're not only are grinding up on stage, but in ranked games, in their scrims, and if they need that little boost of energy, Nescafe is going to be there with them the entire way. So maybe consider picking one up for yourself, because for this upcoming game, and especially since it is the latter half and it's before Buka Puasa, I think both of these teams are pretty desperate to close it out quick, so they have enough time, head back home, and have a good meal.
And especially, this is also the most anticipated series on this Super Sunday. We don't expect a quick one. It might get messy, it might get bloody. I mean, when you look at Team Hak and Monster Vicious, they both have their own sort of an identity in this series. So we just have to look at the gold lanes, for example. Saken coming in all the way from Indonesia against Ruff.
Yeah, now Saken is one of those players that you can't be caught lacking. You can't be caught with your pants down against him. He will exploit you in lane. And during his team fights is where he really starts to shine. During his prime in Bigatron Alpha, he was an absolute beast. After a couple of bad performances, he's been looking to get back into shape, into that form with Team Hak's side. And we've been seeing a little bit of those glimpses. But speaking of gold laners, Ruff, some might even call him Chiku 2.0. This man is aggressive and he goes wild in some of these fights.
Yeah, when you say wild, they even gave him CC gold lane, and he made it work that time against, was it RSG? Yeah, RSG Malaysia, right? The craziest thing was that for Monster Vicious, at least, they fought Homeboys. They fought RSG Malaysia. They fought the big names, right? And they actually got a 2-0 over Barracuda of all teams. So if there's one squad you need to look out for, it's definitely Monster Vicious. They have set their expectations and they've really pulled the bar high.
The question is, where do they stand in the totem pole, and when does it end? Because so far we don't see a ceiling for this team just yet. The question is, who is going to force them upon that plateau at the top of this mountain? And so far, I mean, Team Hak, I'm not sure whether they can really push them this time around, considering some of their performances has been a little on and off overall, and we are looking for them to really start playing as a team, but they've got great ideas.
Yeah, they definitely have great ideas. And you know who else has great ideas?
Who?
The design teams from Muntan, because they have this amazing new skin, the Infernal Worm Lord for Moscow. From April 6th to April 30th, dive into the Infernal Worm Lord draw event and get a chance at winning the exclusive Moscow Infernal Worm Lord All-Star skin with the first ever skin ID tag. And from April 6th to April 12th, you can unlock exclusive gold ID tag. From April 13th to April 30th, you can unlock exclusive silver ID tag. And during an event, enjoy a jaw-dropping 50% off your first 10 draw.
I'm not gonna lie, when I was hearing about spoilers of this Wormlord Moskov skin, I thought, man, are they going to release 2 Zenith skins back to back? No, the serial number is actually, well, in this case, the exclusive ID tag is basically gonna say your serial number to tell you exactly the number of which you attain the skin compared to the rest of the server, the world server. That'd be kind of crazy if it was the world, but who knows at this point of time until you get it for yourself. Unless you're Mr. Number 1, I would very much, please take a screenshot, share it on social media. We would like to see that.
Yeah, tag MPL Malaysia, tag everyone, all right? If you get the 00001, I believe that's 5 digits, you are a special human being.
Yes. Yeah. I'm dyslexic. I can't keep going on for more than 5. If it's more than 5, I'm just guessing it's correct at this point. But speaking of which, I am curious about the overall coaches. How are they exactly maneuvering and like really making sure that they are going to be at their tip-top shape? With that being said, we have a bit of a video from Coach Haru.
Okay, Haru. So tadi you guys score 1 point against the defending champion of MPL Malaysia. So adakah ini adalah satu statement daripada Monster Vicious that walaupun korang dari qualifiers, you guys naik dan you guys boleh actually bagi saingan yang sengit kepada defending champions kita?
Actually, we thought we could win today. That's our target lah. But I think it's fine. Our player is progressing week by week. So to get 1 point from one of the top teams, 2 top teams, I think kita orang satisfied and we will improve week by week.
Sebagai the only local lineup, full local lineup yang kita ada untuk musim ini, adakah ini satu benefit korang bila comms in game lagi senang ke? Like macam mana actually?
Ya, secara jujurnya memang lagi senang sebab semua Malaysia kan. So apa-apa luar dalam memang kita orang senang lah untuk discuss.
Amen!
It's good to see that the bunch of nomads have finally found I would say, a full-time home, somewhere that they could find respite and solace in. And I like what Coach Haru said, right? The players are progressing week by week. From what I know behind the scenes, I think they're getting together very well.
And I think so. It feels good to see a team actually built from the ground up and more so with their own 2 hands to get to this point. Means that there's a lot more onus on this brand name and more so when they are up against Team Hak. I think for a team of this caliber, as of right now, it's good. Haru is really taking it step by step, making sure that the team improves week by week, and that's what you want to see, continuous progress.
And I think also the dynamics of Haru, we discussed this, I believe, in week number 1, the transition from X-Team SMG, Team Hak, how is that going to fare, right? Is the play style, is Haru's coaching style going to affect how Team Hak plays? Team Hak, Monster Vicious, plays. I'm glad that Monster Vicious still are able to show what they're made of, and Haru able to kind of accommodate that. I think it really exemplifies the player's performance and identity on screen.
It fits the style because he is very much, I want to see what my players are capable of, and I'm going to create a weapon out of this arsenal.
With that being said, we're trying to bring on the teams, the contenders for this best of 2. Let's see the teams.
Monster Vicious.
Despite only having local players and coaching staff, the team showed that they were able to steal a game or 2 and compete with some of the best teams in the league. Here they are. They're the monster. They're vicious. It's Monster Vicious!
Tier 2 to Tier 1, they are making a brand out of themselves, but they are not up against any opponents. They're up against the beast in their own name.
Team Hak.
They managed to take a game against the defending champion. The team is ready to elevate their gameplay and end the week with a win. Can the likes of Lexia, Saken, and Iris lead their team to victory? Brace yourselves, Ibambe! It's Team Hak!
Of course, it would not be complete without the coach and analysts of both teams alongside our head of League Ops, Cedric, who would in fact ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. From the side of Monster Vicious, we have Coach Haru and assistant coach Rexvin. From the side of Team Hak will be Coach Wright.
Man, still standing on the same side, standing on the correct side, some may say, as they fist bump each other one more time before they hit the land of dawn and become mortal enemies. Only one team may stand at the end of this best of 3.
Common theme for these 2 teams is they both took 1 game off of our defending champions, Homeboys. Both ended in a 1-2 loss, unfortunately, and today that is going to change. Obviously, for Monster Vicious, after defeating Barracuda 2-0, expectations were set higher. People are starting to believe in the Monster Vicious technology, in the Monster Vicious aggression. Sometimes it can be punished, it can be exploited. I'm looking at Team Hak to take advantage of that.
I'm hoping so too, because Team Hak have been showing some really good ideas, some really good macro play overall, and sometimes even forcing mistakes out of their opponents with their said macro play. The question is, when are they going to come together, unite as a team, where micro translate into that macro?
Something that I think Team Hak showed in the previous seasons, right? Got off to a very strong start, and then you see that slight fall off after the week 3 transfer window. And think in this case, it's the complete opposite. Got off to a shaky start, showed some promises, and now, just like what we're looking for from Niners and Bounty, we are looking for Team Hawk to show us the same unity as well. Of course, let's talk about Monster Vicious first. Tier 2 Slayers turn Tier 1 aspiring dominators with Fakes, Xenomount, Ruff, Subway, and Nova Escobar.
Now, this team has been loaning out their players constantly, even when they were in the Tier 2 scene, before we even had the MAL. But MV have been hungry for a spot here at the MPL, and now they are here to prove that they deserve to keep that spot. Speaking of which, we know the likes of Subway, right? It's surprising to see that in Week 1 itself, he was willing to bring out a Granger in the jungle. You don't see that very often, but he's most well known for his Fredrin.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it also pays to be in a Tier 2 scene for a while. People might look at it and be like, okay, there's a big gap between MPL stage and any Tier 2 competition, but that's where experiments happen, right? That's where you sort of find that identity that you don't really get to discover much in MPL when there's a rigid meta that everyone follows, and maybe that's the advantage that Monster Vicious has brought to the table, and the fact that it worked out proves something about them.
I think a big indicator here is Nova Escobar, right? I mean, when we talk about him, we've seen him on many different teams, and he kind of doesn't really jive, but he's, again, very spontaneous, and now that he's back with his original lineup, that's where you see him really shine, where he found that identity in the first place, in comparison to their opponents, Team Hawk, it's Sake, Noir, Lexia, Iris, and as well as Janice. We are hoping that Noir in this particular lineup, he's worked well with Lexia and as well as Iris during his time in RSG, but can that translate to the rest for this lineup here in Team Hawk?
Yeah, I think so far the spotlight might just be on the Romans, right? Nova Escobar, he has saved teams before, and now against Noir, who also has their own flair. Lexia coming out of a short hiatus, now becoming the IGL for Team Hawk.
Yeah, he's really trying to make a difference here, right? And especially being a very vocal person. I'm not kidding. You can hear him sometimes. If I take off these headphones, I'm pretty sure I'll hear his voice ringing through my ears.
The one thing that Team Hawk also brings to the table that separates them from the rest is how Iris is a bit more flexible and malleable in the XP lane, right? The only guy who has made XP Fredrin work, and as much as a lot of people, and even I am against it, Team Hawk is able to find a sweet spot for Iris to function. But of course, he also has the Lapu Lapu that he gets to whip out every once in a while, a hero that ideally missed on the stage, and which better team to do it than Team Hawk?
Yeah, I think, I do miss the old days of Iris where he has this uncontrollable aggression, sometimes to a fault even. But now that he's kind of tempered it a little bit, and especially taking such a responsibility as the IGL, not only does he have to be aware of everything that is happening across the map, he still has to win out his lanes.
Terizla, that is also one pick that we kind of missed from Iris. Meta so far doesn't permit us to go back to that spot, at least not yet. Another player, I think, key player, in fact, is Saken, right? Saken coming in again from ex-Bigatron player from MPL Indonesia. Did have his rough times, at least in the first few series. Even against, was it SRG? Didn't really have a good ending, right?
Yep.
I remember watching that clip of Innocent asking, oh, what happened to Indonesians now? Ooh, that one was rough.
It was. It
really rough.
really was. And I think, it's going to take some time. A lot of these teams are putting these rosters together, and it's going to take more time than necessary in comparison to MV, who has been together for quite some time. So this is where the advantages really start to show. And I think that especially for Team Hawk, it all begins with the draft. What's the identity that they are going with? Because it feels like Team Hawk, as an organization, comes in with a game plan, and they don't deviate too far from the game plan.
Yeah, and I think for this season, we've kind of talked about this every now and then. It is super crucial for Team Hawk because there was a timeline that they are not even on that stage, right? So this is kind of the second chance, or maybe even a third for Team Hawk to regain that glory a few seasons ago. In the draft, we already see a bit of difference from what we've seen in the first two series. Faraz, Export, Matilda, and the Natan.
Natan gets banned out here against Ruff. Rather interesting. I know that Ruff definitely plays the Natan and has shown it off before. We see the Farmers ban coming out from Haru's side. They want to deter Team Hawk from actually going into that team fight style position. Maybe this shakes up their plans, because at the end of the day, I'm noticing that both Nolan and as well as Joy are still wide out.
The best part is now Subway has direct access to that Fredrin, right? Two of his biggest threats eliminated from the pool. And for Team Hawk, what are they going to ban out? It seems like they're going to ban Fredrin. I like this call.
All right, come on. Let's see it. Assassin v Assassin, S-tier Assassin junglers in the meta. Come on. We got to give it to him.
And for those who don't know who Janus is, he's actually not a rookie, contrary to popular belief. He actually played for Signal Ultra back in MPL Philippines Season 7. That is, what, 6-7 seasons ago.
Yeah, that is a name I haven't heard in a very long time, right?
And we have aged.
We have aged, dude. This is like Sunsparks. This is like Archangel even to a certain degree.
Oh yeah,
Archangel. The classics, dude. Gotta bring out the classics. But this means that Masha has been locked in for the very first time here at MPL MV. Take it as its first pick while Team Hawk respond with a Minotaur and as well as a Harith.
Yes, Masha might have a lot of damage output, but also very susceptible to getting tapped into the grave. I like it. This dominant lanes, you have Harith that basically locks down your gold lane. Not much heroes can go up against him. Maybe a Roger if you want to really go toe-to-toe, but the Minotaur also makes sure that you have a T5 formation to work with. Roger does get picked up by Monster Vicious alongside the Baxia.
Yeah, this is pretty nice here. Looks like MV, like, okay, you take away my Fredrin, I got another tank jungler incoming for you. And this comes with some anti-heal, which is going to be useful against the the motivational roar coming in from Minotaur. Or even if he wants to get the empowered version when he's in the enraged form. Speaking of which, Team Hawk, they've got one more pick to close out this very first phase. What are they worried about here?
I feel like you might want to pick a jungler right now. Who is left? Well, Baraz and Fredrin are no longer there.
Joy, Nolan.
I mean, Martis if you want to go a bit faster.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be real tough. You are up against the Baxia, which can feel quite bad when you start falling behind. But no, instead they go for the Novaria. Team Hawk, they're keeping it really, really steady here.
Is there a timeline where this Harry goes into the jungle? I know I've seen it in MAL, but I'm not sure if it's popped up here yet. I know definitely not in Malaysia.
Dude, like M1? I'm kidding.
I mean, it was a hot commodity.
It was either Harith or Lunox, and that was like the good old days. But it's been a while. Harith used to go into the jungle pretty often because you wanted to be able to have access to the purple buff to get added cooldowns, so that basically you can just like drop the Zaman Force and have like a 1 second, less than a second, even a 0.5 on your Chrono Dash. We see that MV gets rid of the Paquito this time round, so it looks like MV might want to set up for something here. Team Hawk, on the other hand, they get rid of the Angela, get rid of the utility support, supports. Wait, are they suspecting that this Masha is going to go into the EXP lane?
No, wait, right?
It could be.
Unless...
I mean, you're not going to have any pressure in that lane, but... Oh.
I mean, unless they suspect that this Angela might still get picked up to go into the mid lane, which I suppose... Yeah. Okay, they're still banning out mid laners. Okay, I mean, then yes. Then they think that maybe Angela might be a mid option. I can see where this is going because you have a Baxia on your side.
Yeah. Oh, this one's tough.
I think you continue shutting out Iris. What else is there?
I mean, double down, right? You're going to target Fakes? Okay, I'll target Iris.
Lapu?
I think Benedetta might need to get...
Oh, Benedetta, yeah.
Yeah, you need something that actually stays in the lane to actually man-fight the Masha, and they've already gotten rid of the Paquito. Might as well get rid of the Swiss Army knife of the EXP lane, who has really good push.
That could be an option also. I think... Look at... I'm looking at either Benedetta or Lapu. Yeah, Benedetta bans out. So, good call there. Now, Iris... Obviously, the target... I think if you're Fakes, you're not as affected without the... Valentina or Angela. There's still the Vexana in the pool. That is always a good fallback plan for FB.
And I think even the Vexana might have a bit of a tough time here, considering that we don't know what exactly Team Hawk want to bring into the jungle specifically just yet. I mean, they could show it off right now, for all we know. The Baratz is already gone, the Fedrin's already gone, so 2 of the big tanks are gone, and Baxia has been taken away. So that's 3 in total, 3 tanks in total that have been taken away. So unless Team Hawk decide to be really ballsy on this one, just like, you know what, I'm going to chase down this Masha, I'm going to chase down this Roger with a Nolan or even a Droid, that'd be pretty impressive.
Okay, so back to the classic Iris Terizla.
Okay,
they're keeping that jungler for last. There's the Martis, right? Martis, Nolan, Joy, the first three I can think of. If Janus is a bit more adventurous, perhaps the Fanny that has been picked up twice today. Unfortunately, both games were a loss in the hands of Barracuda.
It wouldn't be too bad You can definitely play on one side. Ooh, Nana gets locked in for the side of Envy as well as the Ruby. Still don't know which one is going where. We'll see with the final pick coming in for the side of Team Hawk. They've got a decent EXP side because if Masha decides to go in towards that EXP lane, Terizla is going to be able to outpush her, but Masha is going to chunk Terizla out before he walks out of that lane. If it's going to be the Ruby, it'll make a lot more sense for me, but Team Hawk still has to worry about the fact that even if I have a lot of dashes, this Ruby can be quite a nuisance.
Honestly, I think Ruby is probably the better XP laner, right? Good sustain, decent damage. You're not worried about getting pushed away, pushed out of lane by Terizla, and you also have a good teamfight ultimate with the I'm Offended. A bit of high fives from the side of Team Hawk. Confidence for them. Yep, Fanny brought up once more. So far today, 2 picks on the side of Barracuda earlier on resulted in a loss. Let's see if Janice can turn it around.
Yep, it looks like Masha is going to be the Roman, Ruby as the EXP. Well done. I have to say, Haru's experience is really showing off here. Making sure that the mid lane is going to be relatively safe, having an escape mechanic, having a passive that basically gives you a second life, making sure that there's not going to be too many holes for Janice to actually exploit off of them. Let's see whether Team Hawk is able to find that momentum. They have to play through Iris because we can expect that Saken, he's going to have to be quite independent.
Yeah, and for Monster Vicious, it's all about what the Roger and the Masha could do. Can you find executions, right? Both heroes have the potential to one-tap their targets. Let's hop into the Land of Dawn for the final series of the day. Monster Vicious against Team Hawk.
Let's jump right into it. Let's see what side of the jungle they're going to be starting on, because that's going to predetermine where the game plan is going to be set in place. And I think there is a bit of an interesting interaction here, right? It's not even just about the resets coming out from the Masha. It's the fact that Masha can almost put somebody below 50% HP when she goes for the Thunderclap, which is great for the Roger.
Yeah. And this was something we brought up early on with the Guinevere leashing camps. Masha can do the exact same thing in this role for Roma, which there are very few heroes that can achieve this, and Masha is one of them. Albeit you need to sacrifice some of your health bars, but because you have 3 of them, you're not really too worried about it.
Plus, even if you just go out of combat long enough, you can just recharge a bar for free, right?
Yeah.
So Nova Escobar is basically losing nothing to do this leash. In the meantime, I will say, very smart idea coming up from Team Hawk. They're not going to waste any time. They're going to be giving that Lethal Wanderer over to Alexia. A little bit of mana regeneration is going to be nice in lane.
We'll see if this minor leash is going to give Monster Vicious any big advantages, because what we saw from KG was how they shut down the Fanny through this very tiny early maneuver. And so far, we're waiting to see if this Boxer is going to contest the purple buff before the turtle spawn or right after the turtle. But Nova Escobar is doing Masha things.
Man, when your enemy support be stealing camps from you, that's got to be an annoying feeling. And Janice, he's got no idea about it just yet. But I'm pretty sure Noir spotted him.
Yeah.
So they're going to come down and see if they can punish this.
Nova Escobar still has the help bar. Pop sprint, so
sprint.
Can't chase it.
He's like, I refuse to give first blood.
It's hard to give first blood as Masha.
It is. I mean, I've definitely seen some pub players really push that limit. I'm not gonna lie. 10 more seconds until we do see that first turtle actually show up. 7 more seconds until the purple buff comes back up for Subway, and I think that's where he's going to be, unless he wants to rush this down early on, and it looks like he does.
Subway will be given the purple buff. No contest from MV, and that means that it's gonna be the Astral Echo onto 2. Zeno and Fakes, not too healthy. Turtle does get secured. Zeno with a good attempt on that pull. Does not get anything, but forces the flicker out of Lacia. Now Lumor also on the run. Subway looking for a retreat. Janice finally joins the fray. Subway might be the first to go, and it's Iris to pick up. Double knockout for the Minotaur and the Terizla. It is looking to be a second. Team Hawk punishes for MV.
Great play coming out from the side of Team Hawk. They saw Subway being really overextended here. Good communication coming in from Noir's side. He was getting chased down, but still was waiting for that level 4. As soon as he hits it, goes straight for the turnaround. I thought MV was making, that Team Hawk was making a good call from Iris' side to try and pull away the EXP laners, because they were, the EXP as well as the mid laner, to slow them down, to not have that extra bit of support, to keep them in lane for as long as possible.
And we even saw the good attempt from Zeno to try and take out Lacia, who was a bit too forward, but Lacia had the flicker, and speak of the devil, Zeno goes down again.
Oh man, that's big. That's really, really big. In matter of fact, for Iris specifically, he's already a level ahead of Zeno, and now he's going to be even further ahead into that matchup. That top side is basically done for.
And it makes the job of Nova Escobar slightly harder as well. Now this top side is inaccessible for him. And Harith, Novaria, not really a target that you can go after unless you have that map control, which Monster Vicious do not have now. Even so, where do you find your resources, right? You still need damage at the end of the day. They're gonna attempt on to Saken, who has the Purify, and Saken immediately pops it. He's out of there.
Yep, he's out of there. Nova doesn't instantly try to go for the Thunderclap or try anything too crazy. Looks like MV were expecting Team Hawk to actually respond to this, but unfortunately didn't get much of as much of a response as they did. I mean, they could have actually tried to get a little bit more out of Saken, but still, they got the Examine Force and as well as the Purify. That's as good as it gets.
Saw him on the turret, and the lack of vision, definitely a deterrent. Second turtle up, and you can already see Nova Escobar. He's just using his health pool to get a bit of vision. Thunderclap, not reset just yet, but they did get the pick off onto Noir.
Ooh, instantly comboing coming in from Fakes with the Molina Blitz.
Astral Echo pinging onto 3 members on the side of Monster Vicious. Nova Escobar using his body and his extra health to try and force Team Hawk away. Zeno does get gone on though, but Sake not able to pick up the kill. Janice will. Turtle goes over to MV, but Team Hawk walks away with the kill.
I think that's totally fine for Team Hawk. Whether they take the turtle or not doesn't really matter. Janice needs to start snowballing. He needs to find some extra surplus of gold to start taking advantage of that map. He's level 8 to Subway's level 7. And there we go, the one shot again. Lexia just eating it. Fakes is playing well on this Nana.
Yeah. Opens up the turtle for his team and proceeds to take out the Novaria. Fakes being really, really happy about that. Able to stem the bleeding from what Janice, the damage that Janice did in that top lane. I mean, Zeno died 3 times in under 5 minutes, but the rest of Monster Vicious, at least they're getting something back. Ruff got a kill, Fakes got one as well. They got 2 turtles. That's why you see that Monster Vicious, they're still not too far behind in terms of net worth.
And now to enact the plan, right? The purple side that MV want to steal away to minimize. Wait, hold on.
Gone on. Minoan Fury forced out. Now Subway in the thick of it. Doesn't really get the puff, but doesn't really matter. I don't really think so. Ruff picks up 1, and I believe Subway also gets 1.
Where did Janice go? He just disappeared there. You blink, he's gone because it was instantly with the priority, and especially since Saken showed up at that purple buff pretty early, it allowed Ruff to actually get quite a significant lead down on this bottom side. Now he's a full level ahead of Saken, and he's going to forcefully shove this wave while the rest of his team is going to start proxying and denying any space whatsoever. Saken towards the top side of the map. They've already lane swapped. There's just no time to waste.
But this does pose kind of an issue for Team Hawk. Turtle is on top side, which means Iris, he has a long way to travel if he wants to even attempt to contest this. And it also frees up Zeno, right? He has been punished enough, but now you can see Iris making that long trip to contest the turtle. Astral Echo only tagging onto Ruff, and that is not good enough.
Yeah, I think they're going to go for a full team fight here, right? I would assume that Saken already has his first item by now if he's actually going to try to participate. But let's see. MV going to be the ones taking space here and holding priority over the turtle.
Yeah. Nova Escobar also got the player Heptasis. So any initial Thunderclap is going to hurt. They pull Noir back, finish him off before he even gets a chance to use that ultimate. He's going to unleash it though. The motivation roll is just enough. Lacia steals the turtle, but Noir still ends up going down. Ruff not able to collect Iris, but Team Hawk salvaged that.
MV, they don't mind it. Look at Janice, right? He's down on the bottom side. He's not wasting any time whatsoever. I like this efficiency coming up from Team Hawk. They're not thinking too much about how do we recover, boys? Where should we start moving? No. Let's talk more action.
Something that a lot of teams are not willing to do. Let go of certain objectives, and this is how it happened. This Noir not having a chance at all. Well, thankfully they didn't insta-kill him. Saving grace for Team Hawk.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Lexia was able to steal away the turtle at the same time, I mean, look at that goal lead. It may be 300, it may be small, but it could have been so much worse.
Carisla, Iris engaged. Instantly Polymorph pulled back out of position. Noir will be there to keep Iris safe, but Ruff, some decent damage though. Something that Team Hawk needs to be a bit careful. I mean, this Roger 3-0 in like, what, 7 minutes?
Now 8. And if we look at the items, we do see, Saken 2 items already in comparison to Ruff. And he's opted to go for the Demon Hunter sword as well as the Endless Battle, which makes sense why he's been specifically chunking out Noir in the majority of these fights.
What is the flags of the Oasis actually done for Noir? Might be going for the Athena next because of the abundance of damage from fakes.
I don't know if that's going for the Flask of the Oasis is the correct item to first build here. I would have expected some steel pants, but I'll think about it a little bit more here. It's interesting, but now Ruff in a bit of trouble here. Saken, he is not afraid. Lane dominance.
You're 3-0, no problem.
Yeah, not that big of a deal.
Not that big of a deal. Contest on his purple buff. Get the ping Iris though. Not in best position as Noah Escobar. He's cutting off the battle lines of Team Hawk. Constantly posing himself as a threat now. On to Janus first. First thunderclap, second one to come through. Janus forced away from his own purple. No chance to contest this, and it's all to make sure the subway gets it.
Oh, wait.
Top side.
Oh! The flicker! And then he has to jump in! No. Does he not have it?
Subway is here.
Just let Subway take it. Don't do it, Rob.
No,
don't do it, Rob.
Iframes. The collection is theirs.
Oh!
By the skin of his teeth.
Woo! That was close. That was close from both Saken as well as Ruff. What a very close bout there. Transforming just in time and taking a significant amount of damage. Luckily walking out of the center of the Synchro Fissure there, but still enough to keep him alive and not give the trade.
What if Nova Escobar is close to his first BOD? That could really not just destroy your marksman of mages, but even your tanks might have a bit of a problem. 2 big ultimates on the side of Team Hawk, but no angle to go in. Iris and Noir.
Nova goes for the sprint instantly.
He's trying to look for the backline and force Saken and Lisa away. Yep, or given over to MV, but Janus again wasting no time to put pressure on that top lane. Tier 2 taken.
Yep, really good calls coming in from the side of Team Hawk. This is a close game, as close as it can get. And all the decisions that are being made here have been correct from either side. Don't waste any time. If you have to give away a turtle, that's not a big deal. If it's a Lord, it's a different story. But turtles are very minuscule and usually don't affect too much, especially for these types of compositions who don't have much of a lead.
Lord is going to spawn bottom, and that tier 2 might go down, but for Team Hawk, it's all about this mid tier 1. This is what's keeping that purple buff alive and accessible to Janus.
Now with this Lord starting to walk from the bottom side here, Team Hawk are willing to sacrifice a couple of their tier 2s, and I don't think it really matters too much as long as their mid tier 1 is still available. It holds the most important position on the map, and there we go, the BOD purchase coming in from Nova Escobar. Now I think MV getting pushed out of their position here. They give up the tier 2, but they will guarantee destroy this Lord. On the top side though, it's Nova.
And that's 2 thunderclaps. Janus wanted to test it out a little bit and realized that nope, if I refresh all his thunderclaps, I'm gonna die.
It's not worth it. Whoa, Saken. He gets hit by the Retribution as well. I don't know if this was a good choice coming in from Subway side. I don't know how they expect to catch him.
There's a lot of damage though. Noir not even able to respond with his own flicker. Subway with a damage reduction with that ultimate just tanks through Saken. And Nova Escobar, he's just doing his own thing. Janus will try. Thunderclap. 1, 2, 3. Almost!
Oh, the cutthroat.
Oh my goodness.
Hey man, all that split pushing paid off for Janus Society. He's still stronger than Nova Escobar at this point, and luckily holding on to that cutthroat to get the maximum amount of damage possible. Subway will steal the orange buff, but hey, doesn't matter. As long as they contest and make sure that that purple buff falls into the hands of Janus, he will still have influence across the map.
Let's see if they can protect it. Nova Escobar still out for 3 seconds, so that means no pressure on the side lanes as Lexia also cripple fakes his health bar. So they keep a purple buff for Janus, saving grace for Team Hawk. Janus still keeping up in terms of levels.
I mean, so far so good, right? Now the real question is, how do Team Hawk want to team fight? Because so far Noir has been punished very, very heavily from walking up too far forward, refusing to use his ultimate as a means of escape, at the very least, because it does have crowd control immunity, right? You cannot stop the channel once it begins. Speaking of which, interesting positions coming in from the side of MV.
I do feel like now whoever, the person who starts the fight has to change a little bit for Team Hawk. Right now it's on Iris' shoulders to kind of leap in with the penalty zone plus flicker to get something off, and then Noir as a secondary layer to that. At least even if Iris gets pulled, you have that body of Smith. You get to take a little bit more damage before you eventually fall.
That is true. We do see Ruff. See Halbert here. The anti-heal is going to be a little useful, especially as it applies to shield as well.
Janus, another attempt. This time, wow! Assassination onto Ruff.
God damn, he's fast. He is quick. He is quick with those fingers there. We need to get a hand cam on this guy sooner rather than later. But now it's going to be a 4v5. And especially since Ruff is out of the picture, Team Hawk, they're going to be able to claim this Lord pretty easily. But that's not the main goal.
How much time can you buy? Goodbye. That's 1, 2. Can't get the third one off. Expending the Minoan Fury. Noir saves his team.
The beauty of the Harith, the Chrono Dashes. Every single time you dash, you get a bit of a shield, and it's really starting to stack up every single time we see Nova Escobar try to go for a Thunderclap. He's not as low as I would like him to be.
Every clap is just breaking the shield, but you're not affecting the health bar. Well, Ruff is back. Monster Vicious bought just enough time. And he's going to be gifted that orange buff. Team Hawk also not too interested in rushing this down. We might still be in for a full team fight. Big pain on Astro Echo, and Iris engages onto 2 members of Monster Vicious. Janus shows up, and this time is Zeno to fall.
This is what we wanted to see from the side of Team Hawk. Very minimal hesitation. Iris looked at Saken and said, "You ready to go?" Saken didn't say anything. He jumped in, and once they were done with the fight, he was like, "Yes."
And then there's Janus, right? Janus is like, "All right, prep it. I'll..."
yeah. Call me when it's ready.
Now Team Hawk speeding up the lore a little bit. Without Zeno, there's no means of engage for Monster Vicious. The ping on the subway reveals where he is, just need to zoom in away. Noir with the ultimate secures the Lord for his team. Nova Escobar, what are you looking for, Saken?
Okay.
Tries to get Thunderclap off, but the damage is not enough. Nova Escobar, unfortunately, doesn't have the durability nor the damage. And Iris pushing the rest of MV away.
Yeah, Saken is really strong right now. He's got the Holy Crystal on top of anything else, and all that magic damage is also applied to his shields. They scale pretty much linearly now. And with that being said, since Nova Escobar is going to go down, I'm pretty sure Team Hawk might be able to start cracking open these mid turrets, and more importantly so, can they at least get 1 inhibitor? That would be the most ideal situation, considering that it's 15 minutes into this game, and the gold lead has not extended past the 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. Get the ping on the Astro Echo on the subway. This one is going to go down for sure. Janus again is creating pressure points in the side lanes, and Team Hawk finally breaking this game wide open. Mid-tier 2 also to fall.
They're going to find a little bit more here. I don't think they're going to get a second turtle, but a second inhibitor. But I think Team Hawk have set themselves up for a really good Lord dance. Top side, exposed, no inhibitors. Super minions are going to be spawning on that side of the map. Means that Monster Vicious need to really depend on some wave clear to actually speed things up, to keep up tempo with Team Hawk, especially since Team Hawk is most likely going to be the ones sitting on top of that Lord first.
Craziest thing is that despite taking an inhibitor and the Lord, Team Hawk is still only 2.5k, 2.6k ahead of Monster Vicious. So this game is very much within the boundaries of Monster Vicious being able to mount a comeback. Janus, this time, needs a bit of help from Noir. Minoan Fury onto Subway, and Nova Escobar. Zeno comes in, tries to go for the pull. Janus just dancing around Subway as it comes in for the immortality and still ends up going down. Ruff, he cannot stay in this fight any longer. Neither does Zeno, but he dies to the execution strike from this Terizla. There's 2 dead for Monster Vicious, and they gotta defend against Team Hawk's entire team.
I don't think they can threaten the end just yet, but they will have full control of this. Saken has been playing phenomenally so far, and the rest of the team is really activating him. Fakes, now getting that Holy Crystal is going to pose a threat to any squishy targets, but that's on the assumption that they get locked out. Wait.
Iris with the engage, only onto Zeno. Nova Escobar, can he get any one tap? The damage from Fakes though is actually a threat as Nova Escobar jumps to the back, looks for Malaysia, cannot find it. Subway,
they want
back in, but Team Hawk, they're not gonna let them to have even a second to breathe. And Team Hawk with the opening statement in the series.
That was a beautiful game coming out from both of these teams. Great decisions all across the board, and it's just a simple mistake that defines the two and a victory for Team Hawk.
Tiniest of details, side lane pressures, and the willingness to trade objectives for smaller wins across the map really paid off for Team Hawk, despite the early to mid game fights and skirmishes going their way on Monster Vicious. They know they had the momentum, but Team Hawk knew just where to press to make it hurt.
I mean, I like the fact that they are hesitating a lot less. Compared to last week where you could see definitely the gears are turning of what's the next thing to actually do, this felt very clean coming from the side of Team Hawk, right? No moment was wasted. Big trades were coming up from both sides, and even MV to a certain degree was also trying to make sure that they can set things up. However, the vision game, information is power once these teams are at that level macro-wise.
Yeah, I think it's at least for today, one of the most exquisite matches, right? Very enjoyable to watch, high-level games. Losing games like this makes you feel bad if there are stakes, but in the normal circumstances, you feel really good being able to play a game like this. We're gonna head backstage to Team Hawk camp to see who the MVP is going to be for game number 1. Of course, it's the Fanny, it's Janice.
It's Janice, man. Only at the age of 20. Did he whip out his Instagram, dude? Oh, man. I'm on Hawk. This guy still young at heart. Now, Janice, he played phenomenally in this game. Yes. You would have expected him to be participating in a lot more fights, to be activated by the rest of his team, but he is still an independent individual. He comes from an era where Fanny was, again, a deadly assassin then as it is now, but even more so then, because you can basically do anything you want and get away for it for free.
Yeah, it comes from an era where some of these players at that point of time are not even pro players, right? Yeah, so Janice, he has seen it all, and he has went through this entire character development arc. And again, the decision from Janice, whether it's his individual calls or whether it's his own volition or is it a call by Malaysia, I think they were all superb. The fact that they are willing to give up objectives and get wins that finally paid off when Janice started assassinating Ruff. And I believe if you are Ruff, you would not have expected that to be the result.
I agree. And I think, MV, they're looking at their draft and it's just like, what could we have done better? And I think, so far, the only problem here is the fact that Ruby was not able to actually keep up being the primary target, being the weak point, surprisingly enough, when he was supposed to be the defender of people like Fakes after his passive has been broken, or even protecting Ruff at times.
Yeah, well, the first 4 or 5 minutes, Zeno died 3 times, right? And you can see, after the first blood, right after he respawns, Janice paid a visit to his lane again, takes him out. Third death came at the first turtle, I believe. But even Nova Escobar, I think he started to get a bit more desperate. Like he's like, I need to get these 1 taps, but they were never going to work. Loses to Janice once, tries again, didn't work out, tries to go into Saken, ends up getting 2 tapped. And at one point, it's just MV losing a bit of that cool and Team Hawk taking advantage of it.
And I think, Team Hawk, the big difference, as I mentioned in the beginning, information is power. And that's where Lexia comes in big time. The whole team seems to be hyper aware of what's going on to the minimap, but it also helps to have somebody who can fact check it. And I think Lexia has been doing a really good job with the Astro Echoes to kind of feed that information to the rest of his team, even using his Star Shatters to ensure that, hey, ambush spots are cleared out pretty cleanly as well, to make sure if Nova Escobar is running at you, he's running with people who are behind him and not coming from your flanks.
And it makes it really easy for Iris as well. We said that, okay, Iris has to be the first line of fight starters, and from that mid to late game, he's the one, right? Goes in first, realizes that Noir cannot do the job. You don't want Noir to get pulled. Iris takes initiative. Lecia pings a couple of members of Astro Echo. Iris follows up, and Noir, he can just be the protector. Oh, Noah Escobar, you want Saken? Too bad. Take the trip up in the air.
I got to give it to Saken, though, because again, MV's plan was designed around, first, we neuter Noir. Make sure that he's not tanky enough to be able to do anything so we can get these free picks and Nova Escobar can manhandle him single-handedly, right? Once he gets to that point, then we can start, I wouldn't say funneling, but reinvesting those resources into Saken to try and set up that dive like we saw before when Lexia pinged it all out and more importantly confirmed that the top side of the map was empty, so Saken just had to back away.
Yeah. So I think just very well played from Team Hawk. The minor calls, MV. We say that they are a team that likes to be on the offense, and it clearly showed in Game 1. And Team Hawk at one point figured out how to stop the offense, how to really make MV feel like nothing is going their way. I mean, even for Ruff, he wants to participate, but you can't do it when Zeno gets one-shotted, when Nova Escobar can't zone Lecia or Saken away from the fight for long enough.
And let's not forget, Ruff actually had quite a significant lead.
Oh yes,
he was able to start snowballing pretty early on, and going up against Saken, it was actually surprisingly close despite that. Shocking to me, but I think even MV wanted to be like, all right, we got to stop Janus. He is making sure that our gold lead isn't as worth it as it's supposed to be, isn't as valuable, but they could not get towards his purple buff side.
You saw what Ruff was 3-0 and barely got and almost got soloed by Saken, right? He was 4-0 and got assassinated by Janus. The Hall of Fame for this game, Janus, highest GPM, and Saken with the most damage dealt. Most of it coming from that mid to late game. Zeno, the sandbag for the team, and Lecia, of course, the best wingman for Team Hawk.
I'm so surprised that Saken wasn't the rich guy in this game. Because he was getting his full build pretty early on, considerably early on in this match, and that's why he was able to start like one-shotting Nova Escobar just for fun, honestly. But Sandbag coming in from Zeno makes sense. Lexia, expert wingman, he's playing Novaria. No surprises there.
Yeah, no surprises at all. I'm interested to look at the goal graph though and see how the changes throughout the game is. In fact, even from the beginning, Team Hawk actually held the lead, and then suddenly MV, they started getting rough going, had a minor increment, had a minor upward trend at around the 11th to 13th minute, and then Team Hawk started taking it back.
Yeah, I mean, the item power spikes really started to come in. The fact that Saken was not, again, able to absorb a majority of his waves, even though Ruff was able to get a lead over him due to the mistakes of others. But I think it worked out pretty well. It looks like Team Hawk have really found their groove here. I don't know if this was like all part of the plan, or whether or not MV were just unable to really close it out in spreading their influence to other players instead of just Noir. Maybe he's spilling it into Janus, for an example, unable to do that. Spilling it into Saken, also unable to do that.
Yeah, I think that was a good idea of what MV wanted to do, right? After the second Lord, they took 3 turrets, and 2 of them were just Noah Escobar running it down a lane before he eventually fell. But after that, I believe in the last Lord fight that we are probably going to see in the replay in just a little bit, Team Hawk's Lord Dance was also what gave them the advantage. Those individual pickoffs, right, started by taking out Nova Escobar and then Zeno. And then I believe they also took out Ruff or Subway, and these staggered revives made Monster Vicious feel a bit more compelled to make something happen. And Team Hawk, they're not in a rush. We just reset the Lord. You keep coming back. We keep doing it over and over again.
They scale really, really well in these types of matchups here. And they know for a fact that Nova Escobar, he has been running it down a little too much sometimes. So it's definitely worrisome, but it also shows the experience coming out from the side of Team Hawk. Whether it's communicated or not, it makes sure that the players all seem on board, which is a much better showing compared to week number 1.
Wait, I just saw Nova Escobar, actually Ruff, when he turned back into human form, he actually had some extra health and he still got popped by Executioner Strike. Alright, that is interesting.
I mean, he got clipped. What can I say? The hitboxes just be like that sometimes. That's all it takes. Again, a lot of these moments are predetermined by very small things, the micros that are eventually leading up to the macros. But still, in this particular case, it's not even forced errors. It's just a micro mistake. What can you really say? I don't think MV should be disappointed with their performance.
It can be very deceiving as well, right? Like Charisma execution damage can be very, very deceiving once you get hit by that. Well, MV, they still have one more game. I'm expecting this to go the distance. At least we ended on a high note. And I think MV, after that game 1, is not a crushing defeat. It's more like, wow, our management in that mid to late game phase wasn't the cleanest. But maybe we got a bit desperate. Nova Escobar kept wanting to make it happen, make something happen, kept coming close but not close enough. Maybe adjustments in game 2 should start with the management from that mid to late game, right? Janus needs to be kept in check.
I think not only Janus, but the way that they actually have information across the map, right? When you don't have a Navaria, space becomes very, very important, especially controlling that riverside, right? I definitely think that, you know, Fakes could have started disrespecting the space a little bit more, utilizing his passive as a tool to not only be, not as a tool just to, oh, you break my passive, I get to walk away, but as a way to use your body to ping out where the enemies are going to be. You already have the polymorph as a way to kind of ensure, oh, they're not inside of this bush. You can use the boomerang for another bush, and if you do see Janus actually jump on top of you, all you have to make sure is, where do I fall back to? Where is my team going to start sitting in bushes or setting up shop to make sure that we don't get punished too hard or find the trade?
And I think this also is a bit of a credit for Coach Wright from the side of Team Hawk. When you look at the bans in Game 1, MV, very clear message of what they want to play. But speaking about message, let's look at what Haru has to say. You know, he was asked, what does MV need to do to get into playoffs? And Coach Haru simply replied, they deserve to play the entire full season. Just need to polish a little bit from that gameplay perspective, because these players are so used to the tier 2 competitive scene, right? So to enter the tier 1 scene, they have to really adapt to a lot of things on the big stage.
I mean, you've casted a good majority of MAL and had a good taste of what the tier 2 scene sort of looks like. It makes sense that some habits are hard to break.
It's a wild west.
It's wild out there.
You look at certain plays and you wonder what is happening, but that's just the nature of things, right? It is still, it's where the players are born, it's where aspiring talents are found, and the fact that it took such a long journey for MV to get to this point is a good indication of how tough it is out there.
It really is, because again, once you reach these tier 1 types of tournaments, discipline becomes a very big part of it. Not being so trigger happy, really controlling yourself, you know? You have to make sure you temper yourself so that you don't waste abilities. Don't throw it out for no reason.
It's like a rude awakening, right? The difficulty curve just instantly spikes when you come to the MPL stage. And to talk about the junglers though, Janus and Subway both are veterans in their own right. But Janus' stats so far, they outshine Subway just by a little bit.
Just by a little bit. I mean, even when we're looking at the average KDA, Subway has been playing a majority of these tank junglers, so he's of course not going to be able to secure these kills. But in terms of average turtles, 56 to 54, average GPM as well, not too far apart, with only a 14 gold, or well, let's round it up, about 15 gold difference.
Yeah. It's skewed a little bit because they have both played farming junglers, you know, Granger on one side, Fanny on the other. But I think if we go back to the tank jungler matchup, maybe we'll get a better indicator of how Janus functions in a team fight. Not to say that we've not seen it before, but clearly Subway has a bigger sample size in recent times.
Totally agree here. Speaking of which, for this upcoming draft, I think since MV gets to decide what side, which side they want to be on, I think Haru is going to go with blue side once more. I think he had like a really good idea and game plan against Team Hot. Now with a couple of adjustments to kind of help out the team, really focus down, put it through a magnifying glass, right, to start burning some of the members of the side Team Hawk.
I think you might also want to consider leaving the Barras open, because the first phase was Barras, Xbox, Faramis, and it was all setting up for Fredrin. And I think at the final ban, Team Hawk realized that, right? Coach Wright was like, this does not seem right. Let's take out the Fredrin. They forced out the Baxia, they forced MV to play Boxer and they themselves played the Fanny. What happens if that Barras and Fredrin both become an option? Maybe that can shift that draft that draft composition a little bit towards MV side.
I definitely agree with that one. I mean, I don't have anything against the Boxia specifically, right? But I would have expected from MV side to have, in terms of the step-by-step, yes, you punish Noir and you want to translate that lead into either the gold or in towards the jungle side, a little bit more focused towards that jungle side instead of the gold.
They definitely let their foot off the gas, right? And there was a period, I think, of 2-3 purple buffs where they were able to constantly take it away. And then when they started losing side lane towers, you can see the focus shifted a little bit. Purple buffs are no longer contested and Janus gets to fly free again. That's how we ended up at the stage where Ruff was just casually farming the side lanes and this Fanny shows up and kills him in one go. Something that I think MV can definitely adjust a bit more, just keep their head focused on what the prime objective is. MV though actually opting for the red side for game 2.
They still want... Interesting. They want to go on to red side. We'll see. Maybe Haru has a plan here. We saw him with his little notebook. He's literally got all the stats. And even Rex Finn, as his assistant coach, has come up to kind of give him that extra bit of support as they discuss this draft. And it looks like nothing much is going to change for the side of Team Hawk, right? Banning out the Natan, also banning out the Angela as well. MV got to get rid of the standard stuff. Matilda and... Ooh, they're the ones banning out Masha this time round.
Interesting hero, like if blue side, red side, they all ban Masha. But that means that we might see the assassins open up again. By the way, right now, this venue we're in, Stadium MPSJ Sherdang Jaya, can hold over 1,200 visitors. So bring your friends. And do you know that admission is free?
Yep.
Free!
It's free, so you can just come down, have a good time, bring your friends along, and we can make this, honestly, I don't know. You know what? I take it back. Don't bring your friends. Just keep yourself here, because I'm realizing very quickly that it's going to get real loud, real quick, and it's going to be the environment that every esports fan wants to have, except for us here at the caster desk, who is just like, I can't hear my thoughts sometimes.
if you were here on day 1 last week when Homeboys went up against SRG, you know
dear Lord,
that was an actual full house. I didn't even know you could fit more than 1,000 people. Like, someone asked me for estimations. I'm like, I guess 500 is the max, but I'm way off.
Way off the number on this one. Farmus gets banned out. Team Hawk not changing too much from their game plan. MV on the other side. Where do they go with this?
Now it's on them. Do you ban Fredrin, Joy, Nolan? Couple of choices. They don't get the first say in terms of picks. Now MV had Team Hawk had a clear goal in game 1, but now MV they're definitely put in a slightly rougher spot. So they will ban out the Barrage.
Okay, they ban out the Barats. Does Team Hawk do it again? We'll see. What is their first pick? Unless they want to start deviating from the plan and really shake things up against MV.
You can still go for the Novaria opener. It has been quite popular. Give Leisha the Novaria and then you keep your jungler in the pool. And it makes it a bit uncomfortable for MV. Like if they have the thought of, oh, if they pick Fredrin, we're just going to straight up X-Borg, now you can't really do it.
You know what? I think Team Hawk needs to do the statement piece. Give it to Sakin. Make sure that he gets the Roger.
Take the Harith?
See value in me?
Nah, just give him the Roger. He can win it anyways, regardless.
That's true.
Considering how his Harith played out in that matchup despite being gold down, like, come on. I would like to see him really show Ruff living up to his namesake, a rough time.
A rough time. But the Fredrin becomes the pick for Team Hawk, something that I think even MV saw it coming, right? You have to choose between that or Barats. Now MV, they get to respond a little bit. Again, they can go for the power picks, actively picking red side. Roger, Minotaur, Harith, even an X-Borg if they so wish to.
Usually when you're on red side, you're looking for natural combos such as strong pillars of a team comp. And it's going to be Minotaur once again.
The Vexana, I think. Yeah, Minotaur Vexana.
Minotaur Vexana. This is interesting because now the mid-duo combo is going to pose quite a threat to specifically the Fredrin if it does come down to, well, Fredrin, assuming Fredrin goes into the jungle, it's Team Hawk. Iris can play it as well. But yes, let's assume that it's going to be Janice who's playing this Fredrin. The amount of chain CCs that he's going to receive by a turtle fight or a lore fight can be quite annoying.
You see the focus also shifted in terms of the picks, right? Like when in game 1, Team Hawk was on the red side, it was Novaria, Minotaur opening, I believe. Actually, no, it was the Harith Minotaur opening and then Novaria third pick. So right now for MV, they definitely have the bigger shift. No longer Masha, Roger. Now it's Vexana, Minotaur. They see the Harith matchup and they pick the Claude instead.
This is a comfort pick, right? It's about scaling anyways. The matchup was already difficult and it looks like Ruff knows his own limitations. So he's going to go on a hero that he knows that even if he's not looking to just jump in and execute on fights, you can maybe even sometimes start the fight by yourself.
And now you get to target Iris again. Ban out the Paquito. I assume Team Hawk at a certain point will consider an X-Borg ban. And MV, they will just nail down maybe Paquito, Benedetta again. And then prep for a pick that can go up against Iris.
If that's the case, I don't think MV is going to change too much here, right? They're still going to be targeting towards Iris' side. They're still going to be banning out things like Benedetta, for an example. I don't think that's going to change too often, knowing the habits of Coach Haru, right? Unless they're trying to diversify to ensure the win. Oh, a Kaiban.
Okay, I guess it's the natural enemy against a Frederick.
The classics, right?
Classics. Martis, maybe Baxia. I think Team Hawk is gonna go all in on the jungle ban. Just thin out the numbers of heroes that Subway could play.
I mean, they could also ban out Hellcurt if they really wanted to as well, but that's it doesn't show up too often.
Yeah.
And the Subway has shown it before. Not the best showing during his time of SMG when he was playing Hellcurt, but Fanny is going to be the ban for the side of MV, so an adjusted plan coming up from Coach Haru.
A lot of respect given over to Janice. Yeah, the possibility of this Iris Fredrin, right? Let's throw a wrench in the plans of MV. If this was any other team, you don't have to think too much.
Team Hawk on the other side. Now with the final ban to predetermine before we get into the final picks for either side to complete their compositions. And I think that Team Hawk, do they also want to get rid of the Boxia here? Might as well force Subway onto the Joy or something like that. Or no. Of course. The Phoveus.
Then Nolan pick might be setting up for that. If they want that option, it is on the table.
It is on the table. And I think even for MV, they wouldn't mind picking, I mean... Considering that Subway is smiling there, maybe he's getting something that isn't a tank?
Oh wait, Phoveus, Back Ranger. Yi Shin.
Locks in Yi Shin. Let's go, boys. We're going to scale to infinity.
Gaze.
Okay, so they take the Nolan. Well, that Phoveus ban definitely gave them that extra insurance that they need.
All right. So now what? Because the side lanes, I mean, the mid trio, Jungle, Roam, and as well as their mid laner are looking very, very good. A lot of control there, a lot of ways to kind of just fast rotate out of there, and more importantly, so affect the side lanes. And I think this is the biggest question. Claude definitely going to be losing on his side of the map, and I think that Team Hawk need to start considering, because again, they're going in blind here.
Still have that potential XP/jungle pick and that Roamer. If you want a big teamfight one, there is the Tigreal, always. If you want Kufra, I think it's not too bad of a choice. The Grok as well. The Cho! I recognize that voice line anywhere. It's Noir, Cho, and Benedetta for Iris.
All right, I was thinking Benedetta for the side of Team Hawk. It makes a lot of sense. Even if it's like winning or losing, it doesn't matter. If I clear that lane and I have lane priority and walk out of there first, I can force a 5v4 down on the opposite side of the map. The Cho, very smart. If Claude wants to initiate that fight, by all means, go for it. You're walking right into the kick.
Make some
And
noise.
the CC as a response from Monster Vicious. Will this be a Benedetta jungle? Okay, it's not gonna be.
Okay, all standard rolls. Yep. Thank goodness.
I was a bit wishful because Janice is playing the jungle.
Yeah.
Could be a possibility knowing Team Hawk, but standard draft, the Benedetta XP lane. It's a treat though. We don't get to see Iris on this hero too much.
I agree. Let's see whether he goes back to his old aggressive ways, because he's got an important job of forcing 4v5 situations by Turtle and even Lords while leaving CC in the dust. Zeno, I think he wants some revenge. He's like, you oppress me, boy? No. You better be leaving out of this lane with only 10% HP at the very minimum.
If they've watched the game between Bounty and Niners, I think maybe Zeno has a good idea on how to shut down the Benedetta in lane. It's game number 2 as we head into the land of Dawn. Team Hawk against Monster Vicious. Team Hawk this time on the blue side, Monster Vicious on the red.
Let's jump right into the land Dawn here, and let's see where exactly they're going to start. Because again, the game plan, considering game number 1, I don't think the game plan is going to change too much. They're probably going to leave the EXPs on an island. If not, they can start dividing their forces to make something happen early on, and then afterwards start investing resources down by the gold lane. It's going to be Janice from the side of Team Hawk starting on his orange side. He's going to make both junglers actually making their way up to EXP.
I was thinking if Noir is going to go for a leash since it's a Cho, but was busy helping Leicester clear out the mid wave, and Leicester forced to immediately reset the Vexana and Minotaur combo. It's super deadly to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any real way to actually contest how quickly the Vexana and as well as Nova X Koba are playing this Minotaur with Concussive Blast. They clear the lane super quick.
And if you get tagged, that makes it worse as well.
So much worse.
thankfully you're Novaria, right? So distance, not a problem. You're still going to be able to clear waves, get some resources in. But Iris so far doing a decent job, making sure they're always crashing the wave into the turret to keep Zeno away from you.
Subway doesn't have enough energy to really commit onto anything, but he is a level ahead of Janus here, so he's going to take full advantage of that fact. He still needs to find some form of farm across the map because there's still 30 seconds left until the turtle spawns.
It's gonna clear up the camp, last camp on the bottom side. There's still the golems on top. You can actually head there. That's where the first turtle will spawn at least. You can already see Fakes in this bush. They will hold that wave hostage for now, just so that both CC and Vexana can hit the 4.
Yeah, it looks like MV gonna wait for Subway to actually get his purple buff before they actually participate for this upcoming turtle. Speaking of which, MV have also sent their mid laner as well up to the top side of the map to try and force a quick level 4.
Nice. Iris left on an island, but he's already hit 4, no problem. Then the turtle very much gone. MV not even contesting.
Potential punish here for the side of MV. They could look specifically to start proxying the waves early on and then instantly invade that jungle with the extra pressure being given by Zeno. This is under, again, a lot of assumption here because look at how quickly this mid lane gets chonked out. Oh my goodness. I mean, Lexia is trying his best to keep up with it, but look at it. Instantly, no purple buff for you. I'm out of here.
Yeah. The fact that he didn't have retribution for this, right? So Monster Vicious getting the timing correct and Subway speeding up that that farm. There is the potential contest at the Little Wanderer. That's where Janus is at. But Subway, the fact that he got the purple buff away from Janus is more than enough. I think Janus, didn't even get a contest at the purple buff on side of Monster Vicious. Forcing out a flicker from Nova Escobar.
Good call from Nova. If he did not flicker and jump away, he probably would have died. He still has his ult to actually go here and ooh, gets that Subway. No. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Able to get that, no problem. Making sure that he continues his level lead. Now a 2-level lead against Janus.
Wait, what did Janus use his retry on? Is there any camp?
I think he was trying to speed up or something. It could be just using his retribution to try. Oh yeah, he uses retribution on Nova Escobar. That's why forcing out his flicker. That's still not a bad trade regardless, but no real means of punishing just yet. I mean, yeah, whenever you see Nova Escobar, you can expect Fakes to be pretty nearby.
You do kind of give up that tempo a little bit, right? Means that no contest at the buff. Not like they could anyway. Subway hitting 8 already. And Janus, he's just desperately trying to find space. The purple buff is coming back up. Same time as the orange. We'll see if Monster Vicious wants to make a move there.
Janus just looking for scraps here. Looking for anything he can to try and keep that lead. Or at least be competitive in terms of EXP against Subway. It's going to be tough to steal away neutral objectives when you're 2 levels down.
Target might be Saken. Smell this coming from a mile away. So no real means of getting onto Saken, but Noah looking for an opportunity. Tries to go for a flicker kick. Popped up! The combo breaker from Monster Vicious. Turtle goes over the Team Hawk, but first blood came by Fakes as Irish shows up with Electro final blow, but only one though, not good enough. Fakes with the double kill.
And Saken able to at least try and chunk them out, but not enough to get a second trade onto Ruff. He got low, but at the end of it, Janus, despite being levels down, is able to secure the turtle for his team.
Subway, very unfortunate, got away with 2 assists, but I believe he was not able to get more out of the... I think he went down also. So it's for Team Hawk, I think you're happy with that.
Quite happy with that. Ah, man. I'm trying to figure out where's the next place to attack for the side of Team Hawk. Because I think MV, they just need time to scale. And I think even for Saken, right, he wants to stay in lane as much as possible. He should not be participating in too many of these fights for now until he has his item Power Spike, which I'm pretty sure he's got his first item by now.
Oh, and now Janus getting a bit more bold, going into the jungle and actually just completely assassinates Fakes. And Fakes didn't even use the Purify. Subway did still secure his own purple buff. But momentum now shifting a little bit towards Team Hawk.
Well, they need to find something else now because they've zoned out Ruff. They've done this exact same plan in game number 1. Same exact rotation and movement since game number 1. And Saken is going to crack open the tier 1 for free. But look at Zeno. He's going to be cutting the waves and proxying very deep in enemy territory. He might get punished here as Noir is on the way too.
When Noir gets the knock-up kick under the tier 2. Could not have gotten a better kick. Zaman Force, a couple of chrono dashes would do the job. Sakin collects it.
Good punish. Very good punish indeed. Subway, does he actually secure the top tier 1? Yes, he does. There's no kick to find it. Rough. Oh, getting out of there, but he's in the danger zone still.
Completely in enemy territory. Lacia.
Oh!
Attack him. Okay, the heal is there, but extra echo sufficient for Iris to collect the kill. And Nova Escobar next in line. Janus sticking on to him. The combo point stacking up. Princess Wrath not sufficient. Lacia not able to get the snipe. Nova Escobar gets out.
Oh, interesting plays coming out from the side of MV, but unfortunately, at the end of it all, Team Hawk is going to get a lot more in response. Oh, another kick!
Another kick! Noir! So deep in enemy territory, but it's deep enough to give Sakin a second kill.
Oh man, Zeno, he's just been targeted all this time. The first one, maybe he was overextended. This time, the second gank, man, Noir.
Noir really showing his chops. Cross Subway, looking for avenues, completely surrounded. Lacia to take him down, and Iris taking the vanish to find a kill in the back line. He does end up going down, but still advantage for the side of Team Hawk. Ruff on the run. Sniped down from half a screen.
Oh man. Ruff, he's got to calm down here. He's too eager, thinking that the tower is going to save him. No, Team Hawk, they've got the experience. They can completely disrespect that. They can tower dive him as they please. He's got to be extremely careful with his positioning now.
Yeah, you need time now. Every single death makes it the time that you need to scale up a bit longer. The fact that he has participated in 2 skirmishes and went down in both of them now really makes life a bit hard for Monster Vicious. Look at that. Fakes and Nova Escobar babysitting Ruff. That means this Vexana is going to start missing out.
Oh man, all that mid lane priority, and for what? They've lost all their tier 1s, and MV now in recovery mode. Team Hawk developing quite the lead for themselves. Oh, the damage coming out from these Star Shatters. Lexia doing a phenomenal job.
And they're just going to cut this wave. Not even going to give Monster Vicious any chance. Sakin is going to work on the turret. Don't even need the Zaman Force. Astro Echo pinging. Noir able to walk away, and here comes the Minoan Fury. The damage though! Iris just slices all of them into ribbons. And where did the 2 members of Monster Vicious go?
Oh, there. This is going to be a rough one for MV. Team Hawk are playing really, really well. Oh, Subway can actually catch him. He does!
Eye for an eye. Iris. The potential well played. Lethal Ignition does not find a kill. Not fatal enough. Subway now in no man's land. No purple buff.
Help.
The last vestige of his energy.
Help, SOS, I'm stuck. I'm stuck, boys. He's got to go for the execute, right?
Do it, come on, come. No, no! Why? Why did you recall, man? Come on.
I mean, did he have enough energy for one more dash there? I'm not 100% sure. It was getting like close to that bar.
But he could have walked, you know, instead of standing there.
I suppose, yeah.
You aggro the crystal, right? You aggro the crystal one more time.
Yeah, I think that might have been it. That could have been it here. And that's going to be a free Lord into the hands of Team Hawk. MV, their tier, man. I mean, as long as he doesn't give the kill over to Team Hawk, it's something, right? You're not giving over free gold or EXP, but in this sake, with the 7k gold lead, it feels like MV have gone back to the tier 2 ways.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, Ruff, I didn't want to fight this.
I don't think he wanted to.
I just want to quickly bring this up. Our producer just whispered in our ears that Haraya is coming, but Subway went back to the wrong hometown. Wrong fountain.
No wonder everybody's like, oh, stay safe out there when you're going Balik Kampong.
And the Petrify, whoa, Iris! An assassin!
It's over.
In broad daylight. The fast game inbound for Team Hawk. They want to go home and celebrate this win. Festivity in the air. Team Hawk finding their identity, taking what's theirs, and they take down the beast 2-0 over Monster Vicious.
Yeah, baby! Team Hawk, this is what we wanted to see from them on pen and paper to now applied in a professional setting. Well done as Team Hawk take the game 2-0 against MV. More points in the bank. GG, well played.
I say Iris slayed the beast. For sure, this Benedetta performance felt more like a dance than it is a battle. Effortless to a certain degree.
Oh man, woo! Zaken outclassing the gold lane this time. Rough. He had a terrible time down there, but it's good to see it's good to see Benedetta come back in, especially for Iris, finding that identity again.
Absolutely. Well, with that win over Monster Vicious, let's toss it to host talk to Team Hawk about this flawless win.
Kemenangan yang sangat manis untuk pasukan Hawk. 2-0, 3 mata penuh. This is guaranteed to give them a very good Hari Raya break. Sebelum apa, guys, give them a warm round of applause. Alright. Hi boys, how are you guys feeling? Semua sihat?
Feeling good.
Feeling good. Alright, let's start with Saken. So Saken, dengan kemenangan ni, you guys will be at the top 3 untuk regular season. Apa yang Saken tengah rasa you guys boleh maintain momentum ni sampai playoffs ke tak?
Bismillah, kita bakal tetap konsisten.
Alright. Guys, new era of Team Hawk is looking good. They are looking amazing, promising, and very, very disciplined. Let's pass this to Iris.
Hello.
Okay, hi Iris.
Hi Ros.
Okay, Iris, dengan kemenangan ni, how pumped are you for your upcoming matches selepas raya? Ada lagi kan korang akan main lagi untuk regular season ni. What is your actual target this season?
Target?
Yes.
Okay, target kita orang cuba untuk dapatkan top 3 sebabkan kita orang masih anak baru, kita orang ada banyak lagi yang kita orang kena improve dari segi disiplin and dari segi gameplay kita orang. Itu kita akan cuba improve lah.
Alright. Thank you very much, Iris. Okay, guys. Before we continue kita punya interview session, korang rasa siapa yang sepatutnya jadi MVP of the match?
Lexia.
I'm hearing a lot of Lexia. Alright, how about kita tengok MVP of the match in 3, 2, 1. Tan. Iris!
Hai.
Alright. Since Iris cakap sepatutnya Lexia, kenapa Iris cakap Lexia sepatutnya jadi MVP untuk match ni?
Sebab Lexia ni banyak shot call untuk tim ni. So dia banyak bantu kita orang lah untuk kita orang jalankan job desk kita orang. Sepatutnya dia layak lah dapat MVP.
Wow. Okay, so Lexia is one of the main shot callers, is it? Untuk Team Hawk? I see, walaupun dia baru, especially baru tukar role, and he's doing a really good job.
Walaupun mekanik dia tua, dia still... bukan. Tapi still dia punya otak dia masih berkembang lah macam orang muda.
Wow, alright. Kita pass pula ke Lexia. Lexia, tengoklah teammate Iris puji siap-siap walaupun dia cakap mekanik tua. Tapi sebagai mid laner untuk pasukan ni, adakah Lexia rasa you guys still have a lot of room for improvement dan korang belum lagi 100% punya chemistry ke? Ataupun you rasa you guys are already okay and you just nak continue whatever you guys have?
Bagi saya, kita orang perlu fix banyak benda lagi. Terutama kita orang punya communication, decision. Sebab bagi saya, match-match sebelum ni kita orang hampir mengalahkan Homeboys juga. So kita orang akan lebih improve dari segi itulah dan communication. InsyaAllah kita orang buat yang terbaik untuk next.
Alright, thank you Lexia. Okay, kita pass pula dekat Janice. Janice jarang cakap tau. Come on Janice. Okay, hi Janice.
Hello.
Okay, Janice, as one of the junglers, an import jungler this season, what team do you want to face in the upcoming weeks?
In the playoffs?
Anything actually.
I want in the playoffs Homeboys.
Again?
Yeah, because
why?
Chibi yesterday trash talk me.
Oh, okay. What do you want to say to Chibi if you guys will be meeting in the playoffs?
I don't just good luck.
Alright then, Noah? Kita pass kat Noah dulu. Noah, sebelum I lepaskan korang nak cakap ucapan Hari Raya sebab korang adalah match terakhir untuk minggu ni sebelum kita pergi Raya break.
Pada semua umat Islam yang ada kat sini, so nanti marilah kita bersambut Hari Raya. Maaf saya dan batin kalau kita orang ada salah silap pada semua korang. Kita orang akan comeback stronger lah lepas ni. Terima kasih guys.
Alright, thank you so much to Team Hawk. You guys may now go celebrate your well-deserved victory. Wow. Whew. kita punya minggu kedua, hari terakhir, hari ketiga untuk MPL musim ni. Guys, semua game hari ni tak silap I 2 berbalas kosong kan? Which means all the teams yang main hari ini akan ada Hari Raya break yang sangat-sangat amazing. But before we go for our Hari Raya break, let us pass it over to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang jadi game ni. And with that, from me, Rose, selamat Hari Raya.
Thank you, Rose, for one final time before the Raya break. But let's talk about Iris, MVP of the match, the break wall, the behemoth of Team Hawk.
Now, interestingly enough, this man has been pushing literally all of the responsibility and all of the praise to Lexia himself. But he's been doing a phenomenal job in the EXP. Call for a little bit of help and really pressuring his opponents. When he has lane priority and he is part of a fight, we see a completely different side of him compared to last season where it was all about if I win lane, we win game.
This one is I win lane and I win game. And in fact, they also gave us the fastest game of the entire regular season so far. 10 minutes and what, 29 seconds. As fast as you can blink. I mean, I think MV from that 5-minute point onwards just could not breathe at all. Subway, oh boy, Subway! You look at that item build, you know that it has gone very, very wrong.
I mean, he's trying.
He's trying.
He's really trying. He's desperately trying to get any kind of gold across the map, man. Because Team Hawk, they took everything from him. Every single time he walks into his own jungle after the 6-minute mark. Oh, Team Hawk just did not let their foot off the gas.
Janus constantly invade Iris and Noir and Saken shutting down Zeno. By the way, Zeno went 0-8 I think the entire series. Just not given any chance to do anything in the entire in game 1 and game 2. Perhaps may I suggest a bit of change in the IGN, change that feng shui a little bit. Mao ain't that good.
Mao, not exactly the one you want to have in these types of situations. Oh boy. But then we need to look at the total damage dealt. Where is it all coming from? Wow, okay. I definitely thought Lexia was going to do a little bit more damage here, but actually a majority coming in from Iris being the first responders to crisis situations, and especially in situations involving invades.
Majority of those come from these big spontaneous team fights where MV, they were trying to hold the fort, and then Iris shows up and completely decimates the backline, right? There's nothing much that Nova Escobar could do. Subway completely zoned out by Team Hawk, and Noir also a big factor of why MV were not able to really get their engines going. And you look at the damage taken, it tells you a very, very good story. Look at that, Lecia always keeping himself very far away from the rest of MV. Nova Escobar and Zeno left to tank most of the damage, and the craziest thing was that Ruff took more damage than Zeno.
Yep, way more. Way more. I mean, he was having a really difficult time against Saken, and it didn't help that Noir decided to show up at the right times. And even Lexia being a part of that, harassing him from halfway across the map, 2 ROG phones away. It's difficult. I have to say that MV has a lot to work on, of course, in terms of individual mechanics. But keep in mind that Team Hawk has started to show certain things that MV need to think beyond that, which is being intercepted in these fights, especially once they are on that back foot, because Team Hawk never let MV regroup and recuperate to recover in those moments.
We've seen Team Hawk play when they're behind, they're willing to give and trade, and when they're ahead, they don't let you get anything. And then MV, I mean, you look at the total turret damage, right? The fact that you have a Claude on your team and he's not able to touch any structures really says a lot of about how Team Hawk has been constricting MV's movements around the map.
And that's the thing. That's what we want to see from some high-level gameplay, right? Game 1, really nicely played from both sides, but Team Hawk in Game 2, really outclassing MV in every sector, every area of the map, from singular mistakes and gaining a lot of confidence through game number 1.
It's very, very good execution. And of course, Lecia, the man that Iris praised, the man of many masks, plays a lot of roles, and now can add one more into the resume, right? The IGL of a team, and fantastic work from this guy.
Yeah, I think, Lexia is definitely keeping everybody in check. I'm guessing that is why Team Hawk is in that type of situation where it doesn't feel like anything is really being missed here. While they are responding to a situation, I'm guessing Lexia is telling Saken, or he's telling Just, hey, go for a split push right now. You cannot be a part of this.
The Hall of Fame is all Team Hawk. Saken, wait. 920 GPM.
Highest we've seen in a long time.
The entire league, I think this is the highest so far. I mean, Team Hawk setting records all across the board. Of course, damage dealt to hero the most. Iris on the Benedetta, Janus as the sandbag, and Lacia once more as the best wingman.
Yep, I mean, so far, so good. And Team Hawk, if they keep in this direction and get everybody on form so that at least Lexia doesn't have to micromanage, I'm guessing this, again, all of this is speculation, whether Lexia is actually micromanaging and and giving directions to his laners and to his junglers to go in certain places to kind of make sure nothing escapes, nothing is missed on the map.
Yeah, and the highest GPM is, okay, we just received an update. Highest GPM is actually 926.
926 by Ruff specifically.
Close
so
enough.
It's
the guy
close.
that's not in beat.
Yeah, it's kind of close, but not there just yet.
This is third place, by the way. Crazy.
So much gold these players are actually developing here. But yes, this has been a crazy series overall. I gotta give it to both of these teams. They put on a show.
One of the best series. I expected it to go the distance, but Team Hawk just started strong and ended it stronger. So commiserations to Monster Vicious, but this is kind of what they signed up for. I'm pretty sure that after the break, we're going to see a lot more improvements from the team that did show promises, but not able to kind of keep that momentum, right? Something that you really have to be able to maintain throughout a series, best of 3, let alone a best of 5 if they ever get to that point.
Yeah, and I think, at least for MV, this should be very motivating, right? Because they are seeing Team Hawk grow at an exponential rate, and they're looking very polished overall in this matchup. And I think that MV can take a couple of notes from Team Hawk's side. They have very similar playstyles to a certain degree, and if they're able to kind of perfect that and polish it even more, in a lot of these situations, MV actually came out on top in the earlier stages of the game. But it's decisions like this that we see here that Team Hawk really are coming up on top.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree with that statement, especially when you look at how Team Hawk accelerated the game so fast, and you look back, you rewind a minute or two, and MV actually had control of their own destiny, right? It's not like we're looking at players who are outclassed individually. It's more of as a unit, maybe MV still trying to find that chemistry. Updated standings, Team Hawk with that 2-0 puts them in third place with 7 points, and MV unfortunately now with a -2 aggregate points and in 5th place with 5 points. Below RSG Malaysia because they have lost a lot more series.
Yeah, it's unfortunate indeed, but that's the beauty of the regular season. Who's going to be on at top? Who's going to be making it into that top 6? We'll never know until the very end. Oh boy. I mean, this season has been quite exciting with I wouldn't even say new faces at this point, but different combinations of teams having some really interesting personalities on top of styles of play.
Stakes are so much higher, right? 8 playoff slots reduced to 6. Best of 3s are no longer a thing in playoffs. It's all best of 5 culminating to a BO7 in the grand final. So many things on the line, of course, MAL if you ever finish last. Let's take a look at the schedule on the 19th of April when we come back from the Raya break, starting off strong with Selangor Red Giants against RSG Malaysia, followed by Barracuda versus the Niners.
Oh boy, Barracuda versus the Niners. Hopefully that Riot break is going to shake up both of these teams. Barracuda have a lot of things to work on, but Niners, even after today's performance, oh boy, they really gotta, stand strong, wide stance it.
Yeah, I saw right after the match ends, you can see that Moon is definitely in deep thoughts, right? Daddyhood actually visited our stadium, and you can clearly see that behind the scenes, Niners, they have a lot of things on their mind. Hopefully this detox is going to give them time to reset, recuperate and regroup for the after Riot break. Because I think Niners came into this just like Barracuda, coincidentally in the same boat, right? Both teams with high promises, high expectations, but both not able to achieve that.
Both. I mean, there's so much to work on here, but it's good to see that at least for Team Hawk and Envy, they're moving into that right direction.
Well, I have something to help you guys, to steer you guys in the right direction. It is the MLBB Belanja event. You can join us on TikTok. The campaign during 1st to 10th of April. Complete missions to win the exclusive Ahaha emote, exclusively for Malaysian players. You hear that? Malaysian players.
Malaysian players only. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure there's probably other events happening in the other MPLs across, and it's going to be exclusive to their players too. So don't worry, you're not really missing out on too much. It's just at a different place at a different time. Yeah. That being said, though, I will say the has been the new emote that's been pissing me off.
I have not seen that.
Oh,
I have
buddy.
not seen that yet.
Oh, buddy. I've seen a couple and I'm like, darn, I thought the Geek Fam one was difficult to listen to.
No, I only spam the Gojo one.
The Gojo.
That is good enough for me, you know, just yay!
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 Oh my goodness. So many emotes to be spamming here. So many exciting things here at the MPL MY, the most entertaining region for a reason. But you don't know what you're going to get. It's a box of chocolates that you'll never find out whether it's good or bad.
Sometimes you might not like it. Like, for example, dark chocolate might not be your thing. Sometimes you would enjoy the games that you see. But that sort of kind of wraps up week number 2, right? We're going off to for a 1 week plus break. Any expectations you want to see when we come back from that?
Well, expectations. These players and teams are going to be looking at their tip-top shape. Because again, a lot of these players are, well, Muslim. So therefore, fasting, no more.
Yeah.
No more excuses, right?
No more debuff.
No more debuff. And that's the important thing. We're going to have audience members come on in and make sure, again, we can hold a lot of people in the arena, and we want to hear your voices all together in one place.
Yeah, and with that being said, we just want to wish you guys, on behalf of everyone behind the scenes, wish you guys Selamat Hari Raya Aidilfitri. Be safe when you go home. Just have a great break. We'll see you guys on the 19th of April to continue MPL MY Season 13. This is Husky alongside Kid and Q. Have a good day. We'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yeah, see you. I see you, bang. Okay.
Tahan.
Aku tahan.
Ini aku.
Go.
Si Masha,
Ruby.
Okay, mati. Nice, guys.
Aku Mino dah jam.
Tarik no ulti. Slow.
Go. Nice. Trust me, I can stand. Trust me.
Okay, nice. Go. Balik. Kalau dia nak kejar. Si Masha.
Backup me.
Boleh. Aman, gua aman. Mati. 30 seconds. Aku ditarik aku. 30 seconds. Careful. 30 seconds. Aman. Just mid, guys. Sabar, guys.
Sabar, balik lu.
Ada blue.
I can scan mid, guys.
Once again, mati boleh. Boleh.
It's okay, I can hear.
Aku kerubat ni.
Okay, nice one.
Go, Ruby.
Ruby first.
Dah. Kan Masha.
Masha.
Dah.
And then tower. Nice, guys.
Nice, pre. Tower pre.
Tower.
Nice. Itu dia, bro.
I'm okay. No.
No.
Nice. Nice one, this.
Babek mati ya? Sia.
Apa.
I see Nor. Si.
Si bang.
Dah.
Nice. Woo! Aspan, guys.
Chill guys.
Aman aja.
We get it, guys.
Nice.
Tower. Be safe.
Gotor.
Tower.
Bisa.
Ada.
Boleh.
Oh,
Okey, alok tadi. Kanan dah.
Hero first guys. Kanan.
Hero.
Tower, guys.
Tower, guys.
Tower.
Nice.